So, first of all, the app you're going to see in this video is a Riz app clone. For those of you who have seen TikToks about this app, it's essentially an app where you can take a screenshot of your Tinder conversation, upload it to the app, and you kind of get like rizzed up responses from the API. And I tried to build a clone of that with Cursor. So to quickly answer the question, was I able to do it? The simple answer is no. The more complicated answer is also no. Let me tell you something. So the problem started at around like 4.5, 5 hours when I tried to add Stripe to the mix, because for those of you who are in my free Discord channel know that this was the first time ever that I tried to add a Stripe connection to an app. And I haven't really invested too much time into understanding the documentation. I just wanted to make it work with Cursor, but it turns out it wasn't as simple as I expected. And because Cursor would just use outdated documentation for, I think, the knowledge cutoff for Cursor and Claude is like October 2023, I think. And this was also the documentation Cursor used to kind of implement Stripe. Even when I provided the up-to-date documentation, Cursor didn't use it for whatever reason. And this resulted in the fact that at some point Cursor was able to connect the Zustand store, so the client-side state management, with the database, but unfortunately it didn't use the query server-side management solution that we've implemented earlier, and it would just use React's native client-side state management with useState and all these other kind of methods. But the problem with that was that we were able to create the subscription inside of the Stripe dashboard, create the customer, and even activate the subscription. So I was able to pay the monthly subscription with dummy data, but I still wasn't able to use the UI, right? So the user still wasn't able to make a request to OpenAI, because the whole spiel was to have a free tier, give the user access to 5 free API calls, and then once he exceeded this quota, he would see a pop-up and say, listen, you need to buy a subscription. But after buying this subscription, the user still can't use the app. So this was too bad. And unfortunately, at some point, I just decided to call it a day, because I've invested around 10 to 12 hours to record this video. And to be honest, my coding skills today are just too small to kind of fix all of the issues manually. And on top of that, I've hit my monthly quota with Cursor. And essentially at this point, Cursor became just unusable, right? Because the slow request would take like 70 to 90 seconds to change something in the code. And also I wasn't able to add nearly all of the context to the to each of the requests that I make to Claude inside of Cursor. But I still decided to upload the video, because this is kind of the reality of things, right? The whole idea of this channel is to bring awareness to people who want to start out with AI coding, that it's not as simple as many of the people on the internet make it appear to be. So all these claims where people say you can build a SaaS in 15 to 20 minutes that will make you 10K per month. I don't know. Maybe if you have a community that you sell to with a very, very, very specific problem that you're solving with this SaaS that you're trying to build, yes, you will probably be able to make it work pretty easily, especially with the last 0.43 update with Cursor agents. But if you decide to build something in the realm of Notion or Facebook or whatever, it's simply impossible. You won't make it work without any coding knowledge, because you have absolutely no idea what the technologies are doing, what the code is doing you see on the screen. And well, I'm well aware that you won't watch the whole 8 hours. I mean, who am I kidding? It's a fucking 8-hour video, right? But I hope this video will still be of some value to you, and you can pick some small parts and pieces to maybe improve your personal workflow and to make your personal AI coding journey a bit easier. So without further ado, let's jump into the video. And if you have any feedback, any tips, or you just want to say hi, please consider dropping a comment. I really appreciate it. And now I'll see you in the video. Guys, so let's dive right in. First, what we have to do is we have to set up our project, right? And we're going to be using Expo. And if you don't know this framework, definitely check it out. You can visit it under expo.dev. And Expo and EAS are an ecosystem of tools that help you develop, review, and deploy. So you can create universal native apps with React that run on Android, iOS, and web. So I'm not going to be using Swift or Kotlin because I want to have cross-platform availability, right? Now, if you click on read the docs, you can see quick start. It says npx create expo app at latest. Now, this is not what we are going to be using. We're going to be using a different package manager. It's called Bun. For those of you who don't know Bun, I've just discovered it myself. I can't really tell you much about it. The only thing that I've noticed is that it's much faster than npx and npm, right? So this is why I'm going to be using Bun in this project. And we're going to copy this terminal command. We'll head over to Cursor and we'll open a new terminal. Make sure that you're in the correct directory, and we want to run the command. Now, since we can't really create the project inside of the current directory because we already have the PRD file inside of it, we're gonna create it in another Risify app folder. So we'll click enter, and now as you can see, it created a new folder with our project structure. And we can even go ahead and test it right away. So what we need to do is, as you can see, it says cd into Risify app, and then we also need to run the command bun run iOS, and this should open the simulator. So let's quickly do this. First time always takes a while, right? Because it needs to make some installations in the background. Now, as you can see, Expo Go is recommended for SDK 52. Install the recommended Expo Go version. So it asks if it should download the Expo Go version on the simulator, iPhone 15 Pro. So we'll hit yes. And now you can't see right now, but if I push the simulator here, you should now be able to see our Expo Go project. So it's really as simple as that. Now, unfortunately, you could run into a bunch of errors, and I will show you what kind of issues you can run into. So you won't be able to run a simulator if you haven't installed the simulator, right? So you want to make sure the following thing. So you want to open Xcode. And for those of you who don't know what Xcode is, it's essentially Apple's own IDE for developing Swift applications. And if you are in this window, you want to go to Xcode settings. And here you want to click on components, and you want to make sure that you have iOS 17.5 simulator installed, or any simulator with iOS for that matter. And if you don't have this, you won't be able to, well, run the simulator and see the simulator on the right of your IDE, right, of Cursor. So you want to click plus, you want to click iOS, and then you want to download the simulator that you want to use. So in my case, I went with iOS 17.5. Now, the next few things that we need to do is we need to install the dependencies. We need to add all of the environment variables, right? For that, we want to add a new file called .env. We want to put it inside of our Risify app root folder, because here we are going to store all the environment variables that we're going to need throughout the project, right? Now, if we have a look at the PRD for now, you can see that's not the correct name, right? Just a name Claude came up with when I created the PRD. I really want to call it Risify app, but we'll leave it at that for now. So as for the front end, we're going to be using Typescript. We're going to be using Expo as a framework, GlueStackV2 for UI components, because I actually don't want to create all of the mobile UI components from scratch, right? And there's this library called GlueStack UI version 2, which looks beautiful. It's kind of like ShadCN for web, if you know that. So it looks quite similar. And you can also use Tailwind classes to style the components. So I'm going to show you how to set this up in a bit. But first, let's have another look at the PRD. So you can see that we're going to using React Native Vision for camera image handling, Reanimated for smooth animations, Zustand for client-side state management, React Query for server state management, and we're also using a bunch of other technologies like Clerk for authentication, Neon for a database, drizzle ORM for type-safe database operations. We're going to be using OpenAI, and we are even going to implement a payment processor with Stripe. So this will be the first project ever that I'm going to be implementing a payment processor. So we'll see how that goes. Now, the rest of the PRD, essentially, we'll get back to it whenever we need to, but you can find the different interfaces that we need for our app. So the authentication store, the chat store, the UI store for handling all of the different UI components. We also have the store implementations for our Zustand stores. So we want to handle the chat store, the authentication store, and also the interfaces that we need in our application. Now, don't worry, this might look complicated, and it is. It took a long time to understand this, and some things I haven't understand quite fully yet, but we're going to be using Cursor Composer throughout this project to help us explain all of the moving parts of the project. And now we're going to be starting with the environment variables, as you can see here, because we've already initialized the Expo project with Typescript, and we'll also set up the project structure and we will install the dependencies. Now, once this is done, you will find the link to the GitHub repository in the video description down below, so you can code along or use this as a template to start your own mobile Riz app clone. And without further ado, I'd say let's start. I will still explain all of the code, right? Or at least I will do my best to explain all of the code that you're going to see in this project. But for mundane tasks like creating an environment variables file, we can use Cursor. Okay, so could you please have a look at PRD, scan the whole thing, and then create a .env file, or rather add all of the different environment variables we're going to need throughout this project to the .env file. So you want to make sure that you have agent mode enabled, right? This will let Cursor execute any commands inside of the chat window. But for now, we'll hit enter, and let's have a look at the .env file. We will index our code base in a bit, so maybe we can do this meanwhile it's loading. So as you can see, right now we need the clerk publishable key, the clerk secret key, and we also need the Neon Postgres SQL. Now I'm going to show you how to set this up properly. We need the OpenAPI key. For Stripe, we need the API key, and we also have some additional informations for the app configuration and analytics, but we don't really need that for now. Okay, so if you want to, you can read through the explanation, and as you can see here, Cursor even makes a suggestion and says, okay, to get started, sign up for accounts with Clerk, Neon, OpenAI, and Stripe. Gather the respective API keys and credentials. Fill in the values in the .env file. Make sure to add the .env file to your gitignore file to keep these secrets secure. So we don't really have to do this because since we've used Bun as a package manager and we installed Expo with the help of Bun, this has been done fully automatically. Okay, so we don't need to create a gitignore file. And if you want to see this, so we have to cd into the Rizify app folder, and if you run the command lsa, you can see that we already have the .gitignore file like so. Oh, but we can't see it because it's marked with a dot in front, right? This essentially means it's an invisible file. But with the command ls-a, you can list all of the files inside of the directory. So, but before we do this, we want to head back over to Expo. If you haven't done already, please go ahead, sign up, create an account, and you will be redirected to this page. Now, as you can see, I already have some projects. For you, the dashboard will probably be empty, and you will see, instead of the All Project button, you will probably see the Create a Project button. I'm not sure, don't quote me on this, but you have to click Create a Project, and we want to call it Rizify app. We want to click Create. Now, as you can see, we've already done this, right? So we already created a new project, but what we want to do now is link an existing code base. So we want to use this command, head over to Cursor, paste that here, but instead of using npm, we want to use Bun, and then we want to hit enter, and this should install the EAS package. And the next thing that we need to do now is to run this command so we can link our code base to the project inside of Expo. So paste that here. Now, as you can see, it says project successfully linked, project slug Rizify app does not match the value configured in the slug field Rizify app. Do you wish to override it? Yeah, because as you can see, I made a typo here. It's Rizify with 2 Fs, and on Expo, it's Rizify with 2 Zs, right? But that's not really a big deal. So if we click on View Project now, As you can see here, we have the project ID with the slug. So now that we've got that out of the way, we want to gather all of the environment variables that we need for this project, right? So we'll head over to clerk.com. And if you haven't already signed up, please do so. Then you will be redirected to the dashboard, or you will be redirected to this page if you haven't set up any projects yet. Okay, so we'll call it Risify app. And we want to give the user the option of signing in with Google, Facebook, and Apple, and also email. Now, if you have a look at this sign up form, this is not really what we will be seeing in the mobile app, right? This is more for the web version, and we're going to be building something unique for our application. But again, for a web solution, it's a pretty neat design. Now, click on Create Application. And then you will be redirected to the setup process, so to speak. As you can see, you can choose between the different frameworks. Now we're going to be using Expo. And compared to the web setup, this is a bit more complicated because we have to essentially create different routing groups. So as you can see here, we need a auth routing group with a sign up and a sign in file. And we also need to conditionally render the content. So if the user is signed in, we want to display his email address. And if he's signed out, the user should be able to see the sign in and sign up button. Now, the first few steps are essentially the same, or are essentially the same as on the web version. But what we want for now is the Expo public clerk publishable key, right? And we want to paste that here and save it. And we also want to install all of the necessary dependencies. Now we don't need the first command because we've already set up our base Expo project structure. What we need to install is React-DOM, React-Native Web, and at Expo Metro Runtime. So we'll copy that and we'll use bun expo install React DOM and we'll hit enter. Now, as you can see, we have installed React DOM, React Native Web, and React Metro Runtime. We also want to install @clerk/expo. We also want to add clerk-expo. So we'll do this with bun once again. Now, if you have a look at package.json, which really is a list of all of our dependencies, you can see that we have installed all of the necessary dependencies for Clerk. Now, the next thing that we want to do is we want to add the Clerk provider to our root layout. And for that, we'll grab this code snippet here and we'll head over to cursor. Now, if you look at our current layout file, you might wonder why this looks so much different. Essentially, what the slot element is, you can think of it like the children props in a React web application or Next.js web application, right? If you remember, we also have to wrap our root into the Clerk provider. And inside of here, we usually have an HTML element with the children rendered. And this is essentially what the slot element is, right? If you want to learn more about this element, you can head over to the Expo docs, and I think it's docs expo dev router layouts, and you can read through the documentation to better understand what the element is actually doing. But as you can see here, it says, from the example, slot will render the current child route. Think of this like the children prop in React. This component can be wrapped with other components to create a layout. Now, essentially what we want to do is we want to replace all of the contents of this file with our Clerk documentation snippet. Now this won't do much, right? Our app will still be working because we still have the index file, as you can see here. So the index file is still rendered properly. And the next step that we need to take is to add the token cache to our layout file. Now first we need to install expo-secure store. So we'll head over to another terminal and we'll do bun install expo secure store. Now what this will do is you don't want the user to log in to your app every time, right? When the user is closing the app and reopens it again a few minutes later or the next day or whatever, still want him to be logged in, right? This is why we need to have a token cache, because in the background it's running a check if the user is already authenticated and signed in with our app or not. Now, after we've installed the Expo Secure Store, you want to copy that. You want to head over to your layout file and you want to put that at the top. And the next thing that you want to do is you want to copy all of that. So we want the token cache and we want to paste that here. Now, of course, we still have to import the secure store at the top so we don't get any errors. And we also need to import the slot clerk provider clerk loaded. So this should be fine. Now, again, we get an error because we have to actually restart the server. So all of the changes are propagated, and if we refresh the app now, everything should work as expected again. Okay, so now that we have this, it's time for the next step, which is creating the home route group layout. And essentially, the new home layout will be our old layout from this file. So let's see. So if I revert the changes, this is essentially what our home group layout will be. So first of all, let's head back over here. Let's create a new folder, call it home. And inside of it, we want to create a new file, call it layout.tsx, right? And what we want to do is we want to grab the contents and paste it inside of here. Now we don't need the color scheme. We also don't need the use effect. We don't need the value for the theme provider. And actually, we also don't need the theme provider for now. So I'm sorry about that. We also don't need that. And we want to save this. And now what we want to do is we want to return the stack in the layout, which we're doing right now. So we're returning the stack. It just looks a bit different compared to this right here. Okay. And now we need to create an index file and we want to conditionally render the content of the layout, right? So for that, we want to copy the content or copy the code snippet here, head over to home, create a file, call it index.tsx, and we want to paste that here. Now, the last part that we really need to do, or almost the last part, is that we need to create yet another routing group called auth with a layout file. And what this does is this will redirect users to the home page if they are already signed in, right? So let's do this. Let's click on add app. We need to create a new routing group, call it auth. We also need to create a new file, call it layout.tsx. We want to copy the contents. We want to paste that here. And now we need to add sign up and sign in pages inside of our routing group. Okay, so again, as you can see, we'll grab all that code. I think this was the sign up page, right? Yes. Okay, so we'll create a new file, call it signup.tsx. We'll paste that here, and we'll do the same for the sign in page. And we'll head over to clerk. We'll copy the contents of this file. We'll paste that here. And now we should be good to go. So now let's see if we restart our server. If we've done everything correctly, we shouldn't get any errors. Okay, use user can only be used within the clerk provider component. So unfortunately, I messed up the function definition. So if you have a look at this, this looked essentially like this, which led to this component not being used in the app, as you can see here. So we had to change it to this. And now the app is working. Now, as you can see, the user is currently not authenticated, right? And if we click sign up, we will be redirected to the sign up page. Now, unfortunately, we don't have a back button or anything. This is why we are kind of stuck in the sign up page. But now if we enter a email address and a password, so let's do this one and we'll do sign up. So I did a little bit of digging to find out what exactly this error means, because when I dabbled with Clerk Expo Authentication a few weeks ago, this wasn't an issue. But if we head over to this GitHub issue, as you can see, it's quite new. It's from last week. And a few days ago, there was a comment from Martira M99 3 days ago, actually. So this is fairly new. And even if I would have asked Cursor would have probably not been able to come up with the solution, right? In fact, Cursor told me to implement the capture feature with Clerk Provider, the capture configuration. But I really didn't want to do this. So what I had to do was to go to Clerk Dashboard, user authentication, and then turn off bot sign-up protection, because apparently there's some kind of issue where it says, based on the error you're encountering with Expo and Clerk Authentication, this is a known issue with capture in non-browser environments like Expo and React Native. The missing capture token error occurs because Clerk's bot protection feature is not supported in mobile environments. Okay, so I headed over to my Clerk dashboard, attack protection, and here, as you can see, the bot sign-up protection, I disabled it. And now you can see that I have received a verification email. So in a different window, I will quickly grab the code. This is it. And I'll click on verify email. And now it says, as you can see, hello, Daniel Jürgens 91 at gmx.net. Now, this is why it's essential that you don't rely on Cursor and AI coding tools too much, right? Because there can still be some updates in the dependencies that you're using, in the external services that you're using, and you need to understand what you're doing, or at least you have to have the ability of Googling the issue at hand, right? Okay, so now we've set up Clerk authentication. Obviously, it kind of looks a bit messy, but I promise we'll make it look prettier. But first I want to finish setting up all of the environment variables and all of the services that we need to enable or to develop our app. So I'd say the next thing that we set up is the Neon database. So for that, head over to neon.tech, sign up with an account. I will just log in and we'll use one of my many Google accounts. Maybe let's just go with this one. And after you've logged in or signed up, you will see this page here, which says create a project. Now, in our case, we'll call it Rizzify app. We'll go with Postgres 16. The database name is Rizzify app DB. I'll just go with AWS, and as a region you should always use a region closest to your users. Since this is just a demo, I will just go with US East North Virginia. You don't really need the advanced options for now. We'll click create project, and here it says configure autoscaling. We'll just go with use recommended. And now you are in your quick start dashboard. So what we need is this code snippet, which is our database URL, right? So you want to copy that and you want to paste that here. You want to save it. Okay, so this is everything we need to do for now. Don't worry, we'll set up NeonDB properly with drizzle ORM, and let's head back to the next API key, which is OpenAI. So you want to go to Playground. I think it's called Playground. No, it's called platformopenai.com. You want to create an account. Then you have to go to your profile. On the left, you will see API keys. You want to click create new secret key. We'll call it Rizzify app. You have to choose the default project, click on create key. You want to copy that, head back over here, paste the key, save it. And now the last thing that we need is the Stripe setup. So let's head back over to Stripe API, search for Google, click on Stripe API reference. You want to sign in, and you want to either create a new account or sign into an existing one. For me, I will just use an existing one. So for that, you want to click on the top left. You want to click on create new account, and we call it Rizzify app. And as you can see, it's right on this page. You can see here we have the publishable key. We want to copy that, save that here. And we also have the secret key, and we want to copy that, head over here. So as you can see, it also says Stripe webhook secret, and we're gonna tackle that one later. I swear it will all make sense in the end, but this is all we have to do for now. So let's save the .env file, and I would say we'll focus on creating a proper sign up and sign in page. And for that, we want to edit the different files a bit. So what we want to do, maybe it would be nice to give the user the option of logging out inside of the current page. Okay, so for that, we have to import a few things. So we want to define sign out from use auth. And for that, we want to import use auth at the top. And now what we want to add is a button with the title sign out. And if the user is pressing the button, we want to trigger this function right here. Okay, so, but for that, we also have to import the button, obviously. And now, as you can see, if we click sign out, we will be signed out again. So, and we can also sign in with our email address that we just used for signing up. So let me quickly check if it's working. Okay, so great, this works. Okay, now maybe the next thing that we want to do is we want to actually improve the design or the UI of the index or login page, right? But for that, we first have to install GlueStack. So let's do this. We'll head over to the GlueStack documentation. Now just go to gluestack.io and then you click on installation on the left. And this will guide you through the process. Now, as you can see, it says for Expo, we need the versions bigger than 50. Right now, we're using Expo 52, I believe. Let me check. Let's have a look at the package.json file. And as you can see, we're using Expo 52.0.15. So this should be all right. And we want to use the npx gluestack UI init command. Now, I'm not quite sure if this works with bun. Let's see. Oh, this doesn't work. So we have to use npx, but I think it's using our bun package manager in the background to initialize the project. So let's see. Okay. Yeah, we want to continue. So let's see. Files to get modified. Okay, the comment you've run is attempting to modify certain files in your project. If already exist, here's what's happening. babel.config.js and so on. Proceed with caution. Make sure to commit your changes before proceeding to continue. Okay, so actually this is a good idea. And you should always do this, right? So let's do git add. Let's cd into the Risify app. So let's cd into the Risify app and we'll do git add. And we'll do a git commit and we'll say edit all env variables for external services plus set up basic authentication. Now we'll hit enter and now we'll run this command again. So let's do npx gluestack init. Now it's pulling the latest changes and I think we should get a bunch of components inside of UI maybe. Let's see. Now, as you can see, it went ahead and created the folder GlueStack UI provider. And so we go to components and I want to grab a button. So let's click on the button. And the way how we want to add this is with this command. So it's similar to shadcn for those of you who've worked with shadcn in the past. And now, as you can see, inside of the UI folder, we added a new folder with the index.tss file and called it button. And the way we're going to be able to use this is we have to import all of the button elements that we want to use. So maybe let's just import all of it, go to our, where is it? Index file, because I want to replace this button with the GlueStack UI button. Okay, so let's import all of this and we want to delete that one. And now what we need to do is, as you can see here, we have a button text, we have a button spinner, we have a button icon. Now I only want to use the button text, as you can see here. Now the onPress property or prop stays the same. And if we refresh, so let's start this again. Okay, so apparently we still need to do a few changes because if we head back over to the installation, you can see we have done this, right? We tried to add a box or rather a button, but we encountered an error. Now it says additional setup for Next.js 15. So currently Next.js 15 runs on React 19 RC0. This version of React is not compatible with React Native Web at 0.19.13. And if we have a look at what React Native version we are using, it's essentially, where is it? React Native Web 0.19.13, which is exactly the version where we get the error. So what we need to do essentially is to follow those additional steps for Next.js 15. Now you can skip the first step since we don't have the registry.tsx file, but we definitely need to copy that content and head over to our index.web.tsx file. Now I've already pasted this content. This is why I won't do it again. And we also need to create a patches folder inside of the root of our project. So you click on app, create new folder. As you can see, I've already created the patches folder. You want to create the React-Native Web plus 0.19.13 patch file, and you want to paste the contents of this file. You also want to add the post install script to your package.json. So head over to package.json and just add this script right in the scripts object here. And then you want to restart the server and also run the following command to apply the patches. Now, what you should see is that it will work, right? The only thing that we now have to do is we have to head over here, and then we want to sign in. And then, as you can see, we're getting redirected to the index page, and we have the sign out button right here. Now, apparently right now it doesn't have any styling, but this is essentially not a big deal, because if we head back over to GlueStack and we go to our components, to the button, let's just use this here and add it to our button as props. And if we save this and we reload the app, this should work. Let's see. Now, as you can see nothing, because we have to do one more step. We have to import the global.css file into our index.tsx file. So for those of you who know Tailwind, those are the Tailwind directives, right? And our app or the index file needs access to them. And if we hit save, as you can see, the styling of the button changed. If we go here and we go into the button and we do like class name and do BG black and text white, you can see that we essentially get the styling for the button. I mean, it doesn't look too good, right? But we will update the styling in a bit. So if we change this to outline, for example, you will see it works. We can also do a link and it should look like this. Okay, great. Now we've also successfully set up the GlueStack UI. Now, all that we need to do essentially whenever we want to import a component at the top is we just have to add the component to our application by choosing the specific component. So for example, the alert dialog, we have to run the command npx gluestack UI add alert dialog. Then we have to import it like so. And then we can just use the component inside of our code. Neat. So now that we have set up everything, we might want to improve the styling of the application a bit, right? So I want to improve the login page, so to speak, and I want to ask Cursor to do this. Since it's just a mundane styling task, this shouldn't be really a big deal. Now let's do the following. I've already prepared a design for the application. For that, I've picked a design from Dribble, okay, just as a demo. Shout out to Gabriel Hudoba, I hope I pronounced that correctly. And I will ask Cursor, as you can see here, I've added this to my project. And I will ask Cursor to make the changes to the index file in our home routing group and also to the sign in and sign up page. So we're going to be starting with this page, right? Splash. Okay, so I would like you to add or to fine-tune the styling of the app a bit. For that, I want you to work on, and we'll use index, right? App home index. Could you please make it look exactly like, we'll want to link this. Please also make sure that you use GlueStack version 2. So for that, I will link the official documentation. If you don't know how to import components, please have a look at official documentation. We want to link GlueStack. Let's see, I haven't added that yet, right? So we'll go to docs. No, okay. So the way you can add something to Cursor is you want to go to GlueStack, click on docs, and now you want to copy that link. You want to head over here. You want to click add new doc, paste that here. Hit enter, GlueStack V2 docs, and you want to click confirm. Now, as you can see here, Cursor already indexed the documentation. So we want to delete it here and we want to link that here. So GlueStack V2 docs. If you don't know how to import components, please have a look at index, because you can find the correct imports there. So I would like to see if Cursor is able to understand that we need to import the components in this way, right? Please only use GlueStack components. Don't create them yourself. Only work on index for now. So let's see how this works. Now, as you can see, Cursor is looking at the documentation, and then it goes ahead, okay, from the current index.tsx, I can see basic authentication, state handling with sign in, sign out, simple text and button components, basic navigation links, and we update the layout to center the content, add the illustration, style the login button, style the sign up, text, and link. So unfortunately, let's see if Cursor did get that right. So we're still in chat. This is why I'm going to copy that, head over here and paste that here. Now we need to install two components, which are text and image. So let's head over to the GlueStack documentation, go to components. And the first thing that we want to add is image. So here we need to run this command inside of the terminal. So let's grab the command. Let's do it like so. And the next thing that we need to add is the text element, which is here. Okay, so let's grab that component, command 2. Let's go here, paste this, and this should resolve both errors. As you can see here, the red squiggly line should disappear any second. And now, let's see, what does it say? Could not be found within the project. So we probably have to restart the server so that everything gets rebuilt again. And then it should work properly, hopefully. So let's reload this. So apparently we're using a placeholder for the application, and for some reason I don't know what this is, the padding looks a bit off. So let's have a look. Maybe we can change this, but for now, let's see. If we go to sign up, we see the sign up page. If we reload and we click on sign in and log in, it doesn't work because we don't link to the we do link to this sign in page, but for some reason the link doesn't work. Okay, so we're going to fix this in a bit. I just want to see why we get this error with the login page. So let's see, maybe we should delete this. Okay, so this fixed the issue. This looks nice. We could add something here, but we don't want to overcomplicate it. So let's see, I wonder why the login page redirection is not working. So it should work. Okay, so, and if you encounter an issue, you can always ask Cursor. So for some reason, I don't get redirected to the login page when I click on the login button. Could you please tell me why? Because apparently you're using a link element and you're redirecting to the /sign-in route, but for some reason it doesn't work. So we'll hit enter. I don't think that this is the problem, but let's see, we'll try this. Let's grab this element. Where is it? The sign in, the button, and we need to paste that here. And of course we have to import use router, and we also have to create a router inside of the application or component, right? So this worked. Apparently I have no clear explanation. So let's see, what did Cursor say? So the link component for Expo router is used for navigation. The href attribute is set to sign in, which should navigate to the sign in page. Ensure that the route exists and it's correctly configured in your app. So it is. Verify the existence of the sign in route. We've done that. Check the Expo route is correctly set up. It should be, yes. Ensure the link component is functioning as expected. Here are some steps to resolve the issue. Check route configuration. Yes, it does exist. Verify that the file is correctly named and located. Verify Expo router setup. Ensure Expo router is properly installed and configured. Yes, it is. Check your app.json to ensure the router is included in the plugins section. So app.json, we go to the plugins, it's included here. And try using the use router hook for programmatic navigation as an alternative. Okay, so, and as I said, whenever you don't understand something, you can just ask Cursor to explain it to you. Okay, so using the use router hook did work, but I don't understand why, because for the sign up page, we're just using the link element and we were able to redirect the user to the sign up page, but the same didn't work for the sign in page until we started using the use router hook. Why is that? So the link component works for sign up. The link component doesn't work for sign in. Both routes are in auth group. The difference lies in how the components were structured. The key difference was in how the components were nested. For the sign up link, you had link and then the text. You had link and then the text. But for the sign in, you had link, then the button and the text. The issue was that you had both a link component trying to handle navigation, a button with an on-press handler trying to do the same thing. The button's on-press event was capturing and handling the click that prevented the link component from handling the navigation. To fix this while still using link, you could have done either this. So let's try this. We'll use the link button and do this one. So let's reload the application, but it still doesn't work. Use the link without the buttons on press or on press with the router. The use router solution works because it provides a single clear path for handling navigation. So let's see, we'll run this application again, reload. For some reason, it still doesn't work. Okay, so for some reason, using the similar version or the same version as with the sign up button doesn't work. This is why I'm using the use router hook, right, to push to the sign in page. And now if we reload the application and we click on the button, we get redirected to the sign in page. Now, I already did the next step. Unfortunately, I forgot to hit the record button. This is why I will read it to you. So I asked Cursor to basically do the same for the sign in page and to use login as a template, so to speak, and it went ahead, told me what it needs to do: centered illustration, welcome text, styled input fields, and so on. Now I'm still in the chat window, keep that in mind. So we want to copy that manually, head over to signin.tsx, and we want to paste that here. So again, we get a few issues because we have to install the text input. And for that, we'll head over to GlueStack UI once more, click on components, and we want to scroll down and we want to double check if the text input does exist. And unfortunately, it doesn't. There is a text input in the bottom sheet, but this is not what we want. So as you can see here, Cursor has some outdated data when it comes to the GlueStack documentation, but this is not a big deal since we know what element we need to use. So we need to use the input element. So this is why we want to import input from input. Now this works, and we also want to use the link component. So if we click here and we scroll down, we should also have the link component, as you can see here. We want to copy the command, head over here, paste this here. So now after we've changed the import at the top, we obviously have to do some changes, right? So right now, Cursor has used the wrong components from GlueStackV2, so the text element doesn't exist. Okay, so what we need to do is, I've prepared something. What we need to do is we need to replace those two text input fields with this code. So let me see. Is everything correct? It should be. And we need to import the input field and we need to save this. So let's see if everything works. Should be good. And then let's open the app. Okay, so we get an error because it says unable to resolve asset images icon.png. So the problem is that something with the assets isn't correct. And I mean, the problem is that we don't have the login.illustration, right? But it's called splash icon for now. This was just a placeholder that Cursor used, right? And now if we add the Risify app, we should be able to open the project. And if we click on the login page, you can see that we have the new styling. Now, apparently the Facebook icon and everything else isn't working. This is because Cursor only added the text element here, right? And what we can do about this is that we head over to Expo icons, and what we want is we need Facebook with circle. So we need to copy that, import this at the top. and we want to copy that and we want to paste it where the Facebook login should be. So right here. Now, as you can see, the styling is still a bit off, right? Because we have to probably do it like so, and we have to do the same for Google and Facebook. Okay. Now, apparently we still have to change the styling a bit. We don't want the gray background. We also don't want the gray background for the other stuff. So let's see, we can just delete the class name completely. So apparently it doesn't look exactly like in the screenshot, but that's not really a big deal. The only thing that I want to do is that I want to delete the padding. So let's see, we'll enter the email address and the password, and now as you can see, we are logged in as user with this email address. So this is great. Obviously, we want to do the same for the sign up page, right? So this is why I head back over to Composer this time, and we'll say, okay, please have a look at, we call it sign up. I want you to create the exact same theme for, so we want to have a look at sign up.png, and I want to create the exact same theme for sign up.tsx. Please only use GlueStackV2 components. If you don't know how to use them or how to import them, have a look at sign in and use the actual documentation of GlueStackV2. So we want to add this and we want to hit enter. And let's have a look at sign up, because I should now go ahead and change the styling. We probably have to, I hope we don't have to import any new components. No, we don't. Okay, so it uses input, image, and typo and everything. So let's see how this will look if I click accept and I click on sign up. Well, this looks pretty great for the first try. If we have a look at signup.png, now apparently we don't need the, we'll just leave it at that, right? So usually it says sign up with email as a new button, and then we would redirect to the sign up page. But other than that, it looks pretty neat. I think I'll leave it at that. So for the first try, that's pretty nice. So now we could finally go ahead and start implementing the types. So the TypeScript types, and then we can start adding the database integration to our application. So, but before we do, we should implement the sign up or sign in functionality with the social logins, right? And for that, we want to head over to a blog article published by Clerk. And as you can see, it says Clerk Expo V2. So we're excited to announce that we have released at Clerk Expo V2 with support for Expo Web. This means that you can create universal apps that run on Android, iOS, and the web, all in a single code base. So if you haven't already created an Expo app with Clerk, you can follow the Expo Quick Start guide. You can use the pre-built components for the web, and you can also build universal authentication flows from one code base. So now what we want to do here is that we want to use this OAuth hook, right? So we copy that content and we head over here. We want to create 3 files: sign in with OAuth Google, sign in with OAuth Facebook, and sign in with OAuth Apple. So let's copy that, and we need to rename this to Facebook, and we need to rename this file to Apple. Okay, and now you want to paste the contents of the file here. And the only thing that we need to change is the strategy that we're going to be using for each of the different buttons, right? So first we need OAuth Google in the correct file, and then we also want to paste that here, but we want to change it to OAuth Facebook, and Cursor already auto-completes this. And we also want to save this, and we want to change it to OAuth Apple. Now you obviously also want to change the button text to Apple, right? And we will also use the correct GlueStack UI components in here, but I will fix this off camera. And we want to change the button text here, and we also want to, here the button text is correct. So now I will quickly go ahead, change the buttons to the GlueStack components, and then I will show you the result and how to integrate it into our current UI. So now what I did is that I've basically replaced the buttons that were manually coded inside of here with the sign in with OAuth components. And if we have a look at, for example, this one, you can see that this button element was inside of the sign up component before, and now it's inside of the sign in OAuth google.tsx. We also trigger the onPress function once the user clicks it. And now if we click on continue with Google, you can see we get a notification says Expo wants to use google.com to sign in. We'll click continue, then we can choose an account and click continue, and we should also be redirected to the homepage, so to speak. And as you can see, I'm logged in with my Google account. Now if I click sign out, I will be redirected to the login page again. I can go to the sign up page, and I can do the same for Facebook and Apple. Okay, and now that we've got that out of the way, we want to ask Cursor to create all of the types that we need for our application by building them with the templates that it can find in PRD, right? Because if we have a look at PRD and we scroll down, you can see that we have the interfaces for the error handling scenarios, and we also have the typefaces, the interfaces for the analysis request, analysis response, and the UI store, chat store, and the user, and also the authentication store. So we'll head over to Composer and say, okay, now we have the basic styling and also the authentication. What I want you to do now is have a look at PRD and help me set up all of the different types that we need. So the interfaces for our Zustand store definitions, for example, auth store, chat store, and so on. Please screen PRD completely for all of the interfaces that we need and create a folder with the designated files inside of our project directory. And then you want to hit enter and you want to let Cursor do its magic. It says, first, let me analyze the PRD for all the required types. Let me create the necessary type definitions. So as you can see, this is the beauty of the new agent update. Okay, we create a directory. So this command just means make directory inside of Risify app source types. So we run the command and we should see a new folder which already exists, right? Because I've created it before, but it's good to know that Cursor can run commands inside of the chat window. And as you can see, now we get the different files for all of the interfaces. So the user interface with the user and subscription status, the chat, and also the error, and we should also get the store, yes. So we'll give it a few more seconds, and once Cursor is done, we'll hit accept all. And now we can basically start integrating our database. So for that, we'll head over to NeonDB and drizzle ORM because we have to understand how we can actually implement the database, right? And I want to do this manually because usually Cursor fucks this up, right? Because sometimes you have to debug a lot, especially when it comes to drizzle ORM, because sometimes there are updates that Cursor doesn't have in its database yet, and it basically is using deprecated code, which is not that good. So we'll head over to NeonDB. Let's do this, Neon Tech, and we also want to head over to Drizzle. So what you want to do now is you want to click on documentation, and then you click on guides here on the left sidebar, and then you want to click on Neon, and essentially here is how you can connect Drizzle with Neon. Now, Drizzle has a native support for Neon connections with the Neon-HTTP and Neon WebSockets drivers. These use the Neon serverless driver under the hood. With the Neon HTTP and Neon WebSockets drivers, you can access the Neon database from serverless environments over HTTP or WebSockets instead of TCP. Querying over HTTP is faster for single non-interactive transactions. And essentially, the installation process is pretty simple. All we have to do is we have to install the packages. So we'll grab those, head over here. As you can see, I've already installed them. And the second step is that we need to initialize the driver, and we really don't need to make a query, so we can neglect the last line here. Actually, we need this one. So we'll need to head back to Cursor, and what we need to create inside of the source folder is an index.ts file. And inside of here, we want to paste the database connection, right? So as I've said, we don't need the last part. We can essentially delete it. And we also need to the DB so that we can access the driver inside of our other components, right? Now, the next thing that we need to do is we need to create a schema file. And there are essentially two ways how we can create a schema file. So you can have a schema file where you basically put all of the code in one file with all of the tables that you need. So the user tables, the analysis tables, the chat table, and so on. But I think this is a little bit, well, not too complicated, but the file is getting too big, really. And there's essentially another way that you can use. Let me quickly check, where is it? I think it should be here under Schema Fundamentals. So as you can see, here are the different options. So we can have the schema in one file. The most common way to declare your schema with Drizzle is to put all your tables into one schema file. This approach works well if you don't have too many table models defined, or if you're okay with keeping them all in one file. Now, since it's just a small project, we could go with one file, but I want to show you how it's done properly if you plan to build a bigger project. Okay, so this is why we're going to implement multiple files. And what we essentially need to do is we need to create a schema folder inside of the DB folder. So let's quickly do this. Let's head over here, a new folder. And inside of the schema folder, we put all of our different schema files that we need. And then we need the next thing. Then we need another thing, which is the drizzle.config file, because we have to tell Drizzle where to find all of the schemas, right? So essentially we have to define an entry point inside of our config file. So Drizzle knows, okay, inside of this schema folder, it can find all of the different schemas for our application. And the way you go about it is that you head over to Cursor, you want to create a drizzle.config file inside of the source directory, and the Drizzle file has some things. So first of all, you want to import the type, which is config, and the next thing is that you want to export default object, and inside of this object you have defined the schema, which essentially is the route to your schema.ts file, right? So it's inside schema db inside source db schema.ts, and let me quickly add the slash in the beginning so that we don't get any errors. You also want to add the out property, and we want to put it inside of Drizzle, and we need a driver. Now essentially we have multiple options here, but we go with PostgreSQL, and now we want to have another object, which is DB credentials, and here it's URL. Let me see, I think it should be URL, and there we have to add the environment variable with our database URL. Now, unfortunately, I think we don't even need the driver object. What we really need is the, let me check, dialect, and the dialect is PostgreSQL, and now you can see the error is gone, and we can also use the URL property. Okay, so we need to save this. Now we have to do something inside of the schema file, because since the schema.ts file now is our entry point, so to speak, we have to kind of import or combine all of the different schemas that we use inside of our application in the schema.ts file. Okay, so I will do this manually for one table, for the user table, and actually this table is quite big, and the other stuff we let Cursor do, right? So inside of the schema file, we want to create a new file, call it users.ts. And here we want to import a few things. So we need to import PG table. We need to import text. We also need to import timestamp. We also need to import integer. We need to import UUID, Boolean, JSONB, numeric. So let me quickly add the comma, numeric. We want to add foreign key. And is there anything else? No. So we import that from Drizzle ORM PG core. And the next thing is that we also need to import SQL from Drizzle ORM. And now we're going to define the users table. Okay, so as you can see, Cursor is already auto-completing for us. So we'll do export const users, PG table, users, and then we want to head over an object. And inside of the object is, first we want to call it, we want to add a command which says we use text for ID, since Clerk provides string IDs. And keep in mind, we want to add our users to the database, right? So we need a way of storing the clerk ID inside of our database. So we have an ID as a text with the key ID, and we also want to have it as a primary key. The next thing that we need to add is an email, which is also in a text of type email, and it shouldn't be null, and also it should be unique, right? So the next thing that we need is we need to add a created at property, and this property really is a timestamp with created at, and it's not null, and it's default SQL current timestamp. So let me quickly change this. It was not correct. Default SQL dot current timestamp. It's like so current timestamp. So let's correct this by using cursor autocomplete. We want to save this, and in addition to that, we need some more things, some more properties. So in addition to the created at, we also need conversations remaining with an integer, because keep in mind, we have a free tier, right? And we want to give the user the option of making, I don't know, 3 to 5 API requests. So we need a way to count the remaining conversations. So let me see, conversations remaining, and we want to close this. This should be default 5 and not null. Then we need the Stripe customer ID. So let's add that, Stripe customer ID. This is a text object, and Stripe, we call it Stripe customer ID. And we also need a subscription tier. So subscription tier, which also is of type text. We call it subscription tier, and the default is free. So let me do this correctly. And also we have a not null function. Okay, so we probably have forgotten a comma here. So this is why we get some errors. And the next thing is that we also need to have the subscription status, right? Because we want to track if the user has a subscription or not. This is a JSON B object. It says subscription status, and the default value will pass an object, because actually we need is active. The default is false. We need a period end, because we need to know when the subscription will end. This is null per default. And we also want to add the property cancel at period end. This is false. And we want to save this. Let me quickly check if I forgot anything. Yeah, so current period end, and this is the timestamp current period end. Okay, so this is actually how you would be a table inside of Drizzle ORM, or with Drizzle ORM, so you can push it to NeonDB. The other stuff I will let Cursor do, and for that we'll head over to the Composer. And if we have a look at PRD, you can see that, or let's have a look at the preview PRD because it's a bit prettier. You can see that I've essentially defined the database schema here, right? So we import the different modules here, and this is the users table that we've already implemented. So we still need the subscriptions, we need the analysis, we need the suggestions, and we need the messages, error logs, and I think that should be about it. So we want to head over to Composer and say, please have a look at PRD, and then look at, and we want to add the schema folder as context. So not the file, but the folder. How can we do this? So let's see. So we'll grab this, we'll put that here, schema folder. I don't know why I wasn't able to select it inside of the file picker, no idea, but we'll just do it like so. And then please add all the missing schema files. As you can see, I've already created the user schema, and I also created a index.ts file, or a schema.ts file rather, where I need you to basically combine all of the different schema files so that I don't get any errors with the drizzle.config.ts import. And now we want to hit enter. And now Cursor should go ahead and install all of the different, or add the code for all of the different schema files. I noticed you mentioned schema file, but I don't see it in the current context. Let me help you create all the necessary schema files based on the PRD. First, I'll create a schema directory if it doesn't exist. And we don't really need to do this because we've already done it, so we'll just skip this. So Cursor actually understood the assignment and checked if we already have the schema file. And yes, we did. Yes, we do. We also have the users.ts file. Now, based on the PRD, Cursor says the existing schema and the existing schema structure, we need to create several additional schema files. Let me create them. First, let's create the chat messages schema, analysis, and so on. And as you can see here, Cursor goes ahead and creates all of the different files. Now, we get an error here. It says property default random does not exist on type is primary key. So we'll check that out later. So what Cursor tries to do is it tries to assign a random value to the primary key, but we don't really need this. So we'll just delete this method manually. So let's do it like so. This should resolve the issue also here and here too. So now all the files are green. Let's have a look at what Cursor told us, or let's have a look at what Cursor is telling us. I've created all necessary schema files based on the PRD, users, messages, analysis, error, schema, .ts, main file that exports all schemas for drizzle configuration. So if we have a look at schema.ts, this is essentially what this file does. So it exports all of the schemas from all of the different files, and then it basically imports the schemas for the drizzle.config file, as you can see here. Now, I want to do one more thing, which is ask Cursor if these are really all of the schema files that we need. So now that we've created all of the different schema files, could you please check PRD as again and tell me if those schema files are really all of the different schema files that we need, or if we have forgotten anything. So we want to hit enter and let's see what Cursor is telling us. Okay, and we are indeed missing a few important schema files. So the PRD includes additional schema definitions that we haven't implemented yet. Here are the missing schemas. Subscriptions, we have subscriptions. Analysis for tracking conversation analysis. So this is just the suggestions for storing AI generated responses. Let me create those missing schema files. So accept all. And now if you don't understand the difference between analysis with an E and analysis with an I, you can always ask Cursor. So I really don't get the difference between sys and analysis. Why do we need both files according to PRD? Looking at the PRD, in our current server, you're right, we have a redundancy here. Okay, so let me explain. Analysis with an I exports analysis history, and analysis with an E exports analysis. Looking at their purposes, both are tracking conversation analysis, both store similar information. They're essentially doing the same job. This is actually a mistake on my part. We should consolidate these into a single schema file. The PRD shows one complete schema file for analysis, and we accidentally created two separate ones. Okay, so this can happen. Cursor is not perfect, right? This is why you have to manually double check its work. And now let's consolidate them into a single file. We should keep analysis with an E, as it has the more complete schema that matches the PRD exactly. Here's what we should do. So we need to delete this. So delete analysis with an I. Update the schema.ts to remove the duplicate reference. And now let's update the main schema.ts file to remove references to the old file. Okay, so accept. And now we should be good to go. As you can see, Cursor created the last table, which is the suggestions.ts file. And now the next thing that we can do is to add our schemas to the Neon database. And essentially how we do this is by using two commands, which are called drizzle kit generate and drizzle kit push. Now, if we head back over to the Drizzle documentation and you, in the left, you click on Migrations, Overview, and Generate, you can see that there's a quick explanation. So what Drizzle Kit Generate does. So Drizzle Kit Generate lets you generate SQL migrations based on your Drizzle schema upon declaration or on subsequent schema changes. Now, how does that work under the hood? It will read through your Drizzle schema files and compose a JSON snapshot of your schema. It will read through your previous migration, so any versions, any prior versions of your schema files, so to speak, and compare current JSON snapshot to the most recent one. Based on JSON differences, it will generate SQL migrations. Now, what we need to do is we have to run the command bun drizzle kit generate. Okay, so I probably made a mistake, and we have to put the drizzle.config.ts file inside of the root of our app directory, not inside of the source directory. So I've moved the drizzle.config file to the root directory. Let's see if this works now. So we'll see bun drizzle kit generate. Okay, so actually this works. That was my bad. I'm sorry, so you have to put the drizzle.config.ts file inside of the root of your project directory, right? Not inside of the source folder. That was incorrect. And now, as you can see, we created a new Drizzle folder, or rather the command created a new Drizzle folder with the migration called 0000 unusual nova.sql. And as you can see here, inside of the terminal, we have all of our defined schemas, so users, messages, error, underscore logs, subscriptions, analysis, and suggestions. And now the only thing that we need to do is we need to run bun drizzle kit push. And if we've done everything correctly, this should hopefully push all of our tables to our database, and we should be able to see them inside of Neon dashboard. So let's see. Okay. It says pulling schema from database, worked, changes applied. And if we head back over to our Neon console and we go to tables, we should be able to see our tables. Look at that. That worked, which is great. And now, as you can see, we have the analysis table with all our defined columns, error logs, messages, subscriptions, suggestions, and the users table. One thing I will probably change off camera is that I will rename the column ID to clerk ID, right? Because actually we need two IDs. We need the ID for the user inside of the Neon database, and we also need the clerk ID, so I haven't thought about that. But as I've said, I will fix this off camera. And now the next thing that we need to do is to connect clerk to Neon database, right? Because we actually want to store the users, the clerk, we actually want to store the clerk user inside of the users table. Now, as you can see, I've added the clerk ID to our user schema. I've created a migration and I pushed it to the database. Now, if we have a look at users, you can see that I have successfully added the clerk ID to the users table, right? Now, the way we connect clerk to Neon is through a token, right? Because somehow we need to synchronize creating the inside of clerk with creating the user inside of Neon, if that makes sense. And the way we do this is by using hooks provided by clerk. Okay, so for that, essentially what we need to do is we need to create our own custom hook, which basically synchronizes both requests, right? So the request from clerk, which takes place when we create a new user or a user logs in, and the request that we make to our Neon database to add this user, right? Or check if the user is already inside of our users table. Now, for that, we'll need to head over to the hooks folder and we'll create a new file and we'll call it useauth.sync.ts. And we need to import a few things. So first of all, we need to import useauth and useUser from clerk. So this is the correct import. What we also need is the query client. So we need to import query client, use query client. So where is it? Use query client from 10stack React query. And we still need to install this. So we need to do bun install at 10stack React query. Now this should resolve the error. And we also need to import DB. As you can see here, we need to import useEffect from React. This is also correct. And we need to import users from our DB schema users. But we can import it from DB schema essentially. We have to import it from source. So at source. Okay, sometimes I don't get why cursor is throwing errors. Now I've used the auto completion option and now it works. So, okay, so let's have a look at the hook. We have export const use auth sync, and we want to have two state variables, is loaded and is signed in. We also need is auth loaded, we need is signed in, and we also need user ID, and we need the user object is loaded, is unloaded, is user loaded from use user, and we also need to define the query client with use query client. Okay, now what we need to do is we have to use the useEffect hook, and for those of you who don't know what the useEffect hook does, let's do a quick explanation, because for me it took a while until I was able to understand what the useEffect hook actually does. Understanding useEffect isn't as trivial as you might think, because you need to have some kind of understanding of how React works under the hood, okay? And whenever I don't understand something, I use Claude or any LLM really. So let's head back over to Claude and let us explain how component mounting or hooks in the next step really work. So understanding why components mount is directly connected to React's core structure and philosophy. Let me explain this foundational concept. So React is built around the idea of a component tree, which means so you have the app at the top, for example, the root component, right? This is the app. Just like a family tree, starts with grandparents at the top and branches down to children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and so on. React applications start with a root component, usually called app, and branch down into smaller components. Now, here's a simple example to visualize this. As you can see, we have the app or the function app, which is the root component, and inside of the root component, we add different child components, okay? Similar to what we do here, right? So this is kind of the root component. Where do we have it? Root layout nav, this structure here, and inside of it, we load the children, or in our case, because we're using Expo or React Native, we load the slot, which is a child really. And here, this is how child components look like. So maybe you have a main component, and this main component consists of other components. So for example, in this case, it's a grandchild component, the user profile, and the article list. Now, when React starts your application, it needs to bring this tree to life. This is where mounting comes in. React follows a specific process. First, it starts at the root. When it sees a component like main component, it has to mount it before it can continue. So this is just how this process is called, right? Mounting. If that component contains other components like user profile or article list, those need to be mounted too. This process continues until the entire tree is mounted and visible. Think of it like building a Lego tower. You can't place the third block until you've mounted or placed the second block, which needed the first block to be mounted. Each piece needs to be properly set up and stable before you can build on top of it. Components also get mounted when they appear due to this one. So what is happening here? We have the root app component, and we have two states which are called profile, set show profile, and usually this is set to false, so we don't show the profile, and we return a component which really is a button where we can click it, and the button has a label show profile, and if we click it, we essentially change the state to true, and then we show the profile, right? So user profile only mounts when show profile becomes true. In this case, user profile mounts when someone clicks the button, as I've just explained. This is like having a box of Lego pieces next to your tower. They only get mounted when needed. Understanding mounting is crucial because it helps you control when initialization in code runs, understand performance impacts, and so on. And now if we have a look at what this means for use hook, So, and now if we have a look at the other explanation, so think of mounting as setting up furniture in a house. When you first bring in a piece of furniture like a bookshelf, you need to find the right spot, put it together, maybe add some books and decorations, make sure everything's working properly. In React, mounting works very similarly. When a component mounts, it's being set up and placed into your web page for the first time. Let's break this down with a simple example. So we have the welcome message and we use the use effect hook, which is essentially triggering or checking a specific state, right? So in this example, it just says console log, hello, I've just been mounted. And this runs when the components unmounts. And the mounting process happens in a specific order. First, React creates your component instance. Just like taking the furniture out of the box, during this phase it sets up the initial props and state. Next comes the rendering phase. This is like deciding where to put the furniture. React figures out what HTML element needs to be created based on your component's return statement. Finally, React performs the commit phase, actually putting the furniture in place. This is when your component becomes visible on the screen and the use effect code runs. You might wonder, why do we care about mounting? Well, mounting is the perfect time to load data from a server, set up subscriptions or event listeners, initialize third-party libraries, start animations. And here's a more practical example where we basically fetch data from an API. But let's head back over to our application and have a look at what this actually means for our use auth sync hook. So in our case, let's just write a few lines of code and then everything will be clearer, I promise. So we'll have to use the use effect hook, use effect, and we want to wait for both clerk auth and user data to load. So if is auth loaded, or is user loaded, we want to do nothing, right? So we kind of test if either of those two options not loaded, we want to return nothing. So which means basically we don't want to do anything, right? Now, the next thing that we need to do is we want to handle the user sign in. So if is signed in and user, so not user ID, but only user, then we want to sync user with database. And we still need to write this function, so bear with me, this is why we get an error. And we also want to add state here, which is auth loaded. We want to add is user loaded, and we want to add the is signed in. So this is essentially the different variables or the different states that we're looking out for. So in this example, you can think of use effect like a tracking system, right? So when someone opens our Riz app and signs up, Clerk handles their authentication first. And the use effect hook is like an automated system that's constantly watching those three crucial things, right? Has Clerk finished loading, which is auth loaded? Is the user information ready, which is user loaded state? And has the user successfully signed in, which is this state here? And the hook runs in the following situation. So when the app first loads and anytime one of those three watched values changes. And when all conditions are met at the top here, so everything is loaded and the user is signed in, the use effect triggers the sync user with database function, which then checks if this user already exists in our Neon database. If they are new, creates the new record with 5 free analysis credits. And if they exist, ensures our app has their current data. So what we want to do is we want to create the function, which is called const sync user with database. And it's an async function, as you can see here. And we want to do the following. So this is not correct. We want to do the following. We want to write a try statement. And inside of this try statement, we want to have an existing user. And we want to await db.query users, find first, where users equals and equals users.id. So sometimes I hate cursors auto completing feature. And the next thing that we want to do is we want to check if there is no existing user. So if exclamation mark existing user, we want to do the following. We want to insert a new user inside of our users table with the following values. So the value should be with a user ID, and this has to be there. So this is the exclamation mark. Okay, so the user ID definitely exists. We want to add the email to primary email address, and we want to add the subscription tier, and we also want to add conversations remaining, because remember, every free user should get 5 conversations, right? And we can also initialize other user fields as needed, but for now, we'll just go with those. We also want to use query client invalidate queries, query key user. And we do this to invalidate user queries to trigger re-catch. So now we need to finish the try statement, so catch error. So, and now, as I've said, whenever you don't understand something, let's add the last part of this. So we still need to return something, right? So we need to return is loaded with is auth loaded and is user loaded. We also need to return this one, user ID and user. So let's do it like so. Now, again, whenever you don't understand something, you want to ask cursor, right? So for this code snippet, let's do the following. Okay, so now I've implemented the use auth sync hook, as you can see in your context window. Could you please explain to me in plain English and without any technical jargon what exactly it does? Also, please explain why we need the use effect hook and what it actually does. So we are not done yet, right? So the use auth sync hook is not the only thing that we need. We still need the auth provider, because somehow we need to give access to this hook to our application, right? And we will wrap our root layout in yet another provider. And if we have a look at the layout file, you can see we're using clerk provider right now. We still need to, we will use another provider called the auth provider, and we'll call it auth sync. And we will also need to wrap the root layout into the query client provider, right? Because somehow we need access to React query, because otherwise we won't be able to manage the server state with React query. But one thing after the other. So first, let us explain what exactly this file does, and then we'll have a look at React query, why we're using React query in this example and not Zustand. So, okay, for whatever reason, this didn't work. So let's use auth sync hook, and let's try that again. So let me break this down in simple terms. The use auth sync hook does 2 main things. It keeps track of whether someone is signed into your app. It makes sure that when someone signs in, their information is saved in your database. Think of it like a bouncer at a club who checks if you have ID, are you signed in? If you're a first-time visitor, writes down your information in the guest book, aka the database. And the use effect hook is like setting up an automatic door sensor. It watches for certain things to change in this case. When someone signs in and then does something in response, for certain things to change, in this case, when someone signs in, and then does something in response. We need it because it runs automatically when someone signs in. It only runs when it needs to, aka when the sign-in status changes. It prevents us from having to manually check if we need to save user information. So without the use effect hook, it would be like having the bouncer constantly asking, did someone new just walk in? Should I check their ID again? Instead, the use effect hook just automatically notices when someone new arrives. The specific things it watches for are is auth loaded, is user loaded, and is signed in. Now, how does React query fit in all this? Why don't we use Zustand as state management? The reason why React query is enough and we don't need Zustand in addition to that, or only Zustand, is React query is specifically designed for handling server state, right? So the data that lives on the server and needs to be synchronized with our frontend. In our authentication case, we're dealing with exactly that. User data that lives inside of our, if we have a look at this, user data that lives inside of our Neon database, right? Which is server state. And Clerk's authentication service, which is obviously also server state, because we're not handling it directly inside of the phone, so to speak. And you can think of it this way. So when we use Clerk and our database, we're not really managing local state on the phone or inside of our real application, so to speak. Instead, we're synchronizing three things. So really, clerk authentication. So we check, is the user logged in or not? What's their email? The database state. How many conversations does the user have from his 5 free conversation? What's their subscription status? And the UI that needs to reflect this information. So React query really excels at those because it caches the server responses, automatically revalidates data when needed, and handles loading states. And for that, we still have to create the auth provider, right? And we do this inside of the components folder. So, or you know what, we'll create another folder and we'll call it providers to really have separation of concerns. So we call this providers, and we create a new file, call it authprovider.tsx. And here we need to import a few things. So we need to import clerk provider because actually we need access to. So in here, we really need to import a few things, or really we only need to import one thing, which is the use auth sync hook from our correct file. And we create auth sync, and we put the children in there, which are really a React node. What's it? React node. And we want to create, and we want to grab the isLoaded state from use auth sync, and we want to check if the user is not loaded. We want to return a loading screen. Now apparently we need to create that component, right? This is why it's red. And we want to return the children. And the next thing that we need to do is we need to export the auth sync. So export const auth sync children React node. So we'll need to have a small c, and then we want to return the auth sync and the children. So this is essentially what we need to do. Apparently we get a bunch of errors, but this is all right because it's export function, by the way. Okay, so and it's export const auth provider, and we want to do it like so. Now apparently the only thing we want to do is nothing here. I don't really want to create a loading state, so let's just return null. Now we have to go back to our app.layout, as you can see here, and we need to import the auth provider, and we want to wrap our application in the auth provider like so. Okay, so and the last thing that we need to do is we need to create a new file, call it query client provider.tsx, and we want to import the query client, and we also want to do it like so. Okay, so this is the basic boilerplate for a query client. We have the query provider with the children, and we return the query client provider with the query client. Now, what we need to do now, or what I've done off camera, is I've refactored the code a bit, right? Because I've ran into some issues with NeonDB. Essentially, I got the same issue as before. Essentially, it said, okay, the console method is only available inside of the clerk provider context. And so what I did was really, I copied the clerk provider and added it to the auth provider, and I also added the token cache. As you can remember, the token cache was inside of the layout file before. I've added this to the auth provider, as you can see here, token cache, and also the publishable key. And I wrapped the auth sync provider inside of our clerk provider with the clerk loaded. And then I import everything inside of here with auth provider. Okay. And now we need to do it like so. This should resolve the, sometimes I really don't get it. So import query provider. So this worked. So now we should be able to sync our clerk user objects to our database. And we only need to do one more thing because we want to access the user data, right? So we want to create a new hook, call it use user data. like so, .ts. And we need to do a bunch of things. So first of all, we need to import the use user from clerk-expo. We also want to import use query from React Query. We also want to import DB from source DB. By the way, for those of you who wonder, I've renamed my index.ts file to db.ts. It's just easier, right? So I know exactly that this is the DB client. And we also want to import the users from source DB schema. So it's actually, let's see, it's source DB schema like so, and this is also correct. And now we want to create user data function, and we also want to destructure the props, right? So we want to get the clerk, where is it? Clerk user from here. It's called clerk. Jesus, clerk user like so. And we want to use data DB user, comma, is loading, and we want to use query like so. And we need a query key, which clerk user ID, which is correct, and also the query function, which is an async function with async function, but we want to check whether or not the clerk user ID is in the database. And if not, we'll return null. And then we want to create a new user object, db query dot users dot find first, and where users is equal to users.id clerk user.id. And then we want to return the user like so, and in the end we want to return clerk user db user and is loading, clerk user db user and is loading. Okay. So, and now if we've done everything correctly, by the way, I had to fix a small bug inside of the db.ts file. So we have to initialize the DB client in this way. So we have to call drizzle with SQL, and we also have to pass the schema, because if we don't do this, we get an error inside of the database querying function. So let me show you. If we choose to do it like so. So this was the initial definition that I had prior to this, like so. I mean, this doesn't throw any errors inside of the db.ts file, but if you have a look at use auth sync, you can now see that Drizzle doesn't really recognize our users table, right? And then we get an error which says error syncing user with a database, cannot read property find first. This is why we have to change the db.ts file to this. And now, as you can see, we don't get any errors. And if we switch back over to Neon, as you can see here, we already have the user file, right? So, and this is the, okay, now essentially there's one minor issue, and that is that we're storing the clerk ID for the ID and also for the clerk ID. So this is not really what we want, right? We want to have a unique identifier for our ID here, but this is not really a big deal since. So essentially what I had to do in order to fix the bug with the clerk ID and the ID was to delete it here. Okay, so actually this will be, the ID will be set behind the scenes from Neon. As you can see here, we have the UID identifier. What I had to do was I had to go inside of the schema files and I had to set the UUID here and set it to default random. This is why it's, well, as I've said, set behind the scenes, and we don't really have to set it inside of the hook anymore. But what I also had to do was to basically change all of the references inside of the other tables to also UUID, right? Because you can't have the ID as text in one schema and in another schema you define it as a UUID. This doesn't work. So you have to have either only UUIDs or only text, like with the image URL. So for example, so this should be text, right, in every file. And after I've made the changes, I had to run another migration. So essentially push the schema to the database. And now if we have a look at use auth hook, as you can see, this is all green, the file. We don't get any errors. We also don't get any errors inside of the DB. So inside of the simulator, because this was the error that I received before, which says error syncing user with database, invalid input syntax for type UUID. And essentially what this meant was that I tried to set the ID twice, if that makes sense. Now, and if we head over here now, as you can see, we have the user ID with clerk. So if we double check this inside of our clerk dashboard, let's see, let's go to the dashboard. As you can see, we have 2 users, and the first user, which is currently authenticated inside of the application, is user underscore 2PNY. And if we have a look at neon.console, you can see that it is indeed the correct user, user underscore 2PNY. Great. Now we have user authentication, we have basic styling. Now what we want to do is we want to create the main screen of our app. Okay, now let's ask Cursor what we should do next. So we want to link the PRD, and we want to ask Cursor, could you please screen PRD one more time? Now that we've implemented the basic authentication, we have basic styling, we have implemented the query provider, I am thinking about creating the main screen of my app, or do you think we should do something else first according to PRD? We still need to set up the Zustand store, right? So please screen PRD, as I've said, and propose a plan. If you think we should do something differently from what's been written inside of the PRD, please tell me. Use your own brain. Don't just believe everything that's inside of there. You are the senior developer and you want to guide me through the process. So lay out a step-by-step plan. Don't write any code yet and wait for my confirmation. So, and we want to hit enter. And now it will probably say we need to create the stores and slices first, so that we basically have set up all of our infrastructure, and then we can go ahead and start with the API calls and start to set up or implement the basic screen. So as you can see, we have basic authentication, we have database schema with Drizzle, we have basic UI components with GlueStack, we have basic routing structure. And here's my proposed plan, slightly different from what's in the PRD. Who would have expected that? State management setup, critical first step, because we need to set up Zustand store for auth chat UI before building the UI, which makes sense. This will make component development much smoother. We will prevent prop drilling and state management headaches later. And then we want to start with the image upload and camera integration, chat interface and analysis flow, subscription system as the last step. And my reasoning for this order: state management first prevents architectural issues later. Image upload is the core feature. Users need this to do anything. Then we want to implement the chat analysis, which is the value proposition really of this app. And the subscription can be added once core features work. And the differences from the PRD. PRD suggests building subscription system earlier. I recommend deferring it until core features work. Okay, so as I've said, I want to do the store setup manually so that I can walk you through the process. I will do this for the let's see, we have to create the auth store, the chat store, and the UI store. So I will do this for the auth store manually. I will explain the code, and then we'll let Cursor handle the other 2 stores, or the other 2 slices. So to create our auth store, we need a few things. Now, one thing we already have, and this is inside of the types folder, inside of store, we already have our interface for the auth store, right? Because Cursor already created this in the beginning based on our PRD. Now we need a few more things. So first we need a store folder inside of our source folder. Inside of this store folder, we need another folder called auth because we want to have separation of concerns. As you remember, we want to create the auth store, the chat store, and the Y store. So we'll basically have 3 different folders inside of the store folder, right? Now inside of the index.tsx, we'll probably simply export our store implementation, right? And inside of the store.ts file, we implement our store, and we'll do this in the following way. Now, keep in mind, if you have never worked with Zustand before, this will be complicated, right? It took me a long time to understand what is even happening. In fact, I'm not sure if I've understood everything correctly and 100%. I will do my best to guide you through the code, but bear with me if not all of my explanations are always on point, right? Now we'll do this for the auth store manually, and then I will ask Cursor to create all of the other stores. Now, essentially what we need to do is we need to import a few things. So we want to import create from Zustand, and we have already installed Zustand. This is why we don't get any issues. And we also want to import DevTools, and we want to import persist from Zustand middleware. Now, you have already heard of middleware because we're already using a middleware, right? Inside of, now you have already heard of middleware. In fact, in many of my other web dev projects, I'm using Clerk middleware, which essentially is handling route protection. And to understand what middleware actually does, we first have to understand what Zustand actually does. And you can think of Zustand as a box where we keep the information that many different parts of our app need to know about, right? In our case, we're keeping track of user information and their authentication status. Now, first I want to write the function, and then I will walk you through what it does, right? So we need to create the useAuth store, and this is of type auth store, right? This is why we need to import it, and we need to import it from add source type store to resolve the issue, okay? Now, next, we also want to use the DevTools, and we want to use the persist method. And what the persist method really does is it's like having an automatic save feature, right? So without persist, every time we refresh the app or close the app and then start it again, all of the information in our store would disappear. And as you can remember, this is not what we want, right? This is why we're using the token cache, right? Because we want to have something so that our app can remember the user is already authenticated. And it's the same with the persist method. With persist, we can tell our store, hey, save these specific pieces of information so they're still there when the user comes back. And with DevTools, you can think of it like adding a window to our store. When you're developing the app, you kind of want to use the special browser tools to see what's happening inside your store, right? So what information changed, when it changed, and why. And it's like having a security camera system for the data. This is why we want to use DevTools. Now we want to use persist, as I've said, and we need to do it like so. And here comes the store content. So we'll skip this for now. And the next thing that we need to do is we need to have a name, which is called auth storage, and we also need to partialize this. And essentially what you can find here is what we have to save right now. So there's one thing which took me a long time to understand, which is the following. So if we're in the persist, first we want to do a few things, right? So we want to set all of the different let's see, if we head back over to the store, as you can see here, we have the different properties, right? And we want to have a initial state for all of them, because if we don't do this, we will get this error which says is missing the following properties from type store, is authenticated, is loading, yada. And essentially, these are all of the different properties here. Okay, so we need to set all of them. First, we want to set the user, then we want to set is authenticated, which is false per default, and we want to set is loading, which is true, and the subscription status is null, really. And when it comes to the user, we want to take the user object and we want to set it. So bear with me, I will explain everything in a bit, but to be honest, it's incredibly hard to type and explain at the same time. So this is why I will add everything. So maybe I can do it, just do it like so. As you can see, we still get some errors because it says it's missing the following properties from type auth store: set is authenticated, set is loading, set subscription status, update, conversation, remaining, and logout. So let's grab those here. And we want to go here and make it like so, and we want to save it. And now we should have resolved all of the issues. Okay, so what is actually happening? Some of the things I already explained, right? So inside of the store, we want to set the initial values of all of the different properties. Now, what is actually happening with the 3 dots here? Now, this is called a spread operator, and it's like saying keep everything that was already there. So let's see this in action. As you can see here, we are using the state. We keep everything that was already in the state, but we update the user information. So you can think of it like updating a recipe card. Instead of rewriting the whole recipe card, you just want to change the cooking temperature, for example. You make a copy of the card with this operator here, .state, then just write the new temperature. In our case, that's the user, and all the other instructions stay the same. So we want to save everything, and in addition to that, we also need the use-user hook because we want to access the user information inside of our application, right? So this is why we need to create a new useuser.ts file inside of our hooks folder. And the way we access this information is by using export const useuser, and then we want to create a user variable with use auth store state user. Now, apparently we have to import this at the top, otherwise we'll get an error. And we also need to create a is authenticated variable use auth store, and we want to set the state to is authenticated. And what we want to return is user and is authenticated. Now, is loading and subscription status we will ignore for now. So, and now you might ask, what does this hook actually do? And this is like creating a convenient package deal. So instead of having to grab the user and authentication status separately every time whenever we need to access it, we bundle them together in one easy to use function. The overall folder structure makes this neat and organized, right? So inside of the stores, so this folder should really be called stores, but we'll leave it at store for now. So inside of this folder, this is where we keep the main store logic. Inside of index.ts file is like the front desk. It tells the part of our app how to access this specific store. And the hook, in this case, the use-user hook, and similar files, so we will also have a use UI hook and use chat hook. They are creating convenient shortcuts for common tasks. And how does this look like if we use this in our app? So let me show you. So for that, we'll head over to the components and we'll just grab the collapsible for now. We will delete the contents and we will also rename it. We will rename it to YAUO, yet another user object. I know it's a dumb name, but I just want to show you how to access the user information, right? So we'll do user greeting, and we want to import use user from source hooks use user, right? And there we also want to access user and is authenticated. So what this does really is it's called destructuring in React, because if we have a look at use user, let's see, where was the file? I think at the bottom. You can see that we essentially define two things, right? User and authenticated, and we export the use user function, so to speak. And by wrapping those two things in those curly braces, we can essentially grab them out of the use user hook and access them, so as you can see here. And now what we can do is, well, we need to use the correct parameters. So it's actually called email, right? Not email addresses. So it's called email. Let me quickly do this, email. And we want to delete this. And we also want to add another sentence maybe and call it you are authenticated, and we want to use is authenticated, and we want to save this. Now we want to use this component and head over to our index inside of our home route, because right now this is where we display the hello email address, but we're not using our custom hook. We're actually using the use auth hook and use user hook from Clerk, right? Now what we need to do is we need to import the, what's it called? This dumb name. So user greeting, and we want to put user greeting here. And now if we've done everything correctly, let's see, I can put it inside of here. Let's do it like so. We probably have to restart the app because I installed Zustand, but I haven't reloaded restarted the server. So let's see if this works. And now, as you can see, it says you are authenticated. But unfortunately, this won't be enough, okay? So we won't see anything. Now, I mean, you see something right now, okay? You can see that this is working. We have the email address and it says you are authenticated, yes, but it won't work without doing yet another thing, because we have to get back over to our use auth hook once more, and we actually have to implement or to add our Zustand store actions, right? So let me quickly make this a bit bigger. Whoa, this is a bit too big maybe. So we don't need this. You should see this way better now. Let me also make this a bit smaller. Now, as you can see, what we're doing is we are importing the use auth store. We get the Zustand store actions that we have defined earlier. And now we need to do a few changes. So for example, we need to always update the loading state when authentication state changes. And the interesting part really is here down below, because we want to update the local store. So the local store means the UI, right? This is why we have created the hook in the first place, to kind of have the connection between Clerk and NeonDB combined in our application, so to speak, right? So this is why we, after we create a new user with the Clerk ID, email, subscription tier, and so on, we also want to set the user, and for that we're using the store method or the store action that we have defined earlier, as I've said. And here you want to set all of the different properties that you have defined inside of the, where is it? Inside of here, inside of the user interface, right? So as you can see, we have the ID, Clerk ID, email, conversations remaining, and so on. So the subscription status is really an object, right? As you can see here, subscription status is an object with is active, tier period, and cancelled, and so on. And this is why you want to set everything in here. Now, actually, we get a bunch of errors inside of here because I still have to do some changes. So let me see if cursor's autocomplete can fix the issues. Type is unknown. Okay, so I will probably fix this off camera, but doesn't really matter right now because it's working, right? Now we have successfully created the auth store, and now we'll ask Cursor to do the same for the remaining stores, right? For the chat and for the UI, or really I think the first thing that we'll do is we'll implement the main page really. So right now what you can see is the index page, right? And we want the, where is it? Let's grab this here. We really want this index page to be our main application page. So this is why we're going to change the styling a bit. I will ask Cursor to use my Figma design, and then we can finally start implementing some business logic. And we say, okay, so now we've implemented the, and we want to link use auth, sync, and store inside of auth. And we've also implemented the index inside of store. Where is it? Here. So could you please go ahead and do the same for the other two stores, which is really the chat store. I mean, we really don't need the UI store for now, I believe. Or you know what? I need your advice. So we've implemented the authentication store, which means we can access the hooks of the store and everything works as intended. But now I'm not sure what we should do next. So I'm thinking about implementing the basic feature of making an API call to OpenAI first. For that, we obviously need our main screen. So what do you think? Use your brain, don't just read from the PRD, but give me solid advice. No code, just plan for now. So now let's see what Cursor comes up with. And guys, so this is pretty neat. If I look at the different sections that I've implemented so far, if we add everything together, I think I'm at around, I don't know, maybe 3 hours into the application, and I haven't created most of the app, but I would say the most critical part, right? Because actually setting up everything, connecting everything, and making it work, this is the big deal. Now, we really have only one feature left, which is essentially making an API request to OpenAI. So let's see what Cursor has come up with. So it says, looking at where we are and thinking strategically, here's my recommendation. So we should create the main screen first, the core user flow. Users need a clear, intuitive entry point, should include camera image upload button, chat area, even if not functional yet, basic tone selection UI. This gives us a complete skeleton to build upon. And then we want to create the chat store and the image handling. And then we want to create the integration. So building the UI first helps visualize the user flow. Okay, so for that, we'll actually want to head over to Figma. And let me quickly put this here so you can see it. This is essentially the basic app UI, right? So we'll have a hamburger menu in the top left. We have the Risify name at the top, and here the user can access all of his past conversations. And then we have 3 simple cards stacked on top of each other saying chat reply, where the user can add a screenshot. We have starting a conversation where he can basically just start, a conversation with GPT-4. And we also have a personal dating coach, which it has a special system prompt where when the user asks a question, it's essentially an agent, right? But really it's nothing different, nothing else than GPT, just with a system prompt. Okay, so I want to export this, and we want to export it into our project. So let's see, where is it? It's called Risify app. It's inside here. And we want to put it inside of the assets and inside of the images and call it home with a small h. Okay, so save it. And now we want to head over to Cursor and say, could you please update the styling of and its index inside of the home route to make it look exactly like and we'll call it home. So I probably won't be able to edit for some reason because cursor hasn't indexed it yet. So we want to put it here. Please only work on the styling for now. We'll add the business logic later. And now we want to hit enter, and we should see some live changes happening. Now, apparently it will throw a bunch of errors, right? Because cursor will mess with the file and we won't see our user anymore, and we also won't be able to see the you're authenticated anymore. So let's see. Let's open index.tss to see the live changes. I hope that cursor will use the GlueStack UI components. I haven't told it explicitly. I haven't told it specifically to do this, but we'll see. Okay, so we are indeed using the UI components. Let's see, will it accept? We probably have to reload the page, right? So, well, it's not bad for the first try, but really, let's see. So can we click it? No, so this is without functionality, but really I can't see anything. So get outstanding advice. Okay, so I want to ask cursor. Okay, so for a first draft, this is pretty good, but for some reason the card elements don't really display the text. And I think the reason for that is that we're just using, look at this, we're using text elements for every single word, so to speak. So what we want to do is we want to head over to GlueStack. Let me see, GlueStack, and we want to go to the docs and to the components. And well, essentially what we need to use is the the V stack, right? Because we want to stack boxes vertically on top of each other. And we also want to use, well, let's see, there's something like a card component, I think. Or is there? No, really, there's a toast. Okay, so we'll head over to cursor and say, please go ahead and use the VBox component. It's not called VBox, it's called VStack, right? So VStack component, and make it look nice. I mean, you almost have it, but the card-like elements where the user can basically click on underneath the headline to get to a different screen, they just look shitty. You need to redo those. Also, you need to center the Risify in the header, because right now it's left aligned and I want it centered between, in the middle between the two icons. But really, to be honest, I'm pretty impressed. As a first try, this looks pretty neat. It even got the tab bar right. Okay, if we click it, I mean, nothing happens because the screens don't exist yet, but it's not really a big deal. The only thing that we need to do is we need to add more pages inside of the tabs folder. And we will do this in a bit, don't worry. But for now, we'll focus on the cards here. So we have to install the VStack component. So let me quickly grab this. Where is it? VStack. There it is. Okay, so let's do it like so. Let's paste that here. We add this. Will it accept? So closer, but not quite. So let's refresh this again. Okay, yeah, much better, but still not there yet. So the cards are a little bit small and the icons are big. Also, I can only see the headline, but not the subheadline, right? So you need to make those a bit bigger, maybe make the font a bit smaller, the text size, so that everything fits well into this card component. And as I've said, it has to look exactly like, and we once again want to add the home image to the context to see if this will work. Okay, yeah. Again, I will probably fix this off camera because sometimes this is the problem, right? Cursor can do so many great things and so many complicated things sometimes, but the easiest things won't work. So like updating the styling, right? So I will do this off camera and then I will walk you through the results. So the issue actually was that cursor didn't use the box component, right? So if we have a look at the VStack, where is it? VStack, as you can see here, you have to put box components inside of the VStack, and then you can basically style them with Tailwind classes, right? As you can see here, height 20 width 20. This is why it's quadratic, BG primary, and so on. And now cursor basically used those box elements to style them. And actually I was able to achieve this by just giving it a code snippet, as you can see here. So essentially what I did was just copying this code snippet, gave it to cursor, and then I told it, listen, here's the code snippet, how to work with the VStack and the boxes. Please implement this. And right now, if we have a look at the image, I mean, I even like the final version more because I don't like this white border around here. The only thing that we need to change really is the height of the boxes, right? Because we want the same height on each of the boxes. So almost, this looks way better. We're almost there. The only thing that I need you to do is really center the icons in the middle, so vertically. And also right now the boxes have different heights. Maybe you can adjust the text size a bit so that each box has the same height. This would be great. So we still have a boatload of things that we need to do. First of all, we need to create interfaces for the API calls, right? And we also have to think about how we can structure the API response in a way that it's easy for us to parse, right? And we'll ask cursor how to do this after we seen, okay, so I don't know if this is the same height for everything. It kind of looks like it, but let's see, I will quickly check on my phone. So let's quickly authenticate with another user. So this works. Guys, so to be honest, on the phone, it looks pretty neat. The boxes have the same height and everything is, it just looks clean. So now what we want to do is we want to ask Composer to give us, to lay out the next steps again, right? So we'll say, please have a look at PRD once more and lay out the next steps that we need to take in order to implement the core feature of using ChatGPT as our personal dating coach to analyze a Tinder conversation screenshot and respond with a reply. And I also want to ask cursor. So listen, I have a feeling that the PRD is somewhat not extensive when it comes to actually creating all of the necessary data structures and everything that we need for GPT. So for example, we haven't created the correct interfaces for the API calls and so on. So could you please scan this and give me all of the necessary things that we need to have type safety and to make proper API calls to OpenAI. This also includes the prompt templates maybe, so everything really that we need to prepare the API call. So please output in GitHub flavored Markdown so that I can add this to the PRD. So I'll analyze the PRD and create the comprehensive edition. So the OpenAI integration specific types and interfaces, I don't really know what that is, but well, okay. Okay, so let's see, we'll get OpenAPI types. We have the OpenAI config, GPT-4 vision preview, which is nice. We also have the image analysis request, the conversation message, user preferences, the types response, playful, flirty, casual, witty, serious, professional. I will probably just go with flirty, casual, and professional to not complicate things too much. Okay, so suggestions, interface. Okay. Now what we want to do is I will just go ahead and grab all of this. Can I do this? No. Okay, I need to do it like so. So for some reason, there isn't really GitHub flavored markdown, right? So I'll probably ask Cursor to edit to the PRD in the right spot. Okay, so for some reason there's an issue with the GitHub flavored markdown output. Could you please just go ahead and take everything that you have just gave me and edit to the PRD in the right spots so that we have everything we need to start implementing the core features? So let's decrease the size of this a bit. We don't really need it. So meanwhile, we can delete this here. And if we scroll up, I think this should have already been deleted from the index file, right? Yeah, okay. Great. Now, if we have a look at PRD, you can see that Cursor basically did the API integration specification and all of the other things that we need. For example, safety guidelines, blah, requirements, the system prompts, and so on. So we probably have to fine-tune those a bit. You're an expert dating coach specializing in modern dating app conversations. Your goal is to help users maintain engaging, authentic, and effective conversations. Analyze the conversation screenshot. Actually, this sounds pretty nice. Maybe we can just use this right out the box. And here we have the different interfaces. Okay, so the next thing that we want to do is, okay, so could you please go ahead and grab all of the interfaces from PRD and create files for them inside of, and we want to link the types folder. For some reason, I can't link folders today. This is a bit weird. So grab all of the, want to add PRD. Now, keep in mind, I've already defined some interfaces, for example, chat error, store, token cache, user. So I really only need you to add the interfaces that you added a few seconds ago. So for example, OpenAI service, conversation context, rate limit config, and so on. Please do this. So now we should get around how many files? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Really? Is it 10 different files? Seems a bit extensive. But, well, let's see. So, great, connection failed. We'll try again. So I probably have to do this manually for some reason. So error was added. No, it works. Okay, sometimes I think this is not really Cursor's fault, but Claude or Anthropic's fault, because in the past few days, there have been so many outages, to be honest. Sometimes I even ask myself why I'm even paying for this service in the first place, because, well, it's so unreliable. I mean, I get it. If you want to scale a tech company, you run into some issues, but it's really annoying, to be honest. Okay, so we've created OpenAI performance services error. Okay, so let's hit accept all. For some reason, we get an issue here. What does it say? Module chat has already exported a member named response suggestion. So I guess we can delete this here, right? That's correct. But then we have to do import response suggestion from here, and this should work, right? So the question is, are those the same? Response suggestion? I guess so, right? Well, we'll just leave it at that. So, okay. Now that we've got that out of the way, we want to ask Cursor what to do next. Okay, so now that we've created all of the missing types and added the other things that we need to the PRD, could you again please lay out a plan what we need to do next? So for now, no code, just explain, wait for my confirmation. So create OpenAI client configuration, set up environment variables for API keys. So we've already done this, right? Cursor hasn't deleted any of those, so this is pretty neat. Implement base service class with rate limiting error handling. We really don't need this because, well, we have some kind of rate limiting already built into the OpenAI service, right? And also, I think right now I have around $4 of credits in my OpenAPI account, so it doesn't really matter if we can make a bunch of requests because eventually I will run out of money. So create image processing utilities for handling screenshots. This is definitely important. Image analysis pipeline, implement image upload and processing. State management and data flow. Set up conversation state management, implement caching layer for analysis results, UI components and user flow. I guess we'll start with the OpenAI service setup. Before we actually go ahead and execute on this plan, I want you to take a look at the tab bar. As you can see, it looks different, right? This is because I made some changes. Now, before those changes, we had the home routing group, as you can see here at the top in the file tree. And this was basically our main page, right? So this was the index.tsx that you can currently see was our home route, so to speak, with the what do you need me to do headline and the different cards, right? Now, there are a few issues with that. First, we kind of hard-coded the bottom navigator, okay? So it looked like a tab bar, but we weren't actually able to change the pages. Now, if we click on profile, you can see it right now because I haven't centered the text. But if you take a closer look at the top left here, you can see that it says profile, right? And this is what you can read here. So now we're able to change the screens of our app, so to speak. And the next problem was that we kind of handled the authentication status inside of our index.tsx file, because as you can see here, we use the signed in component from Clerk Expo. And we also use the sign out component and depending on the user state, so either if he signed in or signed out, we would render different things, right? Now, this is actually not good practice as far as I'm concerned, because you want to handle your authentication in one place. Now, my place, or at least the place in this project structure, is the auth provider, right? This is why I restructured the codebase, as I've said, and right now we're handling authentication completely inside of our auth provider, as you can see here. Now we'll talk about the use segments hook in a bit. I just want you to pay attention to the const is loaded. So here's how we utilize our use auth sync hook, and we still need to have this, right? Because we want to push users to the database, and we still want to be able to basically sync the clerk user with our database, right? And it is because, let's have a look at the current database entry. Right now, we only have this user inside of it. And now if we do sign up and we continue with Google, well, actually, I will do this on my phone because I don't want to add the user credentials here. So let me quickly open the app on my phone. Okay, so right now should be logged in, and if we refresh this, you can see that we are still able to add the user to the database. So this is the first advantage after that we've got after making these changes. And now, how does it work? So we again have the use effect hook, which essentially is looking for is listening for different states, right? So it's listening for the is signed in state, for the is loaded state, and for the segments. Now, what does this actually do? So we check if the user is signed in and if he's in the auth group. And this is essentially what the user is doing, right? What the use segments hook is doing. So you can think of segments like parts of a URL path. So if you have a route, for example, like, let me quickly show you. So if you have a route that is something like auth sign in, you can think of the use segments hook. The use segments hook does the following. It kind of breaks this route into something like this. So an auth and sign in. This is the result conceptually of the use segments hook, right? And what this will do is we will have a variable which is called in auth group, which consists of segments, and segments is an array, as you can see here, right? And segments in position 0 is auth. So right here, we're checking if the user is in the auth group. So what does that mean? It means the app is checking if the user is on an authentication related page, like the sign in or sign up page. And the code uses the information, and the code then uses the information to handle the navigation. Okay, so if the user is signed in, but still on an authentication page, so if is in auth group is true, we will redirect the user to the / homepage, as you can see here. Now, if the user isn't signed in and isn't on an auth page or in an auth group and isn't on an auth page, we will redirect him to the / sign-in page, if that makes sense. Okay, you can imagine this like having a bouncer at a club. So if you're really a member of the club, aka you're signed in, but you're standing in the membership registration line, which kind of is the auth pages, they'll redirect you to the main area. And if you're not a member, so you're not signed in, but you're trying to enter the main area, you get sent back to the registration, if that makes sense. Okay. And then after we've done the check, we return the children, and depending on the status of the user, so either signed in or not authenticated, we will render the different pages, if that makes sense. Now, the auth provider hasn't really changed. As you can see, it still looks the same. We still have the get token function. We still have the publishable key, and we wrap the children inside of the clerk provider and our auth sync provider. But now, as I've said, we have everything in one place, and we handle authentication in a kind of centralized way, if that makes sense. Okay, and now that we've got that out of the way, let's start with the OpenAI service setup. So this was something. Now we can finally start implementing the core feature. So let me quickly close all the files, head over to Composer and say, now I want you to help me implement the core feature, and I want to start with the OpenAI service setup. For that, please scan, and we want to add the code. So for some reason I can't add the code base. We'll just do it like so. And take everything into account, right? The types that you've created, our current store configuration, our query configuration, the way how we're handling user authentication and everything. And please create all the necessary files and folders for the OpenAI service setup. Only focus on this for now and explain to me step by step, and then wait for my confirmation so we can start with the second step. Now, since this is some new terrain for me, I will now utilize Cursor a bit more, right? Because right now we have to connect quite a few things. Not so much in the OpenAI service setup, but in the image analysis pipeline. I've never used the Expo components to open the camera and, well, not open the camera, but open the gallery and add things to the application. So this is why we're going to, well, as I've said, use Cursor more. Now, if we have a look at source, you can see that it will create a services folder with the config.ts, client.ts, the rate limiter. We don't really need that, and index.ts. Now, the environment variables that we need to add are Expo public open API key. And here's an important thing. So right now, this only is called open API key. So we want to rename this to Expo public open API key, because this actually is the standard reference an Expo app uses to access the open API keys, right? And I've got some issues with the database connection because I haven't named this properly earlier. So this is why we want to change this directly. Cancel, and we can also add the Expo public open API model, call it GPT or vision preview. I think this is not the correct name, so we probably have to change this later on. But for now, we'll just go with this, and we also copy paste those two environment variables and we'll save. Now, okay, so this sounds nice. We really don't need the rate limiter though, because this is just a demo app, and OpenAI also already has some kind of rate limiters, so you don't need to create that file. You also don't need to change the .env file because I've added all of the necessary environment variables already. So please start with the first step, which is 3A configuration setup, and we'll hit enter. So if we have a look at the folder services, it has created the config.ts file, as you can see here, with the correct environment variables. Now there are still some issues, and really only one issue, because we need to install the OpenAI package, right? So let's quickly do this. Bun install OpenAI, and then this should be resolved. So let me quickly close this. What does it say? Module OpenAI has no exported member configuration. Did you mean to use import configuration from OpenAI? So we just have to delete the curly braces. And now let's see what Cursor is telling us. So we validate the configuration, we check for any missing variables, and then we throw an error if that's the case. We create the OpenAI configuration. We also, with the base option, so the API key, the base option with the header, the timeout, and the configuration, the OpenAI constants. Now let's create the base client implementation, and here we have to double check, right? Because I'm not sure if Cursor will use the correct up-to-date client configuration, or client setup rather. So we need to scroll down, and it's await this client chat completions. So I don't know if this is correct. It's probably just client chat completions. We'll check this in a bit. Actually, let's check now. So we'll go to platform OpenAI, and we want to head to the documentations. So click on the docs, and then you want to click on quick start, and you want to scroll down. Let me see, generate an image. No, but as you can see here, it says await OpenAI chat completions. So we'll probably want to change this one. Let's go into the client.ts. For now, let's hit accept all. And we want to change this to client. Cannot find client. So because we haven't created this, I have no idea why it used the constructor in such a way. Probably because it's working with a class and we have to do it like so. To be honest, I really don't know if this is best practice, so I will leave it at this for now. But usually if we look at the if you look at the documentation, you can see that we open or create a new client like so, and then we can address this without the this statement. So actually, you know what? I want to copy that. We'll head over here. Well, let's do the following. We'll give the documentation to Cursor. Let's add a new document. Let's start this OpenAI docs. Say, okay, so I'm not sure about the client implementation with the this statement. Could you please have a look at the OpenAI docs and update the client.ts file? If you need to change other parts of the client.ts file to make it work with the correct documentation, please do so and walk me through it step by step. Okay, so let's hit enter. I'll help revise the OpenAI implementation according to the official documentation. So then we also need to do some changes in the docs. And now, as you can see, the config.ts file turned green. And this is what happens, right? If you rely on Cursor's memory or Cursor's data, it might be outdated. So this is why you want to use the official documentation. Now, as you can see, it still uses the this statement because we're inside of a class, but it still looks a bit different from what we've had earlier. So let's see. So remove the old configuration class import, removed unnecessary configuration options in client.ts, changed client to OpenAI for clarity, updated the OpenAI client initialization with proper options. Okay, so to be honest, this is still not enough for me because I want to understand why Cursor has chosen this statement. So could you please explain further why you have chosen to go with the class definition and this statement in the client? Doesn't that interfere with any other parts of the application, or is that even good practice? Because if I have a look at the documentation, the official documentation don't tell us to do this. So why have you chosen this kind of config? Can you please explain? So you're right, I chose a singleton pattern with class implementation, which might be over-engineering for our needs. The current implementation, which is here the export class OpenAI client, why this might not be the best approach. The singleton pattern, let me see, blah, blah, blah. The singleton pattern isn't necessary. If this jumps one more time to the bottom, I swear to God. The singleton pattern isn't necessary here. OpenAI's client is already designed to handle multiple requests efficiently. It adds complete complexity without clear benefits. It makes testing more difficult. It doesn't follow the official OpenAI documentation. So, and now it goes ahead, just creates the client like so, and this looks a lot more like the documentation, right? And it deletes all of the class and static methods, yada yada, blah blah blah. And now if we have a look at how the client actually is instantiated, okay, yeah, this looks a lot more like in the documentation. As you can see, we got rid of this statement, and we're using await OpenAI chat completions, which basically is the same as inside of here, right? Await OpenAI chat completions. Okay, let me propose a simpler approach, blah. So we've went through all of this. No, actually, this looks kind of whack, right? So many if statements, but we'll leave it at that for now. And okay, so we deleted quite a bunch of things and simplified it even more. So cleaner usage, instead of client OpenAI get instance, we can use await client analyze image like so. And now we, okay, use await statements. Okay, so let's hit accept, and we went down from, I don't know, around 200 lines of code to 130, so this is nice. So now what we need to do is we actually need to implement the chat reply screen, right? Because we want to click on the first card, we want to open a new screen with, I don't know, maybe a screenshot at the top with a headline and a subheadline where the user can get some kind of manual for what he can do on the screen. And then we want to add a upload screenshot button underneath. So right underneath the subheadline. And when the user clicks it, he is able to add an image from his gallery, right? The Tinder screenshot, the Tinder chat screenshot. So let's do this. So now, as I've said, we want to tell Cursor to create the chat reply screen, so to speak. So now we need a way to actually test the OpenAI API call, right? For that, I want you to create a new screen or page, whatever, however it's called. I don't really know. Please explain for the chat reply window. So if the user clicks on the chat reply card on the index or home route, so to speak, I want him to be redirected to a new screen or page. And there I want to have the following design. So in the top third, there should be a image placeholder. Right underneath, there should be a headline and a subheadline explaining what the user can do. And underneath the headline and subheadline, there should be a button which says upload screenshot. Now, could you please go ahead and implement all the files and folders that we need to get this functionality, and please walk me through it step by step. So we'll hit enter. So let's have a look at the project structure. Actually, we're creating a new routing group called app, and we'll call that window chat reply window. So let's have a look at this. We're using the correct components. Now we need to install the image component from GlueStack. So let's quickly do this. We'll head over here, click on docs, and on components, we want to grab the image element like so. We want to copy that, head back over here, and we want to paste that at the image. I think we've already edited this, right? Yeah, okay, so the issue is actually a different one. We are importing it, but we don't really use it. So this is kind of weird. Let's see. So it says upload your screenshot image placeholder. So somewhere around here, we would have to add the image component. So let's just do this. So we'll add the image and we do it like so. And we don't use the chat reply placeholder, but we'll use the splash.png file, right? Just to have something there. So splash.png. And now we'll click accept all. Let's see what Cursor explained to us in the composer. So first we need to create the route structure. And we have done this with the index file and the chat reply screen. Now let's update the home screen to navigate to this new route. So we need a way to actually be able to click on the card, right? So this is why Cursor made it a pressable. And then we will route to the chat-reply screen that you can see here. And the explanation is we created a new route app. The reply index uses the same design system. GlueStack matches the existing dark theme, blah. The structure follows Expo router's file-based routing. And the next steps could be implement the image upload functionality. So right now we're getting an error, right? And the error is inside of the chat reply index.ts file. So let's have a look why this doesn't work. So, okay, there was a box element or a closing box tag which didn't belong there. So if we now click on the chat reply, nothing happens. Okay, so why is that? Let me quickly restart the server. So bun run iOS and refresh the page. If we click, nothing is happening. I think it's the same for mobile. I will check, but I don't have too much hope. No, nothing is happening. So the question is why? Because we're using the, let's see, if we have a look at the home route index, for some reason, what did Cursor do? I don't know why it has created a new home route in the first place. So this was actually not what we wanted. So what we really need to do is we need to take this pressable here and we need to go to our home route and we need to, let's see, have to put that here. So let me quickly check. So we have the VStack pressable. So let's take the whole VStack. No, let's just take the pressable. So the pressable we'll add over here and we need to replace all of this, I believe. Let me see. Is this the correct element? Yes. Okay, so let's put that here. Now, of course, we need to import pressable. So let's quickly see where this is coming from. Does this come from GlueStack also? Let's see, pressable. No, I think this comes from import pressable. This comes from React Native. Okay, so now as you can see, something changed. And if we click it now, okay, property router doesn't exist, of course, because we have to define it. So if we have a look at this, we need to copy that too, head over here, paste it here, and we also need to use router. Import, oh, okay, we have already imported it up here, so we don't really need this. And now if we click it, we are redirected. Now, apparently this page looks pretty shitty, of course. It's kind of whack, but other than that, it works, and we are even able to go back, which is pretty neat. So now let's have a look at the chat reply, the index, because some styling is off here. So we'll ask Cursor. Okay, so this works now. I have fixed the minor issues. We can access the chat reply screen, but unfortunately the styling is a bit off. So the upload your chat screenshot heading is way too far at the bottom, and the button, for example, is pushed out of the screen at the bottom, if that makes sense. So could you please just decrease the space between the headline and the image? Also, please don't delete the image element. I've edited it as a placeholder with a correct image. So the only thing you need to do is decrease the space between those two parts, if that makes sense. And in my experience, Cursor always has some issues when it comes to improving the styling. So by the way, we can delete this home route here. We don't really need it. So let's do it like so. This shouldn't break anything, and it doesn't. Now let's have a look at the fixed styling. Okay, so it preserved the image element, which is great. And now if we click accept, so this looks way better, but still we want to push the button to the top even more, right? So why is that? Probably because we have the flex 1. Is this the reason? Yes, okay. And we also want to delete the padding like so. Look at this, guys. This looks way better, obviously. Now, apparently we can't do anything because we still have to implement the onPress function. As you can see here, the only thing the button is doing right now is like creating this console.log statement that you can see in the terminal down below. But other than that, this looks pretty neat. Now, since we'll be working on the chat reply for a bit more, I want to ask Cursor to do something. So for example, if I click upload screenshot on my phone, on my actual physical phone, the gallery will open and I will be able to choose a screenshot, right? Now, what I want Cursor to do is I want to display this screenshot instead of the current placeholder image. And also the button should change into another button which lets the user basically choose between the tone, right? So if you remember, we wanted to have the flirty, casual, and professional tone. So the user should be able to choose this. And now once he has chosen the style, he can click, I don't know, get answer or whatever, and then the application will make an API request. And what I also want is that at the bottom of the screen, a input field appears where the user can then basically start a conversation with the model. Now, I have absolutely no idea how to do this programmatically, so this is why I will ask Cursor how to do it. So we'll head over to Cursor and tell it the following. Okay, so the styling looks great actually. Now I want to start adding features, or rather the core feature, right? When the user uploads, clicks the upload screenshot button, he should be able to choose an image from his gallery, but I need a few things to happen. So first, after the user has picked a screenshot, the upload image button should change, or there should be added another line of buttons, so to speak, where the user can choose between the different response types. So for example, flirty or professional or casual. And once then the user can choose between one of those and can click the get answer button or something like that. Now in the back, then we need to have some kind of loading state, maybe inside of the button, if that makes sense. And we also need to display the input field at the bottom, because when the user receives the response, the current chat reply screen should change into a chat window, so to speak, where the user can continue the conversation with the AI model, if that makes sense. And I also want you to display the screenshot that the user has chosen from his gallery instead of the placeholder image, if that makes sense. Now, apparently those are quite a few changes, and I want you to work by using best practices, right? So we need modularity. I don't want to have everything in one file. I want you to come up with a file structure that actually makes sense and that integrates well with our current. And we want to link the code base. Again, it can link the code base. So this is kind of weird. I will just do it like so. So in your own words, please repeat what I just told you. Propose a plan for these things, and then wait for my confirmation before you implement anything. And this is kind of the way to go, guys, right? I mean, you can create such a humongous prompt, but you don't want to just let cursor loose and let it do its thing, because actually here are so many moving parts inside of this prompt. So you want to have a plan with the different steps. As you can see here, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I don't know, quite a few steps, so 5 in total. And then you want to toggle each step one by one, and this will be much more fruitful than to just let cursor work on this humongous prompt, as I've said. Now, let's have a look at what cursor actually tells us. So let me summarize your requirements and propose a structured plan. So first, we want to have the image selection. The user clicks the upload screenshot button, can select image from gallery, and then the selected image replaces the placeholder image. This is correct. Response type selection. After image selection, show tone selection buttons, options like flirty or professional casual, and get answer button after tone selection. And we also want to create a chat interface. So the screen transforms into chat interface after response, input field at bottom for continued conversation, display selected screenshot above chat, loading status during API calls. Now, for that, we need to have a bunch of new files and folders inside of the source directory. Right, where is it? Source directory, where are you? I think it's at the bottom. Here it is, okay. We want to have components, and this is crucial, guys. So you might think, okay, but why do we need 2 component folders? We have components folder inside of the app directory, and we have a components folder inside of the source directory. Now, the reason for that is one is only for displaying elements, right? And this is usually the components folder inside of the app directory. Those don't have any business logic, usually. At least that's what I've learned in the past couple of weeks. You want to have all your business logic separately inside of the source directory, so you again have this separation of concerns. And let's have a look. So we actually need an image selector, a tone selector, chat interface, leading backend. So currently we have everything in one file, right? Everything have inside of the index.ts file. We have the file picker, we have the button, we have the everything. And now cursor actually goes ahead and splits all of those lines of code up into essentially 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 components. Now we then need the hooks, use image picker, use chat reply, use OpenAI, use OpenAI analysis. We have the stores for the chat, because remember, we have the auth store already. We need the chat store. And I don't know about the UI store, because I think the design looks pretty neat. We don't really need a light design. I know in the beginning I told you that I will integrate some kind of theme, but I think we'll just skip that. And we also have the screens, okay, the chat reply with index, which is the main screen, and inside of the screens folder, inside of the chat reply, we have multiple components. So we have the header and the image preview. Okay, so this looks neat. So the first phase is the image selection and display. The second phase is the tone selection, chat interface, and OpenAI integration. Okay, so each component will be self-contained and reusable, yada, yada, yada. Would you like me to proceed with implementing any specific phase? I recommend starting with phase 1 to set up the image selection and display functionality. Okay. This actually sounds pretty neat. Yeah, go ahead and start with phase 1 so we can set up the image selection and the display functionality. Okay, so and from here on, I will probably turn on my beautiful face, because now I need to show you the results on my phone, right? Because let me quickly switch my camera, because we really don't have a image picker or a gallery on our on my MacBook, right? This is why I will go with my phone from now on. So I'll help you implement phase 1. So the image selection. We created a new hook. So let's see where it is. Inside of here, use image picker. And so at least it looks like as if we would be using, okay, so we're using use stage from React. Okay, we probably need to redo this since cursor doesn't use our Zustand implementation. So we also haven't created the store yet. I think this will come later, right? Because we have split it up. I mean, actually the state management comes last, set up chat store. Okay, so we'll just go with this plan. We probably have to change the files multiple times, but for now we'll leave it at that. So now we'll need to create an image selector component, and this will probably be here inside of the new components folder. So it's using the GlueStackV2 components, which is nice. Apparently it gets some things wrong because there is no content fit props on this image element, but that's not really a big deal. I mean, we can fix this easily. And we make some changes in the index file, right? Because we actually import the different components. Now, as you can see here, we import the image selector, and we also render conditionally based on the fact if we have chosen a image from our gallery or not. So let's hit accept all. Now I probably have to restart this, and I also have to install Expo image picker. So let's see. Inside of the use image picker hook. Okay, so we need to install install Expo image picker, and this should resolve the issue. Okay, yep, that worked. But now I probably have to restart the server, and I also have to restart Expo Go on my phone. Okay, so unfortunately this destroyed the styling a bit, at least on my phone. I think on... No, okay, as you can see here, this kind of destroyed things, but that's not really a big deal because, let me see, we have to get the button and we need to... So where's the button? Class name image selector. That's inside of the image selector component, right? So it's right here. And we need to delete the vertical padding. Okay, now this looks a lot better. Great. On my phone too, so let me quickly show you. This looks neat. And now if I click it, this is awesome. So let me show you. So if I click it, I got the small loading state, as you can see. Now let me quickly see if I have the Tinder screenshot anywhere. Where is it? Okay, here it is. Now I can crop the screenshot, as you can see. So let me quickly do this. Like so. And now if I click the crop button, let's see if this works. Oh, I don't want to flip it. Ha, great. Okay, so this looks pretty neat. We even got that rounded borders, which is nice. I mean, maybe we can kind of increase the margin between the button and the image, but I like that Cursor has thought about the fact that maybe we want to change the screenshot. So if we click it, we get this loading state again, and we can choose a new image, which is neat. Okay. Now let's head back over to my screen and let's see what Cursor proposes next. So next steps could be add image validation, size format, implement tone selector component, add animations for state transitions, create loading states for API calls. Okay, so Okay, next I want you to implement the tone selector. And I also have noticed that inside of the use image picker, so we want to add the hook to the context, you haven't used our Zustand store implementation. Is that because we haven't created the chat store yet inside of, and we want to link the folder, hopefully. Where is it? It's weird. Somehow I can't link folders for the past 2 days. So let me quickly grab that here and put that there. And we'll hit enter. Now, for now, we'll do a git add and git commit. Did feature of choosing image from gallery. Is this correct? I think it's like written like so, right? So we'll hit enter. And now let's have a look. You're right. We should create the chat store first and then integrate it with our image picker. Let's do this in order. First, let's create the chat store. So we have the chat store right here. Now, I'm not sure if the interfaces are correct. So we have to ask Cursor again to compare this to the stores or to the interface that we have in our PRD. The connection failed. This is unfortunate. We create the tone selector inside of here. We don't need this many different tones. We only need friendly, flirty, and casual, I think. So let's do it like so. And let's see, use image picker. We made some changes to the hook. Where is it? Hooks, use image picker. Now the file turned green, which is great. And finally, let's update the chat reply screen to show the tone selector after image selection. Okay, so let's do accept all. The state refreshed on my phone, which is great. Now let me quickly change to my camera again. Let's click upload screenshot and I will search for the Tinder screenshot once more. So here it is. I need to crop it. And now that I click crop, let's see. Okay, great. Have a look at this, guys. Doesn't that look great? And now if I click, let me click friendly, this fucking vertical padding. But other than that, this looks pretty neat. So let me check. Let me quickly change to my screen, and we probably have to make some changes in the image picker. So where's the PY? So we have the button. Let's see, I think this should be in the tone selector and this somewhere we should here. Okay, so let me quickly delete this. And now, as you can see, let me show you here in the small camera, it says get suggestion and it actually looks nice. Guys, this is coming together pretty handy. I'm pretty proud. I mean, I haven't done this much. I haven't done much, right? Because all of the heavy load was done by Cursor, but other than that, it's pretty neat. As far as I can tell, the new agent feature is pretty nice and works quite well if you only work on a few features, right? So now we can actually go ahead and add animations for the transitions. No, I want to implement the API integration because I want to test this feature as quickly as possible. So let's head back over to the composer and say, so I actually want you to implement the API integration, and we don't need the chat interface for now, but I still need a way to check whether or not the API request is working, right? So could you please add a console.log statement where you essentially just display the response, which really is just the sentence or the answer of the OpenAI model, right? With the flirty text. Now, I think we still have to check a few things. So for example, if we head down to the config file for OpenAI, we have, so if we head down to the client file, it's actually the client file, I'm sorry. So let me quickly add this there and let's do word rep so that we can see the prompts. So it says you're an expert in dating coach, analyzing dating app conversations. Your goal is to help users maintain engaging, authentic, and effective conversations. So you only answer the request without explaining why you have chosen this response. So I would like to have it in a more I don't know, structured way, maybe as a JSON object even, because we have to think about that we need to add these things to the database, right? So if we have a look at Neon or our neon.console, so we have the initial analysis inside of here, as you can see, linked to the user ID, and we also add the analyze text, and now we also have the messages with the content and the tone and everything. So it would be kind of nice to have the response object of the API call in that order, right? Or at least with all of the elements that we need here. But we'll ask Cursor how to do this. So for that, please have a look at and we actually want to link the schema file, right? So let me quickly check where we have those. So it's DB schema, and we need the messages, right? Okay. I want to link the schema folder. Where is it? This isn't the schema folder. This is so weird, really. So let's just choose that one. And maybe we can update the OpenAI prompt a little, because we need all of the information to store the response inside of the messages table, but also in the analysis table, right? So before you just go ahead and change the prompt, could you please propose a plan that will help us to integrate the API response well with our current database schema and also the state management solution, so that we can parse the response easily and add this to the database? Now, and here's the thing, guys, I actually have no idea what steps we need to take in order to grab the data from the API call or from the API response and add it to the database. I figured we probably need to do some kind of processing. So this is why I will add another sentence to the prompt. So I've never really done this, so I don't know what's important to fetch process the data and add it to the database in a way that makes sense and that's good from a development standpoint. So could you please talk about all of the details that I forgot about in my current request? So maybe there are some things we need to do that I haven't told you to, and you really play the role of a senior developer, guiding me through the process, right? Step by step. Now, I probably will cut a few things out of this because this is a lot of babbling here. So it says, okay, actually, I want you to implement the API integration. We don't need the chat interface for now, but I still need a way to check whether or not the API request is working. Console log statement where I essentially display the response, blah, 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 with the ready text. Now I think we still have to check a few things. So for example, if we head down to the config file we have, so if we head down, we can delete this one. If we head down to the client file, so we want to link this here, so client, it's actually okay, so for now, just lay out the steps, no code necessary, only if you need it to explain stuff. Wait for my confirmation, and we'll hit enter. So I know some of you under my last video commented the following. So you can't, I think it was something in the sense that they said you can't write you can't write these kind of prompts, right? Because they're all over the place. And yeah, I mean, I don't know any better. That's the problem, right? So if I would already know inside of my head which steps I need to take in the development process, I could just go step by step and tell Cursor, okay, do A, do B, do C, do Z, do D, and so on. But I really don't know, right? This is the first time that I'm creating a mobile application with Cursor, or at least a project of this size. So I really don't know what's necessary to achieve my goal. This is why I want to work together with Cursor as closely as possible. And the result of this is, unfortunately, that the prompts are quite long because I don't know how to explain things. I don't know how to make it clear. So I need Cursor. And I think this is true for many of you, right? Because maybe you're just starting out with on your development journey and you don't really know how to do things. And I don't say this is the only way. I just say this is one way, right? That you can use to kind of prompt your way to a working product, if that makes sense. Okay, now let me analyze the current situation. So can I make this a bit bigger maybe? Yes, okay. Also, I think I will push my profile image to the left. So it says, let me analyze the current situation and propose a comprehensive plan as a senior developer. So the current challenges are the OpenAI response needs to align with multiple data tables. Analysis, suggestions, and messages. We need a proper state management during the analysis process. We need error handling and recovery. We need to track user conversation limits. And the proposed plan is response structure refinement. Update the OpenAI prompt to request structured JSON response. Include the fields that match our schema. So for analysis table, we need analyze text, and we can open this like so. Let me grab that here. You can see right now we have, let's see, I think we should add this to our database, right? As you can see, we have the analyze text, but what we will add is the message context. So the stage, mood, and topics. And the same goes for the suggestions. So we have the text, the tone, but we don't have the reasoning, and we don't have a confidence score. And we really don't need this. So this is just overcomplicating things, right? So as a state management enhancement, add analysis session tracking to chat store, add conversation tracking, and add. So we definitely need user limits tracking, right? Because we only want to give the free user, only 5 requests. And if he has exceeded this quota, he should be prompted to sign up for a subscription, right? So the database operations flow, create analysis record, status pending, upload and process image, update analysis, status processing, get OpenAI response, create suggestions, create initial message, and update analysis. So the user limits and validation check, remaining conversations before analysis, update count after successful analysis, error handling strategy, and testing and monitoring. Now the implementation phase, we need to update the prompt, we need to implement response parsing, and also validation. Okay, so from what I'm seeing here, I first want to tell Cursor what it doesn't need to change. Okay, so as a first draft, this sounds pretty neat, but I'm not sure if we need the extra parameters inside of the suggestion schema, because I really don't need the reasoning, and I also really don't need a confidence score. The only thing I need really is the response, which is likely a sentence, or maybe those are 2 sentences, right? I don't need the model to explain anything of what it's doing. Just respond with the answer, so to speak. And this is also something we have to integrate into our system prompt or user prompt, right? We only want the text response and maybe some of the other information that we need, I don't know, timestamps or whatever, so that it makes it easier for us to parse the response and add it to the database. Now that you know that, could you please update your workflow proposal and lay out the plan for me to check and understand, and then wait for my confirmation before you start coding. I see you're right. Let's simplify this. Here's a streamlined plan. Okay. Database flow, simplified. We create the analysis record, store the screenshot, store analyze text, create suggestion record, create message record. Okay, so this sounds much simpler than before. We have the state management, track the current analysis status, and the implementation phases. You update system prompt to request direct responses only, modify user prompt to specify respond only with the message, add tone context to prompt, parse simple response. Okay, great. So now let's start with the first phase. Work only on that and then walk me through it step by step. And after that, we'll tackle the next phase. So now we can have a look at client. So the system prompt is you're an expert dating coach analyzing dating app conversations. Your task is to provide a single response message that matches the specified tone. Respond only with a message to send, no explanations, no analysis, just the response text. Keep responses natural, engaging, and under 200 characters. Based on this dating app conversation screenshot, provide one response message that matches the tone, maintains natural conversation flow, shows genuine interest, creates opportunity for connection. Okay, so this sounds great. Now we add the processing time and the tone to the response transformation utility, and we grab the requested tone, and if we can't get any tone, we just answer with casual. Now we can delete the written prompts here, and we just use the object that we've created earlier. So let's have a look at the explanation. So the key changes made: created separate functions for system and user prompts, added explicit tone context, requested directly, response only, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Simplified response transformation, added tone to response, type safety. Okay, so this is great. Now to test this, the tone selector's get suggestions button should call this with the selected tone. The response should be a single direct message. The message should match the selected tone. So this means that I can check if this is working. Is that correct? So let's have a look at the tone selector. We haven't connected this yet, right? Because we still need to implement the analysis. Okay, yeah. Could you please go ahead and add the integration with the tone selector? I want to test this feature as quickly as possible. As I've said, right now you don't need to add it to the UI yet. Just output as console.log, but I think you've already done this, right? If not, please do so. So meanwhile, I will start the Expo Go app and also start the server because it's not running yet. So we'll do bun run dev. I'm sorry, bun run iOS. And now, let's see, let's grab the simulator, put that here. Actually, we can make this a bit smaller and also decrease the size a bit. Let's see, the key changes made: edit OpenAI integration with the analyze image function, as you can see here, and analysis. Okay, which is nice. We also use the chat store, which is great. And now we added loading states, added console logging, which is nice, improved error handling. Console will show the actual response text, the tone used, and performance metrics. So let's see if this is actually working. So we'll upload a screenshot, crop it. So this is still working as expected. I will choose flirty. Unfortunately, let me show you. It messed up the button again, but this is not really a big deal. So let me see, instead of the tone selector, I don't really know why it always adds the vertical padding. Well, doesn't really matter. So let's see what's happening. Let's switch back to the code and we'll have a look at the terminal, because I think we will get a bunch of errors. It's always like this. So let's do, okay, we have a nice loading state, or you can see it because it's already over, but it says failed to analyze image, and it says 404 GPT-4 vision preview has been deprecated. Okay, so actually what's it called? It's just called GPT-4 vision, right? Let me check. OpenAI, let's go to the docs. I think it's just called OpenAI. It's called just GPT-4o, right? So let's see. GPT-4o vision. But we'll go with GPT-4o mini. So let's head back over to the client and I'm sorry, to the config file. We want to GPT-4o mini, and we also want to change it inside of the .env file. So GPT-4o mini. I probably have to restart the server. Now let's see. We still get an error which says failed to download image from file, blah, image picker, image URL is invalid. And I think the reason for that is that we're not handling the file upload correctly, because so if we have a look at the use image picker, somehow we need to transform, or we need to process the image into a base 64 version, right? Because if we head back over to the documentation and we click on quick start, and we don't want to generate an image, what we want is Chat completions. We want to analyze an image. As you can see, where is it? So we can either provide a link, or if we scroll down more, where is it? So where's the... So we want to search for base 64. Let's do base 64. Here it is, base 64. So first of all, we need to use GPT-4o Mini. So we're doing this, but it actually has to look like this. So we want to copy that, and we want to head over here and we say, so I get an analysis error, which says error 400, failed to download image from the file URL, which is file:/data user and so on. And it says image URL is invalid. Now, we can't just send the image to GPT-4o Mini. We actually need to convert the image to a base 64 representation. And here is a code snippet for how to do this and how to send it to GPT-4 Mini. So we want to paste that here. I'll help you modify your code to handle base 64 image encoding for GPT-4o Mini. We'll need to convert the file URI to base 64, and this should happen inside of the image selector, probably. No, in the use image picker hook, so inside of here. Now let's update the OpenAI client to handle the base 64 image properly. So this looks much better. If we have a look at here, you can see that it's basically the same, right? So fdata image JPEG base 64, data image JPEG, and so on. So this is great. And we also changed the client down below. Good. So let's hit accept all. And now let's do this again. So I'll refresh the app, do jet reply, upload image. Let's grab that, crop. Now we'll choose flirty. And now let's see what happens. So we get a loading state and, oh, nice, it works. Guys, can you see this? Let me make this a bit bigger for you. So, okay, this was maybe a bit too big, but let me close the file tree and let me push myself a little bit to the right, like so. So as you can see, it says OpenAI response, processing time 2529, response, haha, well, if we ever meet, I promise my charm will make up for any height differences. What's your secret weapon? Tokens used 25,658. Because you have to think about it, right? The base 64 version is pretty big in terms of tokens, but the integration works. Now, if we head over here to actually check how much this request cost us, so we want to click on usage. And today we have the 6th of December. Okay, so it's here. Okay, so less than 0.01 cents, so less than 1 cent, which is, I guess, right? So let's add over here. Let me make this a bit smaller again. And what we want to do now is we want to tell Cursor that it did a great job. So actually, you did a great job. I will show you the API response that I can see in the terminal. So I think we can proceed with the next step. However, keep in mind, you still play the role of a senior dev and you walk me through the process step by step. So I need you to propose a new plan for what we should do now. So let's see. Before this implementation, it told us to, let's see, we need to scroll up a bit more. We could move on to phase 2, or in test cases, we don't really need that. And it also proposed some other changes. Add more detailed logging. No, we really don't need this. Implement error display in the UI. I don't know about that. And guys, we probably won't be able to make a full production ready app with everything, I don't know, where we have thought about everything, right? Handling all of the edge cases, error cases, and so on. This is just a demo. I mean, we're already in like 4 hours into the video. If I would do this, the video would probably go 10 hours. Now, not to say that I'm never going to do this, but to be honest, I'm still learning myself and I have no clue about all this stuff. So, Okay, so let's grab the log statement and paste that here, log statement, like so, and we'll hit enter. Looking at that successful API response, let me propose our next steps as a senior developer. So we have image selection working, we have base64 conversion implemented, we have OpenAI integration functioning, can get 30 responses as requested, and the response format is clean and usable. Now the next phases is the database integration. We need to store 3 things. So we need to store in the analysis with the image URL, the analyzed text, and the status. We need to store suggestions for the text and tone, and we also need to store the messages, type AI, and the content of the message. So in our case, this is the haha and so on, right? Now the response flow will do the following. We create an analysis record with status pending. We get the OpenAI response, then we create a suggestion record. We create a message record and update the analysis. Okay, so the state updates, we need to track analysis status in the UI, store conversation history, handle user limits, and manage error states. And the proposed implementation order is database service layer first. So we need to create the database service function, implement transaction handling, and so on, store enhancement, and UI updates. Okay. Again, as a first draft, this sounds pretty neat. I mean, you have already talked about the, let's see, what did I want to ask it? User limits, right? User limits. So I think you're referencing the free test requests, right? Before the user is prompted to buy a subscription. Is that correct? So while this is loading, let's do the following. We'll go to the tone selector, and I really want to change this fucking vertical padding. Okay, so this worked. Great. Looks much better now. So let's have a look at the answer. Yes, exactly. Looking at our schema and PRD, each user gets 5 free conversation analysis before being prompted to subscribe. Let me break this down more specifically. So the user limit structure for our user schema, let's open that so we can follow it more easily. We have the conversations remaining, like so. The default is 5 and not null. The flow should be, before the analysis, we check remaining conversations. If the user conversations remaining, show subscription prompt. And unfortunately, if we have a look at neon.console and we have a look at the users, okay, so we did add conversations remaining. Right, I did this earlier. Okay, so we actually need a way to check this and to subtract 1 from the server state, but we'll probably do this with a query hook, I believe. And after the successful analysis, we decrement count, as you can see here. If this was their last free analysis and the conversations remaining equals null or zilch or 0, whatever you want to call it, we show upgrade to continue message. Okay. Would you like me to implement the conversation limit checking, create a new subscription, blah? And now you can see the problem of things, right? I mean, we received a first draft of the implementation process. Unfortunately, I had more question marks than ever in my face about how to do a specific thing, which is implement the user limits. But right now, we need to start with the database service layer. And I really don't know if we have to think about the user limits inside of the database service layer already, or if we can just create the service functions and then go ahead to the store enhancement. But I believe everything is interconnected, right? So this is why I want to ask Cursor. So thanks for the clarification. Now, could you then please go ahead and update your initial workflow with this step included? Again, you have to think about everything, right? I haven't done this. I'm doing this for the first time, so I really don't know what steps we need to take. You said we should start with the database service layer, so create the database service functions and so on. We probably have to think about implementing the user limit stuff there too, right? So please do the work again, lay out the plan, walk me through it step by step, and wait for my confirmation before you start coding. Right now, I think Cloud 3.5 Sonnet has some... I lay out a comprehensive plan for implementing the database service layer with user limits. Here's the step-by-step approach. So first we need to create a services database directory. Implement core database functions for conversations and responses. Okay, yeah, we haven't done this yet. Structure separate files for users, conversation, and responses. So I'm not sure if this is just a general standard response or if Cursor is actually using our code base as a, well, base. User management, track total conversations per user. So this sounds like a general response or answer, but please take into account that we have already implemented some of the stuff you're talking about. Please have a look at source, and can we link the source folder? I still can't link folders. Okay, so this is fucked up, but we'll just grab it and put it here. To understand our current project structure and the files that we already have, please go ahead and update your plan proposal based on our code base. Stop hallucinating. I need you to make it work with our, can I link the code base? Again, I can't. Let's just do it like so. Can I link I think I can't link the code base because in agent mode that's not possible, right? Because agent mode has already indexed all of the project files, and then essentially it's all in the context window at every time. I think that's how it is. So we'll just do with our current code base, and we'll do it, and we'll hit enter. You're absolutely right. Let me analyze our current code base. No shit. So it's searched the code base, but it hasn't searched all of it as it seems, because for some reason it didn't find Risify app source. This is fucked up. Based on our existing code bases, I'll provide an updated specific plan for implementing the database service layer with user limits. So current status, we have the database schema set up with users table with conversations remaining, messages table for storing chat history, analysis table for storing images, image analysis, suggestions. We have stores implemented, the auth store, chat store with drizzle configuration. Database service layer, which is new. So we need index users, conversation, and analysis. The core functions to implement are get user by ID, decrement conversations remaining, check user limit, and reset user conversations. Now, as for the conversation tracking, we need to create analysis, save suggestion, and get analysis by user. And the third part is the integration step, which is update the OpenAI claim and at limit checking before processing and so on. Okay, so I want to be 100% sure and say, okay, I'm not sure if you have really found all of the files, because it says that you weren't able to access the source directory. So I will edit to the context once more and we'll grab that, right? So let's try that again. Again, could not find source DB schema. Now it found it. So this worked much better. Now I have a better understanding of our current structure. Here's the updated, more specific implementation plan. First, we'll create a new directory structure, source services databases, export all data services, user-related operations, and so on. So we create the user's service, and essentially what this does, let me make this a bit bigger if I can. So we're using, where is it? Damn, that's quite a lot of code. So user service will find the user. We have the decrement conversations function. We have the check conversations limit. And inside of the analysis service, we're using analysis service and so on. Okay, we also have to find the transaction, or we have to create the analysis, save the suggestion, and so on. Okay. Would you like me to start implementing any specific parts of the plan? I recommend starting with the database services since they're the foundation. Okay. The key improvements in this updated plan are it's based on our actual schema and existing code structure, uses our established drizzle setup, integrates with our clerk authentication, maintains transaction safety for complex operations, provides proper TypeScript types based on our schema. Now, okay. Yeah, please go ahead and implement all of it as far as the database service functions go and the updates for the OpenAI client and the chat store. We'll hit enter. And really, this now is the phase where it starts getting hairy, right? Because we have so many files that are they're taking part in the process of, well, creating this feature, that I really would love to see what Cursor, if Cursor can handle this. So let's create the user service. So we should find it inside of source, services, database, users.ts. Unfortunately, we have two folders which are called DB and database, but one is in services, so I guess that's not really a big deal. We still have the separation of concern. So we implement the users.ts file analysis index, we export them. So we get some issues in analysis because we're using suggestions. We import suggestions, but we don't use it. What does it say? Argument of type response suggestion is not assignable to PG table. This probably means, let's see, if we head over to our schema files, suggestion, we don't even have a response suggestion. So I think this is the problem. Okay, yeah, that's the reason why it doesn't work. We don't have a response suggestion. And unfortunately, Cursor deleted, let's see, no, it didn't. It did delete something. So it deleted the base64 encoding of the analyze image function, but have we edited somewhere else? So this is probably something that we need to look into more. So here's the thing, if I have a look at client.ts now, let's see, so we can link this, right? Client.ts, okay. I can see that you have deleted the base64 encoding. But this is not correct since we need it so that we can send the image to GPT-4o Mini. So let's see, we'll have a look at, where is it, OpenAI client. No. So it really deleted, let's see, start time, yeah. So this is unfortunate. So it added the check user limits function, but it deleted the validate base64 image URL. So this is obviously not correct, right? So this is why we want to send this message. You're absolutely right. I apologize for removing the base64 handling. Let me fix the OpenAI client to maintain the base64 functionality. Okay. And then we need to resolve this issue here because we have a suggestions table, right? But unfortunately, inside of the suggestions table, response suggestion is missing the following properties from type, which means it basically doesn't exist, okay? I mean, we can have a look at the schema file, and in our suggestions, we need response suggestion. So let's see, can I just add this? So response suggestion, and we need to import JSON B here. So let's save this. We probably still get the error because we haven't pushed the migration to the database. Okay, now let's check the client. Okay, so this is back in again. We still check for the remaining responses, right? So let me see. This should be, okay, yeah, we still check. So let's see, transform response. Do we still have the check user limits? Can make request, await user service. Okay, yeah, seems like it. Restored base64 validation, added proper type checking, maintained the user limit integration. Okay. Okay, so now I have one more thing we need to look into. If you have a look at, you can see that in line, and we need to check this, line 41, there's an import error. There's an, I don't know, DB error of some kind. Could you please check schema? So let's check this. But we want to check the folder, right? So schema folder. Okay, so I guess we'll just link suggestions, we'll link messages, we'll link subscriptions and the other schema files and find out why that is. I guess there's missing a parameter, there's missing a property. So we probably won't be able to store anything in the database that's related to this parameter, this property. Okay. I see the issue. Looking in the error, the problem is that we are trying to insert into the suggestions table, but we're not properly mapping the OpenAI response to our database schema. Let me check the schemas. Okay, so in analysis TS, we're trying to use tx insert suggestions, where suggestions is the array of data, but we need to reference the table. The changes I made: fix the suggestions insert properly referencing the suggestions table from schema, added the missing response suggestion, blah. Okay. And to be honest, guys, at this point, I'm just lost, right? I have absolutely no idea what is happening behind the scenes. So I really hope that this will work once we test the feature. Currently, we get another issue here, which says, has no exported member user. Okay. So this should now properly store the suggestions in the database while maintaining all the necessary information and type safety. The key fixes were... Okay, so I'm kind of lost right now. Could you please rephrase or explain what we just did, and if I can already test this feature by making an API request or uploading a screenshot to the app on my phone and then sending the request. Do I still just see the console.log statement for the API response, or am I already able to see the response in the UI and also in the database? So let me break down what we just implemented. Database services to track user conversations and limits, storage of API responses in the database. So this should work in theory. User conversation limit checking. Current flow: when you upload an image. Upload image, select tone, click add suggestions, check user limit, send to OpenAI, save in database, show console log. Yes, you can test by uploading a screenshot in the app. Currently, you'll only see the console log output. The data is being saved to the database, but we haven't built the UI display. Okay, so we'll see how this goes. I will restart the app and we'll upload a screenshot. Let me grab one. Let me grab the only one. I really only have screenshotted one screenshot. So we'll crop, we'll do flirty, and now let me quickly change my camera. So we'll click on get suggestions, and it says error. What does it say? It says no transaction support in NeonDB driver. Message: no transaction support in NeonDB driver. Name: OpenAI error, retrievable false, service unavailable. So this is unfortunate. Have I chosen the wrong database for this project? Let me see what this means. No transaction support in NeonDB driver. What does that mean? What does Google say? How do I handle transactions? Hello, I'm hoping to use transactions to handle upload of large JSON dataset. I'm using the drizzle or NeonDB package. So what's the answer? Apologies for the delayed response. If you would like to use transactions, you will need to establish a connection over WebSocket. So you would import drizzle or Neon serverless instead of a pool or client instance. So let's have a look at the database. Here it is. But we are using serverless. We would import drizzle or Neon serverless. So let's see if we can. So this is the GitHub pool or client. Multiple queries can be issued via fetch request with a single non-interactive transaction. Hopefully I haven't set up the database incorrectly, because to be honest, I don't really have the energy of starting from scratch again. So we'll ask Cursor and we'll do... Okay, so I'm running into a database issue on Neon's side. Could you please... And I want to link the documentation. So Neon... So I haven't added the Neon database documentation yet. So let's head back over to Neon and let's open the documents. Where is it? Docs, okay. We want to grab that. Neon docs, confirm. So it was indexed. Could you please check Neon docs and tell me how to resolve this? Don't write code yet. I want to understand the problem at hand and a way for how to solve it, resolve it. So let's see, transactions. We should find something in here, right? So PostgreSQL transactions, PostgreSQL transaction. So I don't even know what a transaction is. Okay, so what we want to do while cursor is running, let's open a Claude instance and say, could you please explain what a transaction in the Neon database is? Because what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to send a base 64 encoded image to the database because I'm creating a mobile app which essentially analyzes screenshots via ChatGPT, and then I want to store the image inside of the database. So, but it throws an error and it says I can do this. So could you please go ahead and explain everything about it? And we want to click explanatory and hit enter. Now, if this doesn't work, or if we would need to change the code too much, I think we won't store the whole image, but only the analyzed screenshot, right? So we need a way of kind of converting the part of the screenshot, which is base64 format, into text once again. So let's see what cursor says. Okay, I understand the issue. The error is occurring because we're using the Neon Database serverless HTTP driver, which doesn't support transactions, but our code is trying to use transactions with DB transaction. The error specifically says no transaction support. This is happening because... Yeah, okay, so you repeat yourself. Our database services are using transactions. HTTP connections don't maintain state between requests, making transactions impossible. There are two ways. Switch to the regular Neon driver, Node, Postgres, or PG. This supports transaction, but requires a persistent connection, better for traditional server environments. And the alternative solution, remove transactions and handle operations sequentially. Less ideal, but works with the serverless driver. We need to handle partial failures manually. Okay, so absolutely no fucking idea what this means. A database transaction is like a secure package of database operations that must either all succeed together or all fail together. There's no middle ground. Think of it like moving money between bank accounts. Either the entire transfer completes successfully or none of it happens at all. I think it would be easier. So I want to propose a third option. So would it be possible to, since we're sending the base64 encoded image to GPT for an analysis, to kind of send back the text part of the image, if that makes sense. So the part that GPT uses to kind of create its response for the chat, and grab that now into text converted element and add this to the database. So I know this might sound complicated, but please repeat what I just told you in your own words and wait for my confirmation before you implement anything. And guys, I hope this makes sense, right? I have absolutely no idea if this would be feasible, if this would be a good solution. Let me rephrase your suggestion. Instead of using transactions, you want to send the base64 image to GPT, as we do now, have GPT extract, analyze the actual text content from the image, include this extracted text in GPT's response, store this extracted text in our database with GPT's suggested response. This way we have a record of what GPT saw in the image, can store the actual conversation content for reference, don't need transactions, simply can store everything after we get GPT's complete response. This would indeed solve our transaction issue while also giving us valuable data about what GPT extracted. Okay, so yeah, is this, I don't know, considered best practice, or would there be a better solution, or is this bad in the long run? Could you please elaborate on this a bit more? So we have data complete list. We capture the actual conversation content and the cons, storage consideration. More data stored per request. Okay, this is not really a big deal. Could increase database costs over time. Need to consider data retention policies. We need a clear privacy policies. May need data cleanup strategies. And the reason why we are even thinking about this is, keep in mind, we want to create a chat, right? So once the user has sent his response or his request to the API, we want to create a chat window where essentially the user can talk to the agent, so to speak. And this is why we need a way of storing the initial text, right? Because otherwise the agent won't be able, it doesn't have any context, right? So I really don't know how to solve this. Let's see what cursor suggests. So could use proper PostgreSQL connection for transactions. Could implement proper error recovery. Could use message queues for reliability. So it's quite solid because you're building a new project. You need reliability over perfect transactions. The data could be valuable for future features. It's simple to implement and maintain. Okay, then we'll just go with this one. Yeah, okay, so please go ahead and implement this approach. Change all of the necessary files, the client, the schema, or rather the database service functions and everything, and then walk me through it step by step so I can finally test this new feature. First, let me update, blah. And guys, I'm sorry that I can't really explain what is happening right now because I don't understand it myself. I will have to do a lot of investigating and learning and understanding once this video is finished. But for now, let's just bear with me, okay? So we're deleting the transaction, and instead we're changing the system prompt, extracted text, and response, which is nice. And we also changed the user prompt, provide one response that matches the tone. Okay. So we also can delete all of this, right, for the response transformation utility, because we don't need it anymore. So, whoa, there's quite a lot of changes. Now you can test the feature. Open the app, click Get Suggestions. Okay, so let's try this. If this works, I don't know what to say. This was crazy. Okay, so where's the screenshot? Here it is. Crop. Okay, 30. Let me quickly change to my camera. Let's click Get Suggestions. We probably get an error. No, we don't. Failed to analyze image. Now let's have a look at the... We get something, which is great. So we get user 1 as red as you seem. So this definitely works because the screenshot says too short, haha, height isn't a thing for me. So this works, this definitely works, which is nice. But we still get an error which says invalid response format from GPT, analysis error. Okay, so let's just grab this and we'll copy that, we'll paste it here and we say, okay, so it kind of works. We get something inside of the terminal, but I also get an error, as you can see here. So let me quickly change back. I'm sorry, guys. Sometimes I forget to change the camera. So as you can see here, let me make this a bit bigger for a moment. So let me close this. So as you can see, it works, right? So the extracted text is correct. We have user 1, and this is actually what's on the screenshot, but we still get the OpenAI error. So for now, let's make this a bit smaller again. So the response will be saved in the database. Is that so? I would love to see that. So it should be in analysis, right? But since we got the error, we probably won't see anything. Okay, so let's do this. I see the issue. The problem is that GPT is returning the response with markdown code block formatting, which is making our JSON.parse fail. Let me fix the OpenAI client to handle this. So let me open the client. Let's try that again. All fingers crossed, guys. So let me change this. We click Get Suggestion. Again, DB, now it says a different error. It says NeonDB error, invalid input syntax for type UUID user, message invalid input syntax. Okay, so there seems to be an issue with how we try to access the user. Okay, so now we get a different error. Again, please screen all of the schema and have a look at how everything works inside of our project structure. I don't want you to hallucinate, right? I want you to write the code on our code base. The problem is in how we're handling the user IDs. But we're trying to use clerk ID where we need the UUID. Let me fix the analysis service. The key changes I made, edit proper user ID. No, I don't want to fix the image alt prop. So the image prop is just prompt. The image prop is just, let's see, we'll have to, where are the hooks here? Use image picker. Let's see, image. So now we'll try this one more time. Flirty. get suggestions. Again, failed image. Column response suggestion of relation suggestions does not exist. But we're getting closer, which means there was the issue I thought it would be in the beginning, right? So let's paste that here. We need to add something to our suggestions table, and we have to see the issue. The column name in the database is response_suggestion. Where? For the user, is it response_suggestion? Okay, so when did we add this? 1327. Oh, this was just now. It's already 14, so it's 1 hour delay, but it worked. So let's have a look at the analyze text. Let's do browse data. User mentions their height and expresses concerns about being too short, but we're trying to use response suggestion. Let me fix the analysis service. So the changes I made, column names to snake case to match the database. Yes, I want to test it again. So let me quickly go to analysis, and I want to delete this record. Let's do it like so. And start the app again. Again, column response suggestion of relation, but something is added to the database. So let's grab this. What does it mean? Column response relation suggestions. So inside of analysis, we don't have a suggestion. So let's enter this. Can see something inside of my database table. So let's see, can I export that to CSV? Let's store it on the desktop, analysis, and we want to add a file. So let's see, can I put that here? Probably, right? So we'll put this inside of assets, inside of image here. Now, in the analysis table, as you can see in analysis from Neon console, but I still get the above error because it seems that there's a column missing. So we probably have to push a new migration. However, we need to be careful because I don't want to lose any of the other tables or columns. So if you need a current if you need the current screenshot of my database, please give me a SQL statement. If there's something like that I can execute to, or is it possible to download the whole tables, all of the tables? Is that possible? Let me see. To show the current, I don't know, tables and columns, please give it to me. Don't just create a random schema. So let's just do enter. Yes, I can help you check your current database schema. Here's the SQL command to view your table structure. Could you run this in your Neon console and share the results? This will allow us all tables, all. Okay, so let's do this. Let's head back over here, SQL editor. We want to delete this and we want to paste it here and do run. We have 48 rows. And now what we can do is we can download this as a, I don't know, let's do it as JSON, current DB JSON, save. Okay, so we'll ask Cursor what type is better. Do you want a CSV or JSON file? Which one is better for you? JSON would be better. Okay, of course, we can do that. So we have the JSON file here. We want to drag this to images. And we say, okay, I have already downloaded the JSON file. You can find it here. And we want to do current db.json. So it says, let me check the current database structure. I see the issue now. Looking at the suggestions table, it's missing the response_suggestion. No shit. Create a new file in your migrations directory. The timestamp will be different. Now let's also fix our analysis.ts service to match the actual database schema. Okay, so create a new file in your migrations directory. So the question is if I can only do the following. So we need to go to suggestions and we need to add something, which is the response suggestion. But we already have the response suggestion inside of here. I've already added this, right? So I think the only thing that we need to do is like bun drizzle kit your SQL migration file, yada. Okay, so let's look at this. And it's actually only this one. So this is great. Now what we should need to do is bun drizzle kit migrate. I think this should be everything. Applying migrations, and we get an error which says, what? Relation uses already exists. Okay. How can I check what migration, or how can I choose which migration to run with the command bun drizzle kit migrate? Because right now I'm getting an error and I think the command is trying to push the wrong migration. So let's do this. Here's the error. The error shows is trying to run the initial migration again, creating the users table instead of our new migration. Let me help you with the correct commands. First, let's check your migration status. This will show you which migration have been applied and which are pending. Okay, so let's do bun drizzle kit push MySQL. The command is deprecated. Please use updated push command. So I don't know what's the check command. We'll walk you through all generate migrations and check for any race conditions. This will show you which migration have been blah, blah, blah. To run the specific migration, you have a few options. Using the migration name. Really, I'm not sure if I should do this. So let me see, when was the last git commit? 1419. Okay, so I think this was the last one. You know what? Fuck it. We'll just run the command. So we'll do bun drizzle kit migrate. We'll do migrations and we'll do drizzle migrations, and we want to run 07 yummy marauders. What's it called? Yummy marauders.sql. Bun drizzle git migrate migrations drizzle migrations. So I guess we'll have to check here. So migrate, send example, push specific. Let's see. Migrate specific file. So I was able to figure it out. The problem is that inside of one of the migrations, we only had this comment here, or this command, which says create table users, right? But since we already have a users table inside of our database, the command would actually throw the error which says can only connect, which would throw the error and say relation users already exist. So I just went ahead and added all of these additional command parts, so to speak, to the SQL statement. And now we were able to push the schema to the database, or rather the migration, the last one, right, where it says alter table suggestion, add column response suggestion. And now if we have a look at suggestion, we can see that we indeed have the response underscore suggestion. So now, if I've done everything correctly, we should be able to finally add this thing to the database. So for now, I want to delete the first analysis record, and I want to click on upload screenshot. I want to find the screenshot, and I'll do crop. And let's see if we get any errors inside of the console. We'll do flirty, we'll do get suggestions. It says analyzing and loading. We don't get any errors, which is great. It says processing time. So response, I love that attitude, a genuine smile can light up any room. How about we swap some smiles? If I refresh, this works. And now if we go to suggestions, oh, finally, I'm so fucking happy, guys. It works. This is awesome. We get the text, we get the tone. Apparently we don't need the success rate, right? Also, we don't store anything for the response suggestion. So let's have a look at the analysis.ts file inside of the services. Let's see. Response suggestion is S. So what is S? Let's see, await DB, response suggestion, text tone, success rate. So, okay, so great, now it worked. I was able to push the migration to the database, but I wonder why you have deleted the response underscore suggestion from the analysis.ts file. What's it? Analysis with an E. We want to collapse that. So as you can see, we add the success rate. We don't add the response suggestion. And I think this wasn't even necessary, right? Because we only want to store the text. So whatever. Okay, now we understood how to do this. So I think the response suggestion was for creating multiple responses or not just a single one. And then we would rate this. This is why we have the success rate inside of here. And then we would kind of let the AI choose what response it would use. So this is why we have this response suggestion. Okay, but it isn't a big deal. I mean, whatever. Okay, it works. This is all that matters. And the next time I will think better about the database setup. But we can ask ChatGPT, we can ask Claude. So does this response suggestion column actually have something to do that initially we wanted to produce more than just one response? So we would basically let the AI create, I don't know, 3 responses, and then we would kind of rate it with the success rate column or parameter, and then we would basically use the response suggestion as the best response, so to speak, for that specific screenshot. Is that correct? You don't need to write code, just explain. We can edit back in, right? So if we, I don't know, do response suggestion, yes, but it's actually like so, right? So response suggestion and success rate is also null. So let's see what Chris has to say about this. Yes, exactly. Let me explain the thinking behind these columns. So response suggestion stores the full response object from OpenAI, could include multiple suggestions, contains metadata about each suggestion, useful for training and improving responses. It's not really a big deal. I won't delete it, okay, because we can still adjust the OpenAI prompt and we could have multiple responses, right? So it's nice to have this. And success rate tracks how well each suggestion performs. Okay, so original design allows for multiple response variations per analysis, learning from users' preferences. Okay, yeah. I accidentally removed the response suggestion field earlier. We should keep it to maintain this functionality. Would you like me to explain more about how we could use these columns for improving? No, I don't know. No, thank you very much. I don't want you to explain anything. I just want to be done with this. So now we'll edit this back in, right? So let's see. We probably have to call this response suggestion though, so that we don't get any errors. And I think this should be it. So we have the text, we have the tone, we have the success rate, response suggestion, analysis ID. Okay, so this works. Now let's quickly do a git add and git commit. Okay, so edit feature can add API response. I don't know, flirtation with the, and I don't know what's it called with the text response. Can add API text response to the database. Let's just make it simple. Okay, great. Now that we finally achieved to add this feature, could you again go back to the drawing board, have a look at and propose what we should do next? Now you don't have to follow the suggestion in PRD. Take into account that you are the senior developer, right? You want to guide me through the process. Now, I guess we still need to display the response in the... So you don't have to follow the suggestions in PRD to the T. Keep in mind, you are the senior developer who's guiding me through the process, right? So now I figured we still need to display the response in the chat reply screen. And we also need to kind of convert the chat reply to a unique chat window, if that makes sense, and give the user the ability to have a conversation with the AI model, right? And store all of the messages, so the back and forth messages in the database, if that's possible. And we also want to give the user the option of accessing his past conversations by clicking on the message bubble icon in the top right of the header. So don't just go ahead and implement anything. Please lay out the plan for the next steps, as I've said, and wait for my confirmation. So we want to paste this here and wait. Let me analyze the PRD. So we need to do the chat reply screen enhancement. Only shows the image upload and tone selection. Need to add response display, message history, input for follow-up messages. Data structures, we have analysis suggestion messages. So the proposed plan is upload image, initial analysis, chat interface, persistent chat window, message history, add message display section, add input field for follow-up messages, show remaining conversations, and so on. Then we need to enhance the chat store and use the existing messages table for conversation flow. So before we continue adding all of the other features the Cursor Composer suggested us to, unfortunately, we need to have a look at our current API call, right? Now, as you can see, we are, where do we have the... So we have the use image picker hook, right, where we let the user choose an image from his gallery, and then right in the tone selector, we are triggering the OpenAPI call, right? But unfortunately, we're not using React Query to do so. And this is why in the chat window, because I wanted to have more control, didn't just want to let Cursor Composer write all of the code. I asked, could you please check the code base? By the way, I think I've already explained this in this video, but sometimes I forget about it. With the new agent feature, you can't really link the code base because it's automatically linked, right? They index it automatically. You can link or add the code base to context in chat window though. So, and I ask, could you please check the code base if we're using React Query for the API call to OpenAI and the process of adding the data to our NeonDB. And as you can see, it says, currently, I can see that we're not using React Query for the OpenAPI calls. The OpenAI service is being called directly from tone selector component through the analyze image function. Here's how we can improve by implementing React Query. First, we need to create a new mutation hook. And I've decided to do this manually. I will probably copy and paste the code and walk you through it to the best of my ability. But really, this is the first time ever that I'm implementing React Query. So I have absolutely no idea how it works. I don't know what a mutation hook is. This is why I wanted to spend some time to have a look at the documentation, right? So you can understand my thinking process, or rather my process of learning how I can use these things. So if we go to tenstack.com, /query, and we want to have a look at the latest version, and we have a look at query. So if you're like me and you're a beginner and you have absolutely no idea how to code, or at least you have very basic knowledge, this will probably tell you nothing. A query is a declarative dependency on an asynchronous source of data that is tied to a unique key. A query can be used with any promise-based method, including get and post, to fetch data from a server. If your method modifies data on the server, we recommend using mutations instead. Now, there's so many words that I don't know the meaning of, right? So, for example, what's a query? What's a declarative dependency? What does asynchronous mean? I mean, I have some imagination of what a unique key would be, and I have no idea what a promise is. So really, As of right now, I have absolutely no chance of understanding what that means. And I think this is also true for the rest of the documentation. So what I usually do in these situations is I ask Claude, right, or any LLM for that matter, and I tell it, oh, can you explain React query, queries, and mutations in simple terms? Right now, I'm learning it and I have no idea what they do. Give a real-world example. And now Claude says, let me explain React Query and its core concepts using a real-world example of a library management system. So React Query is like a smart manager of your data fetching and state management needs. It helps you handle server data in your React apps more efficiently with built-in caching, loading states, and error handling. Let me break it down. So we have queries. Think of queries like asking questions to a librarian. Can you show me all available books? What's the status of book number 123? The query key is like your ticket number. React Query uses it to cache and track your request. If you ask for the same data again, it might give you the cached version instead of bothering the librarian again. And then we have mutations. And mutations are like asking the librarian to make changes. So for those of you who have ever worked with a state management library, so for example, Zustand, maybe some of you even know, what's the other word? I think Redux, right? In Redux, you have that too, but it's not called queries or mutations. Rather, it is called, what's it called? I think you have the hooks in React. Let me see. So Redux, let's see, you have, I think you have actions and reduces, right? So the actions is what you want to change, or the action that you want to that you want to do, and the reducer is basically the part of the code, or the dispatch is part of the method or the part of the code that actually makes the action, I think. But really, we want to focus on React Query. So mutations are like asking the librarian to make the changes. Please add this book to the system. Can you mark this book as borrowed? Real world example, we have a library catalog, for example, where we destructure the data with books and is loading. And this is inside of the use query hook. And we have the query key, which is, well, the ticket number that we also use to, I don't know, maybe cache the current state of the catalog, right? And we have the query function, which is fetch books. Then we want to create a mutation which is called borrow mutation. And we have the mutation function, which is an asynchronous request to the book with a book ID, where we return the book ID from this API. Where we post something. So this basically posts something to the library, as I understand it. After borrowing, refresh. So no, it doesn't. So this API call is borrowing something from the library, right? We're making a post request because we somehow have to add the book to the borrowed books of the library, if that makes sense. I hope this is, I explained that correctly. After borrowing, we refresh the book list. So query client invalidate queries. I guess this is just some language specific method here. And then we can display the books with the book title. And so this is basically a simple component where we just have the book title and we have a button where we can click it, and then we can say we want to borrow it. And once it's borrowed, the status on the button label turns from borrowed to borrowed and vice versa. So automatic background updates, like seeing new books appear without refreshing. So, and we can also take this one step further, and we could copy that, and then we can go over here and paste that here and say, okay, I have another query, I have another hook in my current software that I'm writing with the help of AI tools. And the tool suggested to write the following hook. Can you please analyze the code and explain line by line what it's doing? We want to paste that. Okay, so I'll break down this hook line by line. And this is really this is really the thing that I'm doing off camera, right? Whenever I run into issues or I don't understand a specific section of the code, I just ask Claude, or as I've said, any other LLM. If you have some local LLMs running, you can also use those. But really, my MacBook isn't beefy enough to run LLMs locally. So we import use mutation and use query client, imports necessary React query hooks. Use mutation is for making changes to data. And this is really what we want to do, right? We want to do something with the image data, so to speak. And then we import analyze image from the OpenAI client, imports a function, imports a Typescript type that defines the structure of an image analysis request, defines a custom hook that other components can use to analyze images. We get access to the React client, and then we create a mutation that will analyze an image. And this takes a request parameter that must include both the image analysis request data and the user ID. So this is the end sign here. So this means we have to handle both. We have to handle both to the mutation. Then we call the analyze image function with this request. And when the image analysis succeeds, marks any queries with the key analysis as stale, forcing them to refetch. This ensures lists of analysis are updated after a new analysis is added. Directly updates the cached value for conversions remaining. So this is essentially what we are right now. If we have a look at the tone selector, or rather, let me see, where are we doing this? So analyze image is an OpenAI client. So let me go here and let me use analyze image. So, okay, great. Now usage example of how this hook might look like. So now that we have something like a very, very, very basic understanding of what this actually does. So I highly suggest you read through the documentation of 10-stack query to further understand all of the important parts of this library. But for now, we'll just try to get this working, right? So inside of the source hooks folder, we want to create a new file, and we want to call it use analyze image.ts. And here we want to copy the contents and paste that here. Now, as you can see, we are importing the type image analysis request. We are importing the analyze image function, and we creating a query client so we get access to it. And here is the server state change function, right? The use mutation. So there we handle a mutation function with those two parameters to analyze image request. Okay, now then let's modify the tone selector component. So let's head back over to the tone selector component. This should be right here. And you know what, let me close all of the other things so that we only work on this one. And I wonder, we have to do this at the top. Okay, so we have to import the use analyze image hook, import use analyze image hook. And here, what we have to do, so the beginning of the function stays the same. As you can see, we have the export function tone selector. We use structure the user ID from use auth hook from clerk. We use the chat store. And okay, so something is different here because as you can see, we only have selected set selected tone, selected image. We don't need is analyzing because we are handling this in the query, I believe, in the query hook, I believe. So we can delete that. And now we need to do it like so. So const mutate and now it's analyzing. Property is loading does not exist on type use mutation result. So we probably have to fix this here. But let's see. So let me make this a bit smaller. So we have const handle analysis, and then we check this stays the same, and then we basically replace the try catch statement. So let me quickly grab all this. We'll comment that out for now, okay? And then we'll do analyze image, and we'll do image. So this works. Type base64 content selected image, and we have the context, and we do selected tone, which is the selected tone. Okay, this is correct. Then we have the user ID, and on success we do data set conversions console.log analysis complete data, and we also need to add the onError function. So, but there's still this issue with the is loading, because if we have a look at our use analyze hook, we're not okay. So we probably have to add something to the use analyze image hook so that we can access this is loading. Because as you can see, it says does not exist on type use mutation result, but we'll do this in a bit. So the rest of the component stays the same, right? So let me quickly format the document. So, and now for database operations, we should also create a query hook for fetching analysis. So we need to create a new hook, use user analysis. Again, so let's head back over here. So we'll do use user analysis, and we probably have to refactor the code a bit, right? Because right now, as you can see, we have the Zustand store hooks and the query hooks all in one folder. And maybe you want to kind of have a better separation of concerns, right? So that you have the Zustand hooks and you have the query hooks, but I will probably do this off camera because I'm digging for how to do it. Okay, so use user analysis, and we'll copy the contents of this one. We'll save this. So the current implementation in the codebase is making direct API calls and database operations without the benefits of React queries caching, automatic background updates, and error handling. The proposed changes would cache API responses, handle loading and error states automatically, provide automatic background updates. The relevant code that needs to be modified can be found probably in the OpenAI client, as you can see here with the try statement, the analyze image function, and also in the tone selector, right? Because here we have the tone options and so on. So let me see, we're in the tone selector. Do we have set conversations remaining? So this is already the updated version, right? Or is it? Let me see. Looks like it. Would you like me to provide any additional details about implementing these changes or explain any specific parts in more detail? Okay, yeah, so I want you to walk me through the relevant code that needs to be modified. So you suggested modifying the client.ts file and also tone selector.tsx. Now, I have created both hooks, use analyze image.ts. I've modified the tone selector component to use this mutation, and I also created the user analysis hook. But as I figured, there are still some changes that I need to make, right? So could you please go ahead and walk me through them? Because I would like to test this feature as quickly as possible. And we want to link all of the files. So analyze image, and use user analysis. So here it is. Use user analysis. There it is. And guys, I know this is not really an exciting process, right? I'm currently showing you how I resolve these things and basically how I peel off each layer of what I need to do, if that makes sense. It's not any of those shiny videos where people just enter one prompt and then they have a working MVP, because this actually is what coding looks like, even with LLMs, right? Or with AI coding tools. You still somehow need to understand what you're doing, especially if you are doing data manipulation or any kind of stuff. So let me hit enter. So and I walk you through the remaining changes needed to get this feature working with React Query. So first, let's modify the tone selector. So this is great because we've already worked on that one a bit. So let me see. Let me make this smaller, so we don't need that really. So we have the handle analysis. I think we made all of the changes here, so this should be correct, but navigate to results on updated UI. So this is new. We are basically deleted the console.log statement, but we will leave it so that we have something in the console to check if it's working or not, right? So, but we get something here. We cannot find name router. Okay, yeah, we cannot find it because we have to define it at the top, right? So let me const router. So we have to do it like so. So apparently this is not correct, right? So this is some kind of mistake. Maybe we have to delete it. So let's do like so. Because we're already on the chat results page, right? And somehow chat doesn't take into account what we want to do afterwards. So, okay, so this seems to be correct. And now we have created a new component to display analysis results. Create a new screen for displaying results. The loading state to the chat store. Okay, so we probably have to tell it what the next step should be. So I don't really want to create a new screen, if that makes sense. We need to do a bunch of changes inside of the, and we call it chat reply, right? So component, because I actually want to change this component to a chat window really with an input field at the bottom, or maybe you, so that the user can have a chat basically with the LLM API, if that makes sense, right? Because he will get an initial analysis of what he is supposed to say, and then he should be able to talk to the LLM to further refine that first response, if that makes sense. Now, if we need a new component for that, I will gladly create one, but please take this into account. And for now, I also just want to focus on the React query implementation for that part, so we don't really need to change any of the UI yet. I still want to see the changes in the console, and I want to have messages where I'm kind of able to determine if the React query mutations have worked and all of the database operations. But for now, let's just focus on that. Let's not get ahead of ourselves and do too much. So I understand, let's focus on implementing React query for the API calls and database operations first. Without changing the UI structure, here's what we need to modify. So first, we'll update the tone selector to use the mutation. Okay, so we've already done this, right? So we're using the analyze image function. So this is correct. We have on success, console analysis X, blah, 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 and the rest of the components. So this is correct. Now we need to create a hook to fetch conversation history. So we'll need this later for the chat. So we'll go ahead and go into hooks, create a new file, call it use conversation history.ts, and we'll copy that, we'll paste the things here. So apparently analysis service, this is nothing that we already have, right? Add the corresponding service method to analysis.ts. So let me quickly check. We probably should go here. Services database, and we need to use analysis. It's called analysis service. Get analysis with suggestion. So we don't have that, right? Get analysis by user. So we need to create this new method. So we'll do it like so. I think this should be added here, and we'll call it async get analysis with suggestions, analysis ID, which is a string, and then we create an analysis and we await that. Wait.analysis.find first, DB find first, and where analysis.id is equal analysis.id. And really this is a stupid decision to use analysis and analysis, because right now I'm a bit lost, right? I don't know, which is unfortunate, but we'll just have to work with this. So we'll do it like so, and then we need to do if this analysis doesn't exist, we throw a error and say analysis not found. So basically what we're doing inside of here is, and we want to return analysis, right? Now this became green because we have this method right here. So now what we are doing here basically is, if we have a look at our Neon database and we go to Risify app to the tables, we have a look at the analysis table, I believe, and we look, okay, is there already an ID for an analysis which is associated with a user, right? And then we display, and then we grab this analysis basically, and the next thing that we need to do is track the current analysis session, add this to your chat store. Okay, so we'll head over to our store. Where is it? Chat store. And there we have the interface with the chat store. We also need to add to the action set current analysis ID with this string. And we have to export the current analysis ID null like so. And we also need to add set current analysis ID, and we need to do, so we probably have to put that here. In current analysis ID, object literal may only specify known properties. So we have to call it current analysis ID. And we have to add that here, right? Current analysis ID string like so. Okay. And now we need to update the use analyze image hook to store the analysis ID. So use analysis image hook, and we import the image request, we import the use chat store, and we have the export function. We need the query client. This is correct. We need to set the analysis ID, use the chat store state dot set current analysis ID, set current analysis ID without the braces. So this is declared but never used. Property set current analysis ID does not exist. Set current analysis ID. Why doesn't it exist? Set current analysis is with an I. Why do we get an error here? So this is unfortunate. So mutation function request user ID string. This is correct. Analyze image on success. And here we want to store the analysis ID from for future reference. So set current analysis ID data.analysis ID, but it's just called ID. So apparently there is still some rust and some mistakes, but I wonder, set current analysis ID with use chat store. So we are in the chat store and we have the set current analysis ID like so. So I wonder why this. So probably because we have an issue here. We need to call this ID, is that correct? Existing action, set current analysis. So we want to call that ID. But I think this is not a big deal, right? Because it's just another name for this. So set current analysis ID. So we have the query client, invalidate queries. Query client set data, okay. And now we need to pre-populate the conversation query chat. Pre-populate conversation query cache. We have the query client. Set query data, conversation, data dot. Something is still off. So I think I found the error because we also have to set it inside of here. Current analysis ID null. And now if we save this, let's see, set current analysis ID, reset, set error, selected image. So this is wrong, unfortunate. Okay. So return use mutation, but for some reason we still can't. So if we have a look at this, set current analysis, and we'll call it current analysis ID. So this should be correct. So let's do the last step, which is updating the client really, and then I will fix the other bug off camera and I will walk you through the process. By the way, I will only be doing this for this method, right? Because I wanted to understand how it works and I wanted it to do myself. But for the next few minutes and for the rest of the application, we're going to be using Cursor Composer. So we have the export async function, analyze image. So we have the request with the user ID. We have the remaining conversations, the existing code after the analysis record, after creating the analysis record. So after creating the analysis record, create analysis record is here. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to do const analysis await. Then we need to return the result, the remaining conversations, and analysis ID. So we have to pass this as an inside of here, analysis ID as a string. And now we shouldn't get an error in the return statement. Is this correct? Okay, so we can use this. Now you can test the query implementation by opening your browser console, selecting an image and tone, clicking analyze. You should see the mutation being called. So yeah, I will fix this off camera to find out why we don't get an error anymore inside of here for some reason. So I guess it just took a while to propagate, because now we can add the property, we can access the properties. Probably have to restart Cursor, because sometimes, as you can see, we have quite a lot of problems, but this is not because we have errors or because we have errors in the file, but rather because some of the files that you can see here don't exist anymore, right? The only issue that we need to resolve is the isLoading property, but other than that, I think we should be good to go. And by the way, the error with isLoading is actually, it's isPending. So I didn't know that we didn't have to write this our own. This is already included in the query statement, so to speak. As you can see here, the error occurs because we need to use isPending instead of isLoading in newer versions of React Query. So here's the fix. Okay, so right now, if we've done everything correctly, this should work. So let me head back over to Neon, and I want to do the following. I want to delete the users, and I want to check if everything is still working. So let me quickly do this, and we'll delete the records, and we also go to analysis, and this should have been deleted automatically, right? Because we saved this with the user together. So let me open this. So let's see if we refresh this, do we still get the user? Yes. So this works, and now we need to upload a screenshot. And now we will probably get an error. Let's see, where is it? We'll crop. So there is an issue in tone selector because, okay, because we can't see the tone selector element where we can pick flirty and so on. So, okay, yeah, unfortunately, let me see if I set isLoading. So can you please have a look at, so we want to delete this. Right now, when I pick an image, I can't see the tone selector section anymore, where basically 3 buttons appear that say flirty, casual, and so on, because I've commented out some parts of the file, because I've added the new analyze image function with the React query hook. So could you please tell me what I need to fix inside of the file so we still have access to the other features of tone selector? So kept the tone options array at the top, restored the UI rendering code, updated loading state to use isPending from the mutation. So I'm going to be copying all of that, but I will comment out all of this. Okay, so in case we get an issue, I will just uncomment that again. We also need to copy all of the imports, of course. So let me see, we'll do it like so. And now we still have some errors. So we have tone options. Okay, yeah, because we've commented that out at the top, so we still need those. So, okay. And we also want to have that one, right? Okay. Now let's try that again. Okay, so now they are there, which is nice. Even the screenshot is still saved. And now if I choose flirty, I get the get suggestion. And let's see if it's working. So it says analyzing. I get something. It says analysis success. And if I go to the database to analysis, nice. Okay, so apparently that has worked. We have successfully implemented React Query with the help of Cursor chat, of course. I wouldn't have been able to do it myself. And I still have to do a lot of learning because right now, really, some of the code is way over the top of my head and I don't understand it at all. But it's nice to know that it is working now. So what does the response say? The response says, haha, you're refreshing. A genuine smile can go a long way. What's your secret to keeping yours so bright? This is awesome. So if we have a look at the messages, we don't have anything in here, but we also have the suggestions, which is also nice. Okay, great guys. Now what we need to do is we have to change the UI, right? So that we display some kind of chat window, so to speak. And for that, we'll head back over to Cursor Composer and let Cursor grab the steering wheel, so to speak. We're back in Composer now, and as you can see, we still have the roadmap here with the chat reply screen, enhancement, and so on. So what I want to do is I want to let Cursor Composer double check our work, right? So could you please have a look at our current project, especially in source? So we want to link the source folder like so, and check if we have implemented the React queries correctly by adding or to use them to add the conversations to the database. I've checked the feature, it works, but I would just like to know if we're using the best practices. Also, if you have a look at, and we want to link the hooks folder, you can see that right now we have all the different hooks, so the query hooks, but also the Zustand hooks in one folder. Could you maybe suggest a different structure so that we have a better separation of concerns? Because, I mean, I figured we will probably be creating a few more hooks, and I like to see on the spot what hook is a query hook and what hook is a Zustand hook. You don't really need to write code now. I just need you to plan this. And after that, please also redo the next steps for the development. So you started with chat reply screen enhancement, date, and the proposed plan. After analyzing the current code base, I need you to redo this plan, as I've said. So we'll hit enter and we'll see what Cursor comes up with. So unfortunately, here's a problem because it's not a rec query, right? It's a React query, but I think Cursor can understand what I meant. So let me analyze our current structure and propose improvements. So we have the Clerk Auth hook, we have the UI functionality hook, we have the React query hook, which is correct. So this analysis was right. And we should have another hook structure. So we should have hooks, store, queries. I see. Okay. Database integration review current, using direct database calls, better approach at proper query invalidation, implement optimistic updates at proper error boundaries. So apparently we're still not using the query to update this. So I probably have to ask Cursor about this. So you said we're using direct database calls, but we are using a mutation inside of use analyze. Where is it? Use analyze image. Is there still something else when it comes to the DB or features where we have to add a React query? Could you please elaborate on this? Maybe even show me the current workflow in our project. I need you to work with my project structure. Don't hallucinate any solutions that don't work with my structure. But it's interesting. So if we have a look at this, what we can definitely do is that we create hooks and we do UI and we also do authentication and we also have the source store. We should probably rename this to stores, right? Because we're storing more than one store, but well, let's create another folder inside of source and we'll call it queries. And inside of the queries, we do analysis, and we'll do messages. Now we probably have to move the files and update all of the import statements, right? So that we don't get any errors. But first, let's have a look at what Cursor is telling us. So scroll down, yada, yada, yada. Okay, here. You're right, I apologize. Let me analyze our actual current workflow. So we have the image upload. We do the use analyze image with the mutation, and we do the OpenAI client and then database services. Okay, so I think Cursor is talking about the database services, because if we scroll down, where's the second database here? So we have the analysis.ts. These are the services that we are using, right? And we probably also have to add reg queries here. So this is what Cursor is talking about. We're using a query for the image and for sending image data to OpenAI, but we're not using queries for the actual database services. Looking at analyze image, we have proper mutation setup, query invalidation, cache updates, error handling, analysis ID tracking. Areas where we need React query is the message history. So when we implement the chat window, we'll need use query, conversation, analysis ID, get the conversation history, and the mutation for the messages. And we also need to add user limits, currently handled in the mutation response, could be enhanced with use query user limits. So the current database interactions are analysis service, create analysis, save suggestions, get analysis by user, and get analysis with suggestions. So this is the method that we have implemented here, right? Get analysis with suggestions. We're not using query for that, but we create an analysis and we're using React query. Is that so? So let's see, use image picker. Use analyze image, here it is. So, okay, yeah, create analysis inside of here. I see. Would you like me to show you how to implement any of these query hooks, explain how they would integrate with our existing code, detail the data flow for any specific feature? Okay, and we yet again have another big code-based change coming in, right? So we should definitely tackle that. So could you please tell me, we should probably implement all of the query hooks before we dive further into making changes to the UI, right? In terms of the chat reply screen updates, so message display and so on, the chat store enhancement. Could you again please lay out the next steps for the React query stuff? Because I figure this is quite a huge change, because we need to create a lot of files, we need to work on a lot of files to integrate the new hooks with our current code base, and I just want to make sure that we're not breaking anything. Before we make any changes, do you think it's important that we make those changes before we dive further into the development process, where we basically create a chat window and also do the chat store enhancement and all the stuff that you proposed before? If so, please lay out a plan for the next steps, because I figured this will be quite a huge change, right? Because we have to create 3 files and we have to do a bunch of changes in existing files. So I just want to make sure that we're not breaking anything in our code base, and I want to have full control over the development process. So let's have a look at the answer. You're right, we should establish these query hooks first. Here's the plan. So first we need to have a query for user analysis history, pagination support, cache management, use conversation, real-time conversation state, message history, optimistic updates, and user limits. So track remaining conversations, subscription status, and real-time updates. So remember, chat gave us a, I don't know, not a conclusive solution, right? For example, we're using conversations remaining inside of here in the use analyze image, but now we should use a standalone hook, so to speak. So we'll need to create a few files. Use analysis history, use conversation, use user limits. So we'll go ahead and create those, but we'll create those inside of our new queries folder. So let me see, where are the hooks? Chat types, hooks, authentication, queries. So here it is. So we have analysis. So we go here and we'll do use analysis history.ts. And so the thing is, we should probably, let me scroll up a bit, analysis and messages. Okay, yeah. So we should probably go ahead and create a new folder for the conversations, and then do use conversations.ts and the user limits too. For some of you, this might be overkill, right? But really, I don't know any better. Maybe in the next few weeks or months, I will change my approach. But right now, I just want to have it as modular as possible. So use user limits.ts. We also need to modify use analyze image. We need to update the cache handling, the tone selector, add the limit checks, and the chat store. By the way, I've never ran any tests, so I really don't know what we need to do here. And I figured this would take quite some time, right? So by now the video is already like 6 hours long. I wonder how long it will still take. And we really only working on one feature, right? So this is kind of nuts. So implementation order. First, we should do use user limits, most critical for user experience, affects existing functionality. Then the foundation for the conversation view. So the safeguards are feature flags, gradual rollout, and so on. Would you like me to detail any specific part of this plan? Okay. Yeah, but I also have one addition. Now, this really is a demo, right? I don't really need a complete production ready product. It's mainly for having a very bare bone MVP, right? So let's still follow your advice when it comes to creating all the hooks so that we are following best practices. But as far as the safeguards go and the testing strategy, I don't really know if we need them. I'm sure we need to somehow make sure that the features are working, but we don't need to run designated tests or unnecessary complexity. Also, could you please elaborate a bit more on the modify section of step 2, where you say, okay, files to create and modify, where you say we need to update cache handling inside of use analyze image, and we need to add limit checks in tone selector. Aren't we doing this already in some of our files? Again, if you need to, please scan the code base, and I need you to explain my code base to me in terms of all these things. I need to understand what is happening. So could you also go ahead and explain the modify part in the second step where it says files to create, modify, where you say update cache handling and use analyze image.ts and also add limit checks in tone selector. Aren't we already doing this somewhere in our app? Please, if you have to, scan the code base and tell me. I need to understand what is happening inside of my code base. Don't just hallucinate any standard responses or so we'll hit enter. So I will definitely not update to the new cursor because I figured the current update 0.43. So if we have a look at their, let me see, cursor change log, where is it? I think here, right? So I'm running on the 0.43, But really the best version as of so far was 0.42.5, because in the current version, Cursor makes a lot more mistakes, really. The agent sometimes is good, but if we have a growing code base and so many different files where Cursor needs to track the context, it doesn't work as good, right? Or as well. Okay, so let's see. Let me check our actual code base for these components. Use analyze image, tone selector. After reviewing current implementation, already has basic cache handling. And I thought so, because if we have a look at use analyze image, we're using query, right? And there's some kind of cache inside of cache function integrated. We have the tone selector already handles limits through set conversations remaining. Yes, and this is what I mean, right? So usually Cursor should know these things. And if you don't check Cursor or double check Cursor, it will propose a plan and it will add features that are already in the files, if that makes sense, right? So if we go to tone selector and we search for set conversations remaining, as you can see here, we're already doing this. Now, one thing that I would like to know is if we go to neon.console and we go to users, as you can see, it really works, right? Because we start with, when we create the user inside of our use auth sync hook, here's where we are setting the user, right? So update local store with the new user. And as you can see here, we set the conversations remaining to 5. And we have created the user, the conversations remaining is on 5. And now that we have made our first request here, the conversations remaining is now at 4. So this feature works, which is great. And if we wouldn't have told Cursor that we already have something like this, we would have probably broken this, right? So what we actually need is we need new query hooks. And now, as you can see, we only need the use analysis history and use conversation. So we don't need use user limits anymore, which is curious. And we need to make minimal changes to the existing code. Already good, just needs to connect with new hooks. Tone selector already handles limits, just needs to transition to chat view. And chat store at message handling and conversation. So I was wrong earlier. Yeah, but usually Cursor doesn't know if it's wrong if you don't tell it, right? We don't need to modify those files much. Instead, we should focus on building the chat interface, adding message handling, connecting the analysis to chat flow. Would you like me to show the okay. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. So you're jumping from one file to another, saying we need minimal changes, we need new query hooks. Now you're talking about building the chat interface. Yes, go ahead, propose a plan for the next feature, which is adding the chat interface after the user has sent his initial analysis request. We also need a way of displaying this first message in the chat reply window or in a new component for that matter. We need to replace the screenshot at the top right and the get suggestions and so on. So basically I need you to create a plan for adding this feature, which also includes creating the query hooks. It includes creating new components maybe that we kind of inject after we get the initial API request. And maybe we even need to, I don't know, create an unique chat component or something like this. I really don't know. You play the role of the senior dev and you lay out the steps as detailed as possible and even think about the things I haven't thought of based on my current code base. So don't just propose any standard response or do something you think is correct because you've just seen that you can be wrong, right? If you don't look at the files that we have already implemented. And sometimes really, I figured this is what it's like to work with a with a junior dev, right? You have someone who can code, can do a little bit of coding, but but he can't do anything on its own, right? Or on his own, if that makes sense. And I mean, I can't code either, but it's just that I'm trying to do problem solving in a way that it makes sense. So let's have a look at the proposed plan. You're right. Let me analyze our current flow and propose a detailed plan. So the user uploads an image. He selects a tone. Then he clicks the Get Suggestions, use Analyze Image to process request, response is logged to console. So this is correct. This is the current flow. Now the detailed implementation plan, we need to create a query hook for the initial response. Get first AI response after analysis, uses current analysis ID from chat store, and returns the initial message plus the analyzed text. I'm not sure we should do this definitely because we want to have some kind of signal to the user so that he knows, okay, for what conversation are we actually, or in what conversation are we actually in, right? So then we have the component structure changes. So we have source components chat reply. We need the index.ts file. We already have this. And then we have the initial response.tsx, which shows the analyzed text, shows the AI's response, and the transitions to chat. And then we have the chat window inside of the chat reply folder. Okay, and this replaces the image selector and the tone selector, shows message history and the input for follow-up. So far so good. And the state management updates we need to do is the chat store. We already have this, right? So we have it down below instead of our stores folder on the left. And we need to add current message to our store. So let me quickly open this. So what we probably need to do is we need to add something to the state, right? So we added the current analysis ID when we created the use analyze image hook. And now what we need to do is probably something like this, right? Current message string, or it's an empty string, I believe. And we also need to add the message history, which will probably be an array of some sorts, or it will be empty. And we also need to add the chat state, okay? And the implementation steps are create, so let me quickly delete the current message here. Create use initial response hook, build initial response component, and update the chat reply index to hide image selector, tone selector after success, show initial response component. Okay. Now, as far as I'm concerned, this sounds good. But to be honest, I don't know how this will come out, right? Maybe we will break something. I mean, I should definitely do a git add and git commit, because the last time, let's see, use initial response hook, build initial response component, and update chat reply index.tsx. So I wonder if we can tackle this phase completely with Composer. We probably should. Okay, so could you then go ahead and start with phase 1? Now, before you do this, please have a look at and we want to put the source folder here and adhere to the hooks folder structure. You will find a queries folder with other folders inside of it, and I want you to follow this structure for separation of concerns, right? I also want you to build the initial response component according to your suggestion. And I need you to first walk me through it. So don't update the chat reply index.ts file yet. Just focus on creating the use initial response hook and build the initial response component, and then walk me through both of them and wait for my confirmation. And we probably want to, so let me see. I probably want to take screenshots of this so that I don't lose any of it. So let's see, let's do it like so. And we need to screenshot this too. So we'll hit enter now. Let me check our current structure. Okay, so this worked perfect. I see a query structure. Here's the plan for phase 1. Source query analysis, use initial response, fetch initial analysis result, get extracted text and AI response, handle loading error states. Okay. This uses the analysis service, get analysis with suggestions, triggered when current analysis ID is available. Okay. The component structure is source component, chat reply, and so on. Here's how they work together. Use analyze image, sets current analysis ID. use initial response automatically fetches using this ID, and the initial response component renders the result. So what we right now do is we have another server state manipulation, right? So server state really is everything that is not running inside of your client. And in our case, the client is the Risify app, right? So we need to handle server state, and the server state is on the database on NeonDB, right? So because we want to access this analysis, this initial analysis by with the ID here, right? So this is why we're using the reg query hook. Okay, yeah, please create the query hook and the component, and then walk me through the code step by step, and then wait for my confirmation until we start making the changes to index.ts of chat reply. Let me see. Okay, yeah, so we'll hit enter. So we should get a new hook, right, inside of analysis. So let me scroll down. Where is it? Queries, analysis, use. So here's the new hook. And we also get the initial response TSX at the top inside of chat reply. We get it inside of the source folder because this is just, I've explained that earlier, right? So this is just for displaying something, and we want the business logic inside of the source folder to get the separation of concerns. So now, apparently this doesn't throw any errors, or do we get something red anywhere? We get analysis text. Text does not exist on type never. Analysis suggestions. So it's probably analysis. Let me see. This is why it's fucked up that we are using analysis and analysis, really. Let me see. Analysis. We want analysis and not analysis because we need to do this. Suggestions. But it's type never, so this is not correct. So we probably have to make a few changes inside of the type. So if we scroll down to the types and we go to, where is it? Not error, not performance, services. So let me see. Analysis service. So let me see. This is not an array, right? So if you remember, we have multiple suggestions here, but really we only get one suggestion, if that makes sense, right? Because we are not using, because this was the issue that we had earlier, right? So if we have a look at analysis, we had to manually, where was it? Was it inside of the messages? No, users. I think it was here, because if you remember, we had to manually add the response suggestion, because if we have a look at this, you can see that we alter the table suggestions, which says response suggestion, because the initial implementation was that we get more suggestions, if that makes sense, right? And we kind of have a rating system, so to speak, for which response we should take. So the initial idea was we make the API call to OpenAI, we get, I don't know, 2 or 3 suggestions, and then internally we would implement something like a rating system where the AI learns over time which of the suggestions will probably work best. We got that wrong inside of the project definition. So right now we are only getting one response, right? And we only want to use this. So we probably need to update the code. This is not correct, that it is never. So where does this come from? Data analysis. Let me see. So I think we should be able to resolve this like so. As I've said, inside of the suggestions, we only have really, no, it's okay, so let's see. Analysis, response, suggestion, analysis, suggestions. So we need suggestions, and we need, to be honest, I'm a bit lost right now, because we access suggestions here and we want to grab the text, but it says we don't have this. So is it without the 0? So we need to add this here, suggestions. So we still get property text does not exist on type never. We'll probably handle this inside of chat, but let's have a look at the result first. So first the query hook and then the initial response. So lives in source queries analysis following your structure, uses current analysis ID from chat store, fetches analysis and suggestion using existing service, only runs when we have an analysis ID. And the initial response is, it displays the original conversation, so the analyzed text, the AI response, and the used tone. Use your existing UI components for box and text and follows your styling patterns. Okay. Now we still need a way to access this stuff here, right? So we need analyze this, and it's the analyzed text that is correct, right? So we have analyzed text, okay, and we don't get any errors here. But for some reason we can't access the suggestions. But this is not really an array here. So let's do the following. We open this and we want to kind of download this part here, export to CSV, or let's do JSON. Let's do it like so. Suggestions. Okay, we'll save this here. And now I'm gonna grab this from my desktop, hopefully. Let's see, is this here? We probably have to grab the analysis, right? So we grab this as a JSON object, analysis.json, save. Now let's see. So we have the image file inside of here, unfortunately, but so let me quickly see analysis. We'll head over to cursor. We'll put this here. I can't. Okay, so I have to put this inside of the assets. Let me quickly do this. So we'll put this inside of here. Now, okay, so first we'll need to accept all. Okay, for some reason I get an error in, and the component is called initial response. At the bottom where we try to access the suggestions array, so to speak. Just so you know, so we're not creating multiple responses with the AI, right? So this was the initial idea, but we changed to only give us one specific result based on the uploaded image. So now, right now, inside of the analysis table in Neon, we don't store an array, if that makes sense. Please have a look at, and we called it what? Analysis. Please have a look at analysis. There it is. So if we do it like so, we can't find the suggestion. So analyze text user I mentioned. So maybe it's, let me see, initial response suggestions. It's called response suggestion, but this is also not correct because there is a type never. And to be honest, I don't know what that means. Please have a look at, and we also want to supply suggestions just for a good measure, because as I said, I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing. And suggestions, because there seems to be an issue with with a property not being, what's it called, not existing on type never. Explain and walk me through it. No code yet. I just want to understand why that is and what we have to change. Okay, so we'll hit enter. I can explain why you're getting the property does not exist on type never. Current code issues. The initial response to TSX, you're trying to access analysis.suggestions.response_suggestion. Yeah, okay, so I've changed this. This is obviously not correct. You're also trying to access suggestions and position 0 tone. This assumes suggestion is an array property on the analysis object. But the actual data structure, looking at suggestions, we have a single suggestion object with response suggestion property. The suggestion object itself has properties like ID, analysis ID, text, tone. So if we have a look at this here, so we have text, tone, and so on, right? Response suggestion is an object containing text, tone, and reasoning, and so on. So response suggestion, okay, yeah. The error property does not exist on type never occurs because Typescript doesn't recognize suggestions as a valid property type. This happens because the type definition doesn't match the actual data structure. When Typescript encounters an invalid access, it defaults to never type. What needs to change? Instead of accessing analysis, suggestions, response suggestion, we need to access the suggestion directly. Data structure should be treated as a single suggestion object, not an array. We need to update the component to match the actual data structure where response underscore suggestion is nested object within the suggestion. Yeah, okay, I thought cursor will give me the result. Please refactor initial response. I wanted you to show me the code in the first place with your explanation. So we'll do this. Instead of accessing suggestions as an array, we'll access the single suggestion object. So how do we do this? Okay, so like so response suggestion. So I was kind of right, but I can't. Okay. So we create a variable analysis suggestions and play a spot 0. And then the response is dot response suggestion. So basically this one here. So we have to have a two-step process. So what we can do is connection failed. Yeah, that's too bad. Now it works. But here property response suggestion does not exist. So we probably also have to change something inside of the types, right? Let's do accept all. We still get this. But I think the reason for this is because we don't have a type. So could you please check, because we are not defining the type for suggestion anywhere, or are we? So where do we try to pull the type from in this example? I think we're missing a file. Please don't just assume my assumption to be true. If I'm incorrect, please tell me. The type error is occurring because we're not properly typing the return value from getAnalysis with suggestions. The type error is occurring because we're not properly typing the return value from getAnalysis with suggestions. So this should be in a client, right? So let me see. So let me check the database schema and types. We have response suggestion type defined in source types OpenAI. Source types OpenAI TS. We have the database schema for suggestions in source DB schema suggestions. Source DB schema suggestions. The use initial response hook is using analysis service.getAnalysis. The problem is that we need to define proper return types for the database queries. Create an interface that represents the analysis with its suggestions. Make sure the use initial response hook properly types its return value. And here's what we need to do. Let's create a type for the analysis with suggestions in source type database. Now let's update the use initial response hook to use these types. Now that we have proper types defined, let's update the initial response component. Guys, to be honest, this is way over my head, and I can't really explain you what cursor is doing right here. I have to check this off camera, but we'll see. Okay, so now that we have fixed this issue, right now I should be able to see something already, right? Or no, I told you to wait for my confirmation to integrate everything with chat reply. So could you please go ahead and do so? And we want to link the index file from chat reply. Where is it? Here it is. So this was quite exhausting, really. Yes, you're right. Now that we've fixed the issue, we need to integrate initial response component into the chat reply screen. Imported the initial response component, current analysis ID. The flow is now, user sees upload instructions initially. After uploading an image, they see the tone selector. After analysis is complete, they see the initial response. Okay, and now I got this on my phone. It says, cannot read property reference table of undefined. So we probably have to do some more debugging What does that mean? Cannot read property referenced table. So where do we have the reference table? Let's do it like so. File and folder, referenced table. Okay. Maybe if I reload the server, let me see, and I start that again. I also want to delete this, right? So let me quickly do this. Let me delete the record. This should also delete this. Now I'll go into the Risify app. So I'm logged in. Can I see the user? Yes, this works. I have 5 conversations. Now I click on chat reply. I click upload screenshot. Let me see if this works. I can click get suggestions. It says analyzing. Nope, same issue. But we get something here and we get the suggestions. So this works. So unfortunately, I get an error when I try to display the API response in the initial response component. So I will head over to Composer and tell it, okay, I can choose an image. I can also send the API request, and the API request is stored inside of the database, but I can't see the response in the terminal, so as a console log. And also I get an error when I try to, or after clicking generate response, because then it says cannot read property referenced table of undefined on my phone. So could you please fix the error and walk me through it step by step? First, let's add logging to the use analyze image, which is nice. Let me see, use analyze image. So I found the issue, the error cannot read property reference table of undefined is happening because we need to properly configure drizzle's relations. Let me fix this. First, let's update the database schema to properly define the relations. And now let's update the database service to use the relations. Okay. Finally, let's add some logging to help debug the API response in tone selector. Now let's hit accept all. So nothing has changed so far. It still says cannot read property, but let's see, we'll restart the server. Let's see, I will head over to Neon and I will, so the response are stored. Let me delete the user once more. This should delete the suggestions and also the initial analysis. Let me start the app. And then it says error syncing user with database. Okay, so what the issue? Cannot convert undefined value to object. So we get the user here. Provider's auth provider is missing the default export. So let me see, where's the auth provider? Here. So we need to do this, I think, or export default. I think it's like so, export default. Cannot read property display name of undefined. Let's see. Query client provider is also missing the default. So it seems that I made a mistake when I tried to define the components. Cannot read property display name. Let's restart the server once more. So I get this error now. I already changed the exports in query client and auth provider. So I didn't use the default export statement for the functions. But now I get this render error, so I can't even add users to the database right now. There's an issue with component exports. Okay, so our navigation setup, let me help you fix this. So we probably have to do it like so, because we changed the, let me save this. Oh, it works again, but it still says error syncing user with the database. So let me see. It probably changed back the things from the providers. Let me see. Auth provider. Well, we'll do accept all for now. This should still work because we are using the correct statements now. So let's do accept all. Creating new user in database. This works now, which is great. So the problem was that I haven't used the correct statements here. So I tried to use RAFCE. So I tried to do it like so, right? Export query client provider because I'm used to it from React, but apparently this is not correct. You want to use this function definition, and this was the problem. Now let's try one more time. So we'll upload, choose the correct screenshot, crop. We'll do flirty. We'll do get suggestions. And we probably get the same error. Oh no, oh, it worked, guys. It worked. And let's see if we can see it in the database. Yes. Can we also see the messages? Not yet, probably, but the suggestions. Nice, it worked. So let me quickly change to my camera. Can you see this? So it says the original conversation was user 1 mentions their height and expresses concern about being too short. User 2 reassures that height isn't important and prefers a genuine smile, yada. And now it says, well, maybe we should focus on what really matters, like sharing some laughs together. What's your go-to joke? Now, apparently we still need to add the input field at the bottom, right? But other than that, it works. And if we have a look at the terminal, you can see that it says starting analysis with image present true tone. So we've successfully implemented React Query with a few, well, with a few issues, right? But that's not because Cursor made a mistake, but rather I made a mistake. So the problem is always sitting in front of the computer, right? Okay, but unfortunately, so the question is, do we need to add the GC time for 24 hours? I don't know. Let's just do it like so. This works. Now we should do a git add definitely, because I don't want to lose the progress. And we want to call edit feature user can initial analysis. I will write it like so, right? Because the component is also called, or the type is called analysis and not analysis. Initial analysis is displayed in, what's the component called? Let me scroll down. Initial response component. Initial response component after image upload. So we'll do it like so. I could have added the query functionality, but I just forgot about it. So that's unfortunate. But so I wonder why we can't access the updated add inside of the use auth sync, because we should be able to. We have the existing user. So the existing user inside of here doesn't have a created add. Is that correct? It has a created add. Well, that's too bad. Huh. Okay, I don't know about that one. But other than that, it works. So I'm pretty happy. This is great. This finally works. I can now see the original conversation at the top and the AI response in kind of like a speech bubble with the tone underneath. Now what we need to do is we need to add the input field. And there I have a few questions. I also want to give the user the ability of accessing his old analysis, right? So if you have a look at the main window of our application, in the top right, we have this speech bubble icon. If the user clicks on there, he should be able to be redirected to, I don't know, something like a list component where he can see the chat replies. Because right now, if I go back inside of the current chat reply and I click on chat reply again, I see the initial response, right? So could you please come up with a solution for that? And the second thing is, as I've said, we want to show the input field at the bottom. So since I really don't know how we can solve this, I want you to propose a solution. Maybe we need to create a unique chat window or something with an ID. I don't know. And for now, just plan and wait for my confirmation. Also have a look at PRD and use the information, but don't just take PRD as the truth. Keep in mind, you are the seasoned senior developer who is guiding me through the project and knows exactly what we need to do each step of the way. So since this video is quite long already, right, I will probably leave it at that. After we are finished with the chat reply and also the window, the chat history component, I will probably call it a day. Maybe I will add the your personal AI dating coach feature, because it's kind of similar to the chat reply, right? If we click on personal AI dating coach, we will also be redirected to a different screen. We have an input field at the bottom, and we make an initial API response where, I don't know, the API asks, okay, how can I help you today maybe? So let's see. Based on the PRD and current implementation, here's my proposal for both requirements. Chat history feature, create a new route, chat history that shows a list of past analysis. Each analysis item should show thumbnail of the original image, date, first few words of the conversation, and the selected tone. When clicking an item, navigate to chat reply with the analysis ID, add a new analysis button at the top, implement proper state management to handle navigation between new and existing analysis. Okay, create a new chat session component that manages the entire chat flow and store messages in the database using the existing messages table. Add real-time message syncing using React query. Implement optimistic updates for better UX. And for those of you who wonder what optimistic updates are, this will be a very basic explanation, right? Okay, but from what I've learned so far is, think of Instagram, right? So you scroll the feed and you encounter an image, that you like. Maybe you scroll stop and then you double tap, and if you have a look at the little heart icon at the bottom, you will see that it immediately turns red, right? You see the animation immediately. You don't have to wait first for the server action to arrive at Instagram servers and then trigger something and then come back. This is an optimistic update, and this is great for UX because obviously you want to trigger an action, at least in the user interface, immediately, so the user knows everything is all right and the app is not broken, or maybe it's, I don't know, frozen or whatever, right? Here's the detailed plan. So we have to implement the chat history with a new hook, use analysis history, and we probably don't have that yet, right? Oh, we have the use analysis history. Okay, chat session, enhanced chat story, and the database changes. We need a new table even. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Because right now we have absolutely no way of storing the chat history, right? Get it. Okay, yeah, please go ahead and implement the steps in your suggested order. So 1, 2, 3, and then I want to test the feature. So we will create a new screen. I think it should be in the app routing group. Yes, so chat history. So, and take a look, we're even using the use analysis history hook. We haven't written it yet, right? Cursor is writing it right now, but we're using query. We have the mutations and the query functions with the get analysis by user, and this should also exist already. So if we have scrolled down at the database analysis, get analysis by user, here it is, right? We've already written this function. So something is red. So we need to install date fns. So let's quickly do this. We'll do bun install date fns, and use analysis history is probably not in the correct folder, right? Hooks, use analysis history. Let's do accept all. We'll use this and paste it inside of here. And then we have to import it from the right direction. So use hooks. Let me see. Oh no, it's inside of queries. Source, queries, analysis, and we want to use analysis history. Now it says syntax error, date fns could not be found within the project. This is simply because we have to refresh the, so let me quickly delete that one. We just have to refresh the server or restart the server, really. This is also not correct. Unfortunately, Cursor created the index route once more for whatever reason. Okay, so we can delete that one. So now if I restart the server, we probably have to change something in the home.tsx file, right? Because we probably won't be able yet to open the history, since as you can remember, Cursor created the index file with a new home routing group. and this doesn't work yet. So okay, so this is great, but I can't access the history by clicking the speech bubble button at the top right and we want to use home. Unfortunately, you created a new index file in the home routing group, but this is not correct since we have another structure. You can find the home screen inside of the tabs routing group. So could you please go ahead and connect the hooks and everything that you've written so far with our actual index page, which is home.tsx. We could do this manually, right? So if we have a look, let's see, where is it? So the only thing that we really need to add is we have to go to the button. So let's see, where is it? Button, I think it's not person, but chat bubbles right here. What we want to do is we want to use a function on press, and this should be outer push, and we want to push to chat reply, to chat history, I'm sorry, chat history. So, and let's see if this works already. Yes, it works. It's kind of broken because the styling is a bit off, but other than that, it looks pretty decent. So let me see, where is the chat history? Somewhere down here, chat reply, chat history. So what we need is, this is inside of a box, right? So chat history here is this and let list. So we okay, great. I can access the chat history, but unfortunately the item looks a bit off. The styling is not right. The thumbnail is overflowing. Also, the font or the text is cut off. It just doesn't look good. So could you please go ahead and fix the styling? Only work on the styling of the box element. So we'll see if Cursor can do this, because sometimes it doesn't get it right with the styling for some reason. So it should work on this one here. Let's see how this how this looks. So this is not Ghost. Ghost doesn't exist as a variant. Let's do accept. Okay. Use analysis history doesn't work. Yeah, because the hook is not called use analysis history. Let me see. It's inside of queries. Okay, so well, still not there yet. Let me show you. So, I mean, it looks a bit better, but still not quite. Okay. So let's see, image preview. This is the box, this is the content. So a rounded XL maybe. Okay, so this was the correct one. We needed to change the height of the button element. Now, please have a look. Looks pretty neat, right? Now we can also, we should be able to click it, and then we are redirected to the chat reply. Look at this, guys. It's coming together quite nicely. Now that we have that out of the way, I think we can start implementing the input field. So let's see, if we scroll up, so we have the chat history screen and so on. This works quite well. Now we should head over to the chat input implementation. So for that, we need to create a chat session component that manages the entire chat flow, store messages in the database using the existing messages table, real-time message syncing using React query. So we'll definitely make a git add and git commit, git feature, fetch chat history from DB with queries with query. So we'll do this. Okay, so great, this works. I think we can now go over to the chat input implementation. Could you please go ahead and propose a plan for that? You already said we need to create a new interface, chat session, enhance chat store, and even a new table. So could you please create all of the files and interfaces so that I can push the new migration to the database? By the way, you don't need to create the migration file. The only thing you need to do is update the schema, right? And then I will run the migration. But first, I want you to lay out the plan for that second step with the chat input field. And then I want you to wait for my confirmation. And we still have to fix the other issue, which is warning text strings must be rendered within a text component. But to be honest, I'm not sure where this comes from. Created by chat reply screen. So somewhere inside of here, we are not using a text component for a string, right? But we don't get an error inside of the terminal. So, I mean, inside of the problems, right? Usually there's some kind of type check in the background, but this really doesn't happen. And as I can see it, we have this in text component, this also. So let's see. We'll fix this later. And right now I want to focus on the input field. So I'll lay out a detailed plan for implementing the chat input. So first, let's define our interfaces for a new types file. So types chat.ts. Let me see. So we already have chat.ts. We have chat message, and this looks somewhat similar. So but we don't have chat session. So then we need to update the Prisma schema. This is also not correct because apparently we're not using Prisma, right? We're using Drizzle. So I don't know why we're assuming that we're using Prisma, probably because I told you to create the schema, but actually we're using Drizzle ORM to communicate with our NeonDB. So could you please change this, or even go ahead and go into our schema folder and add or update the designated files. Also, if you have a look at chat.ts, you will see that this already exists, right? We already have some kind of message interface in there. So again, please use my current code base and my files to implement the step of adding the chat input field in the chat reply section, and also in the chat history component. So for some reason, it can't find the files. No, it found it. Sometimes I don't know why, what the issue is, to be honest. It seems as if cursor sometimes is looking in the wrong directory, but I don't know for what reason. So first we need to add messages table to your Drizzle schema, create a new file, and we'll probably do this manually, right? Just to get some reps in. So we'll go to source DB, and we need to create a new file called messages. So unfortunately, I don't know why cursor, we probably need to call this AI messages or something. Let me see. For the chat input component, I'll update your chat store. Okay, so you know what? Let's go to chat reply and create a new component, and we'll call it input, like so, .tsx, and we'll copy that. We'll paste that here. We need to add the text input from GlueStack. So let's go there. And again, it's not called the text input, right? We already had that problem. It's just called input. There is no text input field. So we'll have to change this to input. And then we also have to change this to input. We have to import input field. And I think that should be about it. And now let's call that input, and we need to do it like so. That this isn't correct, and this is an input field, and we need to do it like so, I think. but probably like this input field. For fuck's sake. Let me see. It's a self-closing tag. Okay, that was my bad. So this should be correct. Okay. Update your chat store. So if you have a look at my schema, especially if you look at, my schema, especially if you look at, you will see that I already have a messages table inside of my database. So can we use that one and maybe just add the missing properties if there are any? Because, well, I would like to work with what we already have, and I also told you to use my current project structure. So because right now we're not using the messages, what we're using is the analysis, right, for the initial response and also the suggestion. Perfect. I see your existing messages schema. It already has most of what we need. Let's create the chat input component that works with your existing schema and types. Yeah, so I've already done this, right? This doesn't work because we don't have a add message property yet in chat, but we'll do this. So this is already what we have done so far. Use your existing chat message type and schema. Let's see. So we'll just use the current chat input component, right? And let's scroll down. Uses your existing. So I'm using the initial chat input field that you already gave me. And now we have the messages schema. So apparently I don't need to add anything new because you said it already has most of what we need. So I've created the chat input field, and now I still need to update the store, right? So we can probably do this. Let's head over to the store. Where is it? Store chat. So we have the existing state. We also need to add messages. And this is a chat message, which is an array. And we need message with message chat message void. And we also need clear messages void. Okay. And now in your store implementation, we need to add this here probably. So messages with an empty array, and the actions, I will append this here at message sets messages state. Okay, and the last thing that we need is clear messages, and now we should have everything that we need. Let's see, we'll close all of this and we'll head back to the chat input field. Now we resolved the issues. Okay, and updated my chat store. Now I need a way to actually have a conversation with the GPT-4 API endpoint, right? And for that, I want to use the initial analysis, if there is one, right? And I want to give this as context to the OpenAI endpoint so that the model knows what this conversation is all about, right? Because that's the whole idea of this feature. I want to basically give the user the option of keeping the conversation alive and adding more input, or rather use this conversation so that he can ask more questions about the initial screenshot. So input field, we need to delete this one. Don't just write the code yet. Please explain in your own words what we need to do, what I just told you. So we'll hit enter. Let me summarize what you're asking for. If you want to implement the conversation flow where the user has already done an initial analysis of a screenshot, which created an analysis record in the database. So this is correct. Now, when the user starts chatting using the chat input we just created, you want to take the initial analysis, including the screenshot analysis, tone, and initial suggestions. Use this as context when making calls to the OpenAI API. This way, GPT-4 understands the conversation's background and can provide relevant responses about this screenshot. The goal is to allow the users to ask follow-up questions about the screenshot, get more detailed advice or clarification about the initial analysis, and have a continuous conversation while maintaining context about what was in the screenshot. Essentially, you're creating a contextual chat experience where the AI remembers and understands the initial screenshot analysis, making the conversation more focused and relevant to the user's specific situation. Okay, yeah, I can create the OpenAI service function that includes the initial analysis as context, set up the message handling logic to maintain conversation history. Okay. Yeah, now we have created a few things, right? So we created the chat history screen, and we can fetch the past histories from the database. Now I need a way to combine everything. So the feature that I just told you about, which is using this initial analysis, aka the past analysis, to give to a API endpoint of OpenAI and then have a conversation. So the idea is, if the user is in the chat reply screen and he has uploaded a screenshot and he gets the initial analysis, this chat reply window changes to gets the chat input field at the bottom, and also changes in a kind of chat window. So if that makes sense, right? And we already have that feature implemented if you look at the code. And then inside of this chat reply window, I want the chat to unfold in the way that I just explained to you. So could you again please rephrase what I just told you and then create a step-by-step detailed plan for how to basically combine everything that we currently have and that I just told you about, so that we can this feature and make it a great user experience. So I have to check something because I think I'm already at the end of my messages in Cursor. Okay, so 362 messages. We have another 138 messages to finish this app. So let's see if this works. If not, I will just change to windsurf, but we'll see. So let me summarize what you're describing. Current state, you have a chat history screen that shows past analysis. You have a chat replay screen that allows users to upload screenshots, shows initial analysis results, transforms into a chat interface after analysis, already has the chat input field at the bottom. Does it? No. What you want to implement when the user is in the chat reply screen, there are two scenarios. New analysis, user uploads screenshot, gets initial analysis, screen transforms into chat. Past analysis, user comes from history, loads past analysis, shows chat interface. The chat experience should display the initial analysis at the top, show the ongoing conversations below, use the initial analysis as context. Okay, so the chat screen flow, check if there's a current analysis ID in the store. If yes, coming from history, load past analysis and messages. If no, new analysis. Show upload UI, then transform after analysis, chat interface components, initial analysis, display top. Okay. Yeah, so this sounds great. Yeah, this sounds great with some caveats. So first of all, right now, neither the chat reply screen when the user uploads a new screenshot, nor the chat reply version where access a past conversation or past analysis has the chat or has the input field at the bottom. We have a chat input component, so we'll link that here, chat input. And we already have this kind of distinction, right? So as of right now, I can either click on chat reply and I can access. So right now, when I open the app and I click on chat reply in the home screen, I get redirected to the chat reply screen. And the first time I can upload an image if there's no initial or no past analysis in the DB. But once I've uploaded this, I get basically redirected to the past analysis. And whenever I try to access chat reply from the home screen to create a new analysis, so to speak, I get redirected to the existing analysis. So we have to take into account that, and this is basically inside of the flow that you already explained, right? We need those two scenarios with the new analysis and the past analysis. So you were right about that. So chat input field isn't showing up in either scenario. There's a redirection loop where when trying to start a new analysis from home, redirects to existing, can start fresh. No way to differentiate between new analysis and continue. This is correct. Refined implementation. Home screen navigation. A new chat button should clear current analysis ID from store. Reset chat store state. Navigate a fresh chat reply screen. And the chat history should show past analysis. Allow selecting one to continue conversation. Yes, so this is correct. And we have the chat reply screen states, which is new analysis flow and existing analysis flow. Component structure in chat reply index if no current analysis ID. Okay. Yeah, this sounds all very well and I want to do this. So I think we should start with the first step, which is the home screen navigation flow, to have this distinction between wanting to start a new analysis and accessing an old one. So we already have a reset function in our store, but we need to define the chat message in types, right? So let me quickly do import chat message from types like so. First, let's update the store to ensure complete reset. This to ensure messages are cleared too. So let me quickly look at the store. Where is it? Store. Oh, I'm already in it. Oh, great. So reset is here. So we want to add current analysis ID null, and we also want to add messages with an empty array. We want to save that. And now we have selected image is null, selected tone is null, is analyzing is false, error is null. We already have error, okay. And conversations remaining null. Add this to reset conversation count. But we don't really want to, we don't really want to reset the conversations count, right? Because we need this. So because the user should only have like 5 free conversations. So we won't add that, and we will ask cursor about it. Now let's create a hook to handle the navigation, and we need use those source hooks, use analysis. So let's see, source hooks, file use analysis navigation.ts, and we want to copy that, put that here, and update the home screen to use the navigation function. So which is essentially our home.tsx, right? As you can see here. So we don't just want to push this. So we want to click on start new analysis. So start new analysis, and we want to import that from the hook. Start, let me see, use analysis navigation. We want to do const start new. We want to restructure this, and then we have to put that here, which is correct. And we also want to push to chat history at the top here if the user clicks the chat bubbles, right? Okay. Update the chat history screen to use the navigation. Let's save this. Chat history, continue analysis, and this is handle analysis select, and we can basically delete this, and we need to import this hook, continue analysis. Okay, so this should be it. So we can still access the chat history, and we can also access the chat reply, which is nice. So let me quickly show you. So now if I click on the chat bubbles, if I can tap it, what the fuck? You can see we're in the past analysis, and now if I click chat reply, I am in the chat reply, and I can upload a new image, which is nice. Now the question is, let's quickly make a new request because we want to see if this works, right? So I want to upload another screenshot, and I want to see if the conversations remaining still is decreased by 1. Okay, so now I have a new screenshot. Let me see if this works. I will add the name of the conversation partner. Now we'll click crop, and we'll do, I don't know, we'll do casual, and we'll do get suggestions. So let me quickly change here, and let's see if we get any errors in the console. We'll do get suggestions. It says analyzing. Okay, so this worked too, if you have a look at this. And we'll head over to NeonDB, and let's see. We'll refresh this, Okay, now it's at 3. Which is nice, right? So this is the user I'm currently logged in with on phone. And if we click on analysis, we should see 2, yes. And here's the analyzed text. So it says, I don't know what it says. Renee says something. Renee says the other person discuss which bears. He explains the plight of bears in Vietnam. Okay. And as for the messages, we can't see anything, but we should be able to see the suggestions, which is, wow, I had no idea about that. It's set to here, blah, blah, blah. Okay, Renee and the other person discuss which bear she would want to be. She chooses a polar bear for being fluffy and wintry. They joke about the cold, and she asks why he's asking about bears. Okay, guys, so this works, which is pretty neat. And now we can finally implement the chat feature. Okay, and I can see both results here. Now, apparently the styling is a bit off, but other than that, it looks pretty nice. Great, this works. Now, I think we can finally tackle the chat input, or the input at the bottom of each component. And we can create a new route so that we can make a new API call to OpenAI and, well, enable the user to kind of have a conversation with his own personal dating coach, so to speak. So this will be another probably very complicated feature. So again, could you please lay out the steps by taking into account all of the things about this feature that I've already told you before, and also take into account our current project structure and layout. Just plan for now and wait for my confirmation. Let me lay out the detailed plan for implementing the chat conversation feature, taking into account our existing structure. So the API route in service layer, instead of services, OpenAI. Let me quickly open this file. So service OpenAI client. We're going to create a new generate chat response function. The parameters of analysis ID, message content, conversation history, original tone from analysis. So what will happen is that we kind of connect OpenAI to our database, right? Because we have a look at the analysis ID that we can find inside of here, this ID, right? And we're going to give the analyzed text and probably also the suggestion that we have already received from OpenAI back to OpenAI, so that we can create some kind of context, right? To kind of jump into the conversation and have our own personal dating coach, so to speak. We'll use your existing OpenAI client. Okay, so as for the database query layer, we need to create a new hook, which is called use query layer, which is called use send message. Create new mutation hook for sending or receiving messages, handle optimistic updates, and I've already talked about that earlier. Manage loading and error states, update local and DB message history. Okay, yeah. As for the component structure, we need a chat reply screen. So we have the initial response, we show the original analysis, and we have a message list, which is new. Displays the conversation history. Chat input existing needs integration. Okay, so I'm not quite sure about that one, because this kind of seems as if we already have it, right? So we already have the conversation history with the chat history, right? So the flow steps: context loading, load initial analysis, fetch any existing messages, prepare system prompt with context, message handling. We already have the messages table. We have the types, but we need to enhance this interface. And we also need to add to the system prompt. So this sounds great as a first draft. I have one question though. You talk about a message list component, which should display the conversation history, but as you can probably recall, we already have the chat history screen, and we want to link the index file. So where is it? Chat reply. So I probably have to do this manually. Are those components the same, or is the message list component a different one and has a different task, so to speak? Or I think I should have called it purpose, but you know what I mean, guys. Good catch. Let me clarify the difference between those two components. Oh, okay, so they really are different. Chat history screen shows the list of all past analysis conversations. Each item shows screenshot preview. The purpose is navigation, entry point to past conversations, and the message list. Okay, so the message list apparently is for the basically the component where we display the messages, right? So similar to WhatsApp, if you go into a chat with a friend, for example, all of the message list is the container where you can see all of your all the messages from you and your friend, basically. Okay. So shows messages for a single conversation, displays back and forth between user messages and AI responses. Okay, yeah, makes sense. Purpose real-time chat interface lives within the chat reply screen, similar to how WhatsApp message. Yeah, okay, so I should read what Cursor has given me. So the visual structure is we have the chat history with the analysis, and we have the chat reply screen with message list. Makes sense. So while they both deal with messages, they serve different purposes. Okay. Okay, thank you for the clarification. Now I get it. So I would say we'll start with this feature, right? So your proposed or your suggestion was to basically start with the API route and service layer to create a new function, generate chat response, and so on. Also create a new query hook, use send messages. So please, let's focus on the first two steps for now, and then we'll tackle the component structure and integrate everything. Let's also enhance the chat message interface since and the store in general. So the chat store in general, since we need this as a base to tackle the real-time chat feature. Pretty excited. I mean, for those of you who are in my free Discord server, I've told you, I think it was like yesterday, that I created this project once, right? But the problem was that I made a lot of mistakes, and the code base just sucked balls big time. And I wanted to give you something that you can use, maybe if you want to code along as a template, right? So I will provide the GitHub link down below so you can just clone it. This is why I decided to basically start this app from scratch, and I started coding on, I think it was like Tuesday or Wednesday. And right now I'm like 7 hours in. And as I said, I won't probably be able to finish everything, but as a working demo, this is pretty neat because we have quite a extensive functionality. Yeah, it's only like one core feature maybe, but you see for yourself, those projects become quite big pretty fast. And but I still want to upload the video as quickly as possible, right? To show you that it's not as simple as some of the gurus make it. You can definitely build something of value, but it just takes a little bit more time, right? You won't be able to do it in your lunch break, so to speak. So let's have a look at the different components. So here, perfect, let's start with the foundational pieces. I'll first check your existing OpenAI service structure and the types. Let's enhance these in order. First, let's enhance the chat types. Okay. So I will probably open the file. Let's see, we have the chat type. It's in here. So we have the response tone at the top. We also want to add the message type or a message role, so to speak, and it to be user, AI, or system. And the chat interface needs to be enhanced. So we want to change this to message role. We need content, we need timestamp, we need analysis, ID, we need error, we already have that. We need is retriable, Boolean. Oh, we already have that too. Okay, so I need to pay more attention. Is retriable, tone, and response tone. And we also want a status, which is pending success or error. And it says sending, send and error. Okay. We also need to add the chat context, and we have the initial analysis with the image URL, the analyzed text, and we also have the suggestions. And by the way, guys, I know I'm typing this right now because I'm doing it for the first time. But if you've watched the intro part where I basically set up everything from scratch and just use documentations and so on, it will become easier, right? Now, it's still complicated and you have to learn a bunch of things, but eventually coding becomes easier because you just get used to the different patterns and everything, right? So we want to add the tone, response tone, and we want to add the conversation history chat message. Okay. Now we need the chat message request with the content, which is a string. No, not a storage manager, a string. Analysis ID, which is also a string, and the tone. And we also need send message response with message, chat message, and remaining conversations, which is a number. Okay, because keep in mind, the user won't be able to have any more conversations. This is the thing. So the user won't be able to start any more conversations probably, but he will probably still be able to talk with the AI inside of an existing conversation, if that makes sense, right? So we also need some kind of check whether or not the user has reached its free or his free tier limit, so to speak. So I wonder if Cursor has thought about this already. So we also need, okay, so OpenAI chat.ts, and we just want to copy that here. Let's see, import type does not exist on chat message. It's not type, it's role, right? So let's see, we'll delete that one. And we need to go here and we need to change this to role. And also import OpenAI. So we'll import this from OpenAI, but I think it's called, so let's see, OpenAI, it's inside of client. We want to export that here and we want to do it like so. So this should work, OpenAI. And now, so I think this should be correct. For some reason we don't use the messages. So DB query with suggestions true messages does not exist on type user. It does. So I think the reason why we are getting all those errors here is because we have some kind of relations error as before, right? As you can remember, we created the database.ts to kind of handle all of the different relations properly. And now we kind of have the same issue inside of chat.ts. So could you please have a look at, and we want to save this, and we want to link that here, chat.ts, no, not the types file, at chat from OpenAI, where is this? Here. We get a bunch of errors. For example, inside of the analysis variable, where we fetch the analysis, it says, object literal may only specify known properties and messages does not exist. The same is true for many of the other properties. So I think we have the same issue as before where we are not handling the relations correctly. Is that possible? Because earlier, if you remember, we needed to create a file, to call it database, right? To, I don't know, connect the different relations between the tables. I don't know if this is the right explanation. Maybe you can walk me through it and tell me if that's the issue or if the issue stems from something different. So meanwhile, this is loading. We need to create the mutation hook. So we have to head over to queries and create a new folder, call it chat. And we need a new hook called use send message or use send message. And we'll paste that here. And also this is role and not type. Yes, you're absolutely right. The issue is similar to what we encountered before with relations. We need to properly define the relations between our tables and create the correct types for the query results. Let me check your database schema. Yes, you're exactly right. We need to define the relations between tables, update the database types to include these relations, update our query to properly handle the relations. Let's fix this. First, let's update the database types. So we probably have to open this here, and we need to apply this to types database TS. So let's hit accept. And so this still hasn't resolved the issues. Update the messages schema to include the analysis relation. So let's go to the messages schema, and we need to, so we have user analysis ID. Let's see, messages, user ID. Okay, yeah. This is something we need to add, right? So let's see, let's do apply. As you can see, we're adding the analysis ID, and now we can update the chat service to use these types. Okay, so accept all, and we want to go to, and we want to apply this, and we want to accept all. So the reason why we are still getting some issues, I think because we have to push the migration to our database, right? And we haven't done that yet. So let's quickly do bun drizzle kit generate. And now if we scroll up, we should receive the 8th migration, as you can see here. And this should alter table messages. We need to add a analysis underscore ID to messages. And we also want to add the foreign key, right? So now we need to do bun drizzle kit migrate, and if we have done everything correctly and we head over here and we refresh this, everything else should stay the same, and the only thing that we should see now is the analysis ID, as you can see here, and we also have the foreign key which is linked to our analysis table right here inside of the messages. So everything else should still work as expected. And now, so we still get some errors. Let's see. We have inside of suggestions, we have response. What do we try to access? Suggestions, content, tone, and confidence. So this is text, content, tone, and we don't have a confidence thing. So we really don't need this, I think. So we probably have to add a type here. So let's see. This is a chat message. So I've created a new migration and pushed the analysis ID to inside of messages table to the database. I also created the chat.ts file as a service for OpenAI. But if you have a look at, you will see that we still get type errors. So for example, with messages inside of the analysis variable at the top, and also with suggestions, and also inside of the messages array where we define the role and the content for the API request. Content, s.content also says does not exist on type response suggestion. So could you please screen the file again and fix all the issues? The messages relation issue in the query, type mismatch, blah, let me fix this. Okay, so I'm not sure if this worked. So let's copy that, paste it here. It should still throw the same errors, right? Port messages. Okay, so I don't really need streaming. The only thing I need is like a loading state or something like this, where the user sees that actually the message is being generated in the API. And also we still have the issue inside of line 25 in chat.ts and also on line 82 in chat.ts. So for some reason we're not using the right properties. Could you please check again? The query relation is issue with messages. Okay, so let me fix the chat service. So let me have a look at this one. Subscription tier. So we have a messages here, and inside of messages we have object literal may only specify known properties, and messages does not exist in user. But it does exist, right? Here is the relation. So let's see if we can fix this in chat. The error is coming from the OpenAI chat completion types. Update the messages mapping in chat.ts to include the optional role property and name undefined. Okay, so now that we have created the chat.ts file in OpenAI, I need you to kind of lay out the next steps that we need to do. So we still somehow need to create the messages list and everything. So could you please, I'm kind of lost right now. So we've created the chat.ts file, as I've said, and now what do we have to do next so that we can combine everything? So the initial analysis or the past analysis from the database with the chat real-time chat feature. So now we need to create a message list component to display messages instead of chat reply. So we haven't done this yet. So let's create a new file, call this message list.tsx. This handles some different message types, user and AI, shows loading state, supports scrolling to bottom on new messages, and we need to update the chat reply screen layout. Okay. Create a hook to manage chat messages, update the chat store, and create database service for messages. Okay. Yeah, please implement these components in your suggested order. So message list, I've already created an empty file for message list.tsx, but we still need the chat messages hook, the database service, and we also need to fill the message list.tsx file. And also please keep in mind that we need to, well, connect everything with query, reg query, and store, Zustand store, but you've already talked about this, so let's do it. So we'll copy this. Let me close all of that. So we only need the messages list, queries, chat, messages, use messages. Okay, so let's see. Queries, chat, use messages. I wonder, is this the same? No, this is something different. Services database message. Would you like me to update the chat store with loading states? Connect these components in the chat reply screen. So I need to understand in what phase of the implementation process for that feature are we right now, and what do we still need to do in order to see the changes in the UI? And if you do this, yeah, I also want you to add error handling and retry functionality. So could you please explain all that together and tell me what we need to change to make it work? So we created the OpenAI chat service, we created the message list component, we created the use messages hook, we created the messages database service, and it's still missing the chat reply screen integration. Show initial response at the top, show message list in middle, and show chat input at bottom. Error handling. So first let's update the chat reply screen. So okay, let's go up here, and this is probably only the up here, so we need the return statement. I think we should just put it here, right? So, okay, so unfortunately we haven't. So we'll ask ChatGPT, I will ask Cursor to add all of this at once, because right now I'm a bit overwhelmed. Or is this the only thing that we need to do? Let me check. So if we take all of this and we comment that out and we paste all of that and we do it like so, obviously we get a bunch of errors. So source components, chat reply, messages, message list. So I created that in the wrong folder. Okay, so message list should be in here. So let me grab that and put that here. Same goes for chat input. So this is unfortunate. Oh, man, okay, so well, let's do that again. So we get a bunch of errors. Let me see. We restart the server. Now let's see if this works, guys. I don't understand a single line of code that's inside of there, but we'll see. So we can still access the chat history, and we have the input at the bottom. Now, let me quickly show you. So unfortunately, the styling is a bit messed up, as you can see here. But I think this should be easy to fix. So let me quickly have a look at chat input. I think this needs to go here. Okay, yeah. So, okay, if you remember, let me quickly increase the size a bit so you guys can see. Now, since we're using the input field and input component from GlueStack UI, I had the class name instead of the input field, which made the input field squish together. But now, let me show you. As you can see, we have the input field here, and we can type, but we can't see anything. So the placeholder text color should be white. So it seems there's still an issue with the input field. So there's still an issue with the input field logic, but at least we can display it, which is nice. So I will probably fix this off camera and then I will get back to you. Guys, so I finally made it work. It's way over my head because I have absolutely no idea what Cursor did, but let me show you. So we'll sign up, we'll continue, and I quickly have to add another account, or the other account that I'm using on my phone. So which one was it? This one. So let's go here and quickly grab the password, paste, next, not now, continue. So now I should be able to show you what is going on. So as you can see here, we can click on chat reply and we can upload a screenshot without seeing the conversation immediately. And if we click on the chat bubble, you can see that we can now access the initial analyzations for the two screenshots that I've uploaded with a thumbnail and the first few words. You can see about 3 hours ago for both of them. Here's a casual type response, flirty type, and if we click it, you can see we have a nice loading state, and unfortunately we can't. Okay, so I quickly pushed my profile pic to the left, and now if we click on one of the two cards, look at that, guys. Isn't that beautiful? Now apparently there's still something off when it comes to the styling, right? As you can see here, because this is the initial response from the screenshot at the top, and also this kind of looks a bit whack apparently. But other than that, let's see what we're doing. So we have the original conversation, which is the analysis of the screenshot, and then we got the AI response, right? So this is what the AI suggested, or in that case, GPT suggested we should say, okay, wow, I had no idea about that. It's set to here. What other animals do you think need more awareness? I'm curious about your thoughts. And now I then sent the message. She answered, llamas need more awareness. And the response was, that's interesting. I hadn't thought about llamas before. What makes you think they are more, well, so I didn't really like the response because obviously this looks crappy, right, with a response colon. So I went ahead and told Cursor I wanted it to change the prompt inside of, let me find it. I think it should be in chat. So I went ahead and told it to change the prompt inside of here where it says, you're an experienced dating coach analyzing a dating app conversation. You've already analyzed their initial conversation, and then OpenAI or ChatGPT gets access to the initial convo. Your communication style is be conversational and engaging, and so on. Previous successful suggestion include. So keep the tone, be concise but insightful. Don't start with response or similar prefixes. And now, as you can see, I then said, okay, she answered, llamas need to get more awareness. And now the answer was, well, this is a golden opportunity to dive deeper into the conversation. Your response could be, llamas, huh? That's a unique choice. I'd love to hear more about why you believe they need awareness. Do you have personal connection with them, or is it something you've learned about recently? This approach shows curiosity, engaging the other person in a topic they seem passionate about. It also opens up the conversation for deeper, more personal sharing. Now, let's see if this works right here. So apparently I still need to fix the styling here, as you can see. But okay, it actually worked. She told me that she has and apparently the styling still looks a bit off, right? But let's not focus on that for now. That she has a pet llama. This is why she thinks those animals need more awareness. And now we can do something like, okay, it worked. She told me that she has a pet llama. This is why she thinks those animals need to have more awareness. So let's see if this works. We'll do send, and as you can see here in the console, so let me make this a bit smaller, push my image to the right, you can see what is happening, right? So we can see all of this fetching messages. We have 4 fetched messages. We attempting to send the message, yada, and now we get the answer. We also see what we actually send to OpenAI, right? So we send this object with the history, with the content, and also the prompt and so on. Then it says message saved successfully and saved AI message to DB. And as you can see here, the answer is, so let me show you. That's awesome. Now that she's shared something personal, it's a great time to connect over shared experience or express genuine interest. They try to say something like, you have a pet llama, that's so cool. How did you come to be? I'd love to hear more about your experience with your llama. So apparently this works. And if we have a look at the database, so we go to analysis, you can see that we have the 2 analyses that we were able to see in the UI. And inside of the messages, we have the different messages from us and also the responses from the AI. We have the casual type, and obviously confidence is empty, right? Because we haven't implemented it. But other than that, everything works quite well. And right now, so if we have a look at users, you can see that we have -1 conversations remaining. So this is a small bug that we obviously still have to implement, right? So when the counter hits 0, the user should be prompted to buy a subscription. So this is what we want to implement next. So let's head over to Composer and let's fix the conversation remaining bug, right? Because if you have a look at the terminal, you can see that conversations remaining is -1. And at this point, we should have already triggered the subscription prompt, right? So great, everything works. I can make a new request by clicking on the chat reply card in index. On the index page, I can also access past conversations, and I can send further requests to kind of have like a chat with OpenAI API. Unfortunately, the conversations remaining is decreased indefinitely. If you remember, we have defined, or we are adding each user with 5 conversations remaining to the database. And once this counter hits 0, the user should be prompted to buy a subscription. Please have a look at PRD for further clarification. Now, I need you to come up with a plan how we can implement the payment processor, right? I've never done this. If you have a look at, if you have a look at .env, you will see that I already added the Expo public Stripe publishable key and the Stripe secret key, but I still need to add the Stripe webhook secret. So I really didn't know what that means. Could you please explain this to me and also propose a plan how we can set up a payment process? And now, don't just go ahead and propose any plan. I need you to make it work with our current code base. Have a look at PRD if you must, but don't just believe everything in PRD. I could be wrong, right? So I want you to again play the role of a senior dev that helps me finish this app and adds a payment processor, which is Stripe, to it. So for now, just plan, as I've said, and be as detailed as possible. I need to understand what we need to be doing to be able to integrate everything with our current structure, right? So the Zustand store, the query configuration, and also all of the other hooks and well, basically everything that we're using inside of our project structure. So we'll hit enter. By the way, I need to check my account. So I have 75 premium requests left. So we'll see how long this will take with the slow requests. I really have no idea, but other than that, we'll see. So let's have a look at Cursor's plan. So we'll quickly make this a little bit smaller because we don't need it right now. Maybe like so. Let me push my profile picture to the right a bit more. So now let's read through this. I'll help you plan the Stripe integration for your subscription system. Let me first analyze the current state and requirements. So right now for the user schema, we have the conversations remaining. So let's open the user schema instead of here. We have the conversations remaining, we have the Stripe custom ID, and we have the subscription tier and the subscription status. As for the environment variables, we have all that we need for Stripe, and here's a detailed plan for implementing Stripe. So we need Stripe types, the config, the Stripe product, Stripe price, subscription plan, and also the payment status. And we need new services inside of our services folder, which is for Stripe with the config.ts. Okay, so we have subscriptions plans premium with unlimited conversations for $9.99 per month. And we also need the client. Now keep in mind, we have to do quite a lot, right? We have to connect everything to our code base. So we have to find a way to kind of fetch the remaining conversations from the database and pass all of the signals to Stripe so that we can, well, kind of prevent the app from making any more API requests to ChatGPT, if that makes sense, if we haven't received a payment yet. So to be honest, I have absolutely no idea how to do this. So required new components. So source component subscription prompt, modal that shows when conversations remaining hits 0. And we also need the payment sheet and the plan card. Implementation steps. So first we need a server, really, for webhook handling. I'm not sure if we need this, because if we head over to Stripe, let me see, let's go to Stripe. Okay, you can see we're in the Risify app. We probably have to do one thing. So as you can see, we're in test mode. So what we need to do is we probably have to go to, we really need a backend. That is true. Well, that's interesting. I wonder if there's anything that can handle this for us. So let's go to the developer workbench. So we need to create a webhook, trigger reactions in your integration with Stripe events. So you know what? Let's ask Claude. Okay, so because I have absolutely no idea. I'm doing this on the fly, right? I haven't read the documentation at all before starting to record this video. So right now I'm developing a mobile app, which really is a funny Tinder screenshot analyzer. So for each conversation, the user gets a response by sending the screenshot to ChatGPT, and ChatGPT tells the user how to respond to a specific message from a girl inside of Tinder or from a guy, whatever. Now I want to implement a payment processor, and I want to go with Stripe. Now inside of my coding IDE, my AI coding tool says that I need to set up a server to kind of handle the webhook request. Is that true, or can I just, I don't know, set something up in the Stripe dashboard and kind of let Stripe handle everything? Could you please walk me through the process of how I would set up Stripe, connect my backend, and also the front end? So meanwhile, let's head over here. So let's read through the quick start guide maybe. We really need to have a backend. So let's see, we're probably going with Node, right? Because this is JavaScript. So learn how to set up and deploy a webhook event destination to listen to events from Stripe. Use webhook event destinations for post-payment commerce events such as sending custom email receipts, fulfilling orders, or updating your database. Do these steps in test mode or sandbox before doing them in live mode. So we would need to install the Stripe node library, create a new endpoint, and handle requests from Stripe. Now, there are some mobile SDK. The Stripe React Native SDK allows you to build payments into your native Android iOS apps using React Native. We provide powerful and customizable UI screens and elements you can use out of the box to collect your users' payment details. Okay, so mobile payment element. So this looks pretty neat. We need to set up Stripe. To initialize Stripe in your React Native app, either wrap your payment screen with a Stripe provider component or use the init Stripe initialization method. Only the API publishable key. So okay. So it seems as if we really need to set up a server. Okay, so let's see what Claude is telling us. Let me help you understand how to implement Stripe payments in your mobile app properly and securely. You need a server backend component. This isn't just what your IDE's suggestion, but a fundamental security requirement. Let me explain why and then walk you through the implementation process. Why you need a server. The reason you can't handle everything through the Stripe dashboard alone is that you need to keep your Stripe secret key secure. If you embedded it directly in your mobile app, anyone could decompile your app and steal it. This would let them make changes on your behalf. The server acts as a secure intermediary. Let's walk through the implementation step by step. First, let's set up the server side. I'll create a simple Express server that handles Stripe integration. Now let's implement the client-side code for your mobile app. I'll create this using React Native and the Stripe SDK. To get this all working, you'll need to follow these steps. You need to set up a Stripe account. You have to do the server setup. Deploy the backend code to a hosting service like Heroku, DigitalOcean, AWS. Set your Stripe secret key in the server environment and set up webhook endpoints in your Stripe dashboard pointing to your server's webhook URL. Get the webhook signing secret from Stripe and add it to your server. I see. So unfortunately, this is more complicated than I've anticipated, but we're still going to do this. So I will probably do a little bit more digging and then I will get back to you and we'll start coding. So I did a little bit of digging and if we would have used Next.js, right? We could have just used Next.js server features and write an API route, and we would kind of have like a server action that we could use to create a payment intent and then complete the payment. Now, since we're using Expo or React Native for that matter, that is not really possible. And Claude has to say the following thing about this. So you're right to think about Next.js's server-side capabilities. It's a great example of how we can blend front-end and back-end code. However, for Stripe payments specifically, there's fundamental security consideration that makes a dedicated server component necessary even with Next.js or similar solutions. The core issue revolves around protecting your Stripe secret key. So if we head over here, we kind of have the publishable key, right, that we need to communicate with Stripe, I guess, and the secret key, which kind of gives access to all of the Stripe features, but we can't give that out to the public because if someone would have our secret key, he would be able to do everything. He could like change payment routes or mess up the Stripe backend for that matter, and apparently that's not what we want, right? So we kind of need a way to have an additional layer of protection, and if we would have used Next.js, as I've said, we could have just created a new API route and Next.js would kind of handle that for us. Since we don't have this, and Expo is primarily focused on the client side of mobile development, we have to create a dedicated server. As you can see here, while Expo has some server-side features through EAS, it doesn't provide a secure way to handle sensitive payment processing directly within the app bundle. The recommended approach, you'll need a secure server component that can safely store your Stripe key, handle webhook events from Stripe, process payments without exposing sensitive details, and communicate securely with your Expo app. Now, the way how this goes is, if you have a look at this diagram, so we have our mobile app. Through the backend server, we make a request for a payment intent, right? So if I'm on my phone and I click on buy subscription, so to speak, I make a request, and here it says uses secret key. Oh, let me see. Uses secret key securely, and then the backend server is creating the payment intent inside of Stripe for us, right? And once the payment intent is created, Stripe will return the client secret through the server, and the server will give access to the will give the mobile app access to the client secret, and then we use that to kind of complete the payment, if that makes sense. So I hope I explained this correctly. Probably not, because that's not very technical, but you gotta bear with me, right? I'm just iterating on all this knowledge myself. So the next video is probably going to be a bit better in terms of explanations. So what we can do is we have several lightweight server options. So we could use serverless functions. We could run a minimal express server, and I'm probably going with this solution since Cursor suggested something similar, right? Cursor told us to create an express server that we can use for the webhook setup, and then, well, we can just handle the payment through the server, as I've just explained. So I guess we'll work together with Cursor once again to set this up, hopefully on first try. So I have absolutely no idea how to do all of this. I'm coming from Next.js 15, and I was used to using Next.js's server-side capabilities. So in my head, I thought we could just create an API folder with a designated route that we can kind of use to handle this transaction thing, or the Stripe communication, so to speak. I need you to walk me through the whole process of setting up the Stripe connection for our mobile application as detailed as possible. Now, the plan that you've proposed is good, and I see we already have some of the structure that we need, for example, from the user schema and also the environment variables. Now we still need the Stripe webhook secret, but I'm not really sure if this explanation is comprehensive. I'm sure you haven't told me all of the steps that we need in between those big steps, like the environment variables, architecture components, required new services, and so on. Now, I would like you to be my senior developer that kind of guides me through the process and helps me writing the code for this setup, right? Now, I've figured we kind of need to create a backend server outside of our root project, right? So, or do we need to create a backend folder inside of Risify app? Because as you can see, we have the root project where we have our PRD, which is the Risify app, but we have the project folder inside of it, which is also called Risify app. So we probably need to create the server folder outside of our inner Risify app, if that makes sense, right? So again, could you please create the plan in a more detailed way, and then walk me through it step by step until I have given you confirmation. And I know, guys, some of these prompts are long, okay? I know, but really this is what it means to kind of create an application with natural language, so to speak. As I've said, I could have, if I would know all of these steps already, I could just pick one or the first one and say, listen, Cursor, go ahead and do this for me, then do this, do this, do this. But I really don't know. I have absolutely no idea. And this is why I won't pretend to have the knowledge, right? Because actually I want to be as real as possible. I mean, this will, well, make the video a bit longer and probably a bit harder to follow. But for me, it's incredibly helpful to understand what I need to do, and with each video, this will be, or my teaching will improve, right? So this is why I'm going with this tactic for now. So Cursor says, You're absolutely right. Let me break this down in a more detailed way, especially coming from Next.js. The main difference here is that with Expo, we can't rely on the server-side API routes like in Next.js, so we need a separate backend. Let's start with a high-level plan, and then I'll guide you through each step. So first, we have to create the backend service setup, create a new server directory at the root level, set up Express server with Typescript, configure environment variables and security, create basic server structure, and then comes the Stripe integration. We need to set up the Stripe account and get the test key. So we've already done this, right? Create the products and pricing in Stripe. We haven't done that yet. We need to set up the webhook endpoints inside of the, if we have a look at this, this is our developer dashboard, right? And here we need to create a destination for accessing the webhooks. As you can see here, we need to add a destination. Now, I really don't know why there are 2 successful API requests because, well, I haven't made any. Absolutely no idea. Whatever. So the third phase is the database updates. Add necessary tables and columns for subscription handling, create migration files, update existing services, and then once we're done with this, we make we integrate everything into our mobile app, so to speak. Okay, so for now, let's run the command pwd, and this shows us that we're inside of the Risify app folder. So we create a server folder with source, config, routes, services, middleware, and types. So let's do this. This will be probably at the bottom here. Server, source, config, middleware, routes, and so on. Now let's initialize a Node.js project in the server directory. Okay, so we'll run the command. We'll run the command. Now let's install the necessary dependencies. Okay, we'll do that. And I really would like to see if Cursor agent is able to do this in one go, right? Because apparently it has to do a lot. So it even went ahead, and I think this is the correct secret key from the other .env file, 51qs, and at the end 7gg. So let's see, 7. Okay, no, it's just it's not the correct one. Okay. Okay, now let's create the Stripe service. Okay, guys, to be honest, this is way over my head. I have absolutely no idea what is happening. It's kind of interesting to see what Cursor agent is able to come up with. Now, at this point, this is already let me see. So we haven't really created any files here. So this is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th. This is the same file, right? Stripe TS. So it's putting everything in one file. The 5th file. Okay, great. I've set up the basic service structure. Now, before we proceed with the mobile app integration, we need to set up Stripe in the dashboard. Go to HTTP dashboard Stripe, create a product for your subscription. So for some reason, there's some issue because it doesn't keep generating. Okay, so meanwhile, we'll head over to Stripe and we'll go to dashboard.stripe. So let's see, we should be inside of it here. Okay. Now we need to create a product. So what we need to do is we need to go to product catalog and we need to add a product, and we'll go with the subscription. So if we have a look at our types and we have a look at user, we see that we have free, premium, and pro. Now we'll probably just create the pro subscription. We'll just call it pro subscription. This is the pro subscription for our Risify app, which enables the user to make, I don't know, like to have infinite conversations with our AI bot, something like that. I really don't know. And it's recurring, and we want to have US dollars, and we want to make it, I don't know, maybe not 999. That's a bit too much. 999. Our billing period is monthly. And do we need to have any advanced settings? No. So this will look like it. I want to have US dollars. So let's click next, and we'll do add product. So this is our product. If we click here, we need the product ID. So let's see. So we'll do accept all, and we'll do continue, because I think there's still something missing here, but I guess the response was just too long, right? So if we have a look at Stripe API version, okay, yeah, run command. And as you can see here, I think this is kind of like the knowledge cutoff, right? Because apparently we are in 2024. So this is 15 months older now. But I think Claude's knowledge cutoff was in October 23. I could be wrong. Don't quote me on that. But so now let's set up the Stripe configuration in your dashboard. Click products in the sidebar, add product, premium subscription. So we need to call it premium subscription. Then let's do this. Update product. Select recurring. We've done that. Billing period monthly is also correct. After creating the product, you'll see the price ID that starts with price. So I see the product ID. Do we have the price ID? Copy this ID. We'll need it for our mobile app. Go to developers, webhooks, click add endpoint. For local development, use npx ngrok http 3000. Use the ngrok URL plus Stripe webhook as your endpoint URL. Select events to listen for. Checkout session completed, customer subscription. So first, it's not product, it's not price, it's product ID, but I guess this is not really a big deal. I think this is just something Cursor did get wrong. So other than that, we'll click on developers. We need to go to the workbench and we have to head over to webhooks, right? Then we need to click add destination, and we want to use our account, not connected accounts. We want to use the current version of the API, which is 2024 11-20. So let's see. This is apparently not the correct one. 2024 11-20 dot. Let's see how we are doing this. So Stripe Node SDK. Let's see. So we have to look at this one. Stripe Ruby, Go, Java. Okay. I think React Native. This is the thing that we want to use, right? So here's the server.js. So this is the API version, as you can see here, 2024. So we have to use this one, like so. And apparently, do we also have to pass the custom ID? Let's see, we'll just go with the solution that Cursor has used. So 2024. You know what? I'm not sure if this is the correct mobile Stripe service that we need to use. So let's see. You can manage payment methods from the dashboard. Stripe handles the return of eligible payment methods based on factors such as transaction amount, currency, and payment flow. Payment intent is created using the payment methods. You know what? We'll do the following. So we'll just take this one. We'll head over here. We'll do accept all, and we want to add new docs, and we want to paste that here. Stripe Expo SDK docs, and we want to save this. Okay, so for some reason, I'm not quite sure if so let me see if Stripe, does this look different? No, okay. Implementation of, and we want to link Stripe, the services one, right? This one is correct, because if I have a look at the official docs from Stripe for React Native, I find something completely different for the server file. So could you please check is correct? Because if I check the official Stripe docs, I find something completely different for the server.js file. So could you please check, where is it, to see if you've set up everything correctly. I understand your concern. Let me check the official Stripe docs. The main difference is that we need to use this Stripe React Native package for a mobile app and have a slightly different service setup. Let's fix this. Okay, so cd resify, npx dev, so Expo, Stripe React Native, installing everything. Now let's update our server implementation to match the Stripe Expo SDK requirements. So this should be the services file, I believe. This looks, let's see, payment intent. We have the payment intent. You know what, guys? I will just trust in Cursor. And then in Cursor we trust. And then we'll see if this works. Probably not. I will probably have to end this tutorial early. Because it doesn't work. But other than that, so let's hit accept all. The main difference is the new with the new implementation is that instead of using Stripe checkout, we're using the native Stripe SDK, which provides a better mobile experience. We're creating customers first and linking them to our users. We're using payment intent. So now let's scroll up a bit because we still have to set up ngrok for some reason, right? So select events to listen for, checkout session completed. Now let's head back over to the developer dashboard, and here we need to do the following. So we need to select checkout session completed, customer subscription created. So checkout session completed. We need customer subscription created. Where is the customer? Here. Customer subscription created. Where is it? There. We also need customer subscription updated, and we need customer subscription deleted. Customer subscription deleted. So these four. Click add endpoint, copy the signing secret. This is your Stripe webhook secret. Update your server env. Okay, so let's do continue. Webhook endpoint. Let's do, so we probably, did we install ngrok at the top? So let me see. Ngrok runs locally, I'm sorry. So we can forget about this one. We can just run ngrok. So because I've installed it for another project. So let's see, we'll do nbun ngrok http 3000. So we'll do whatever, npx ngrok http 3000. And now we get the, let's see, cd server. Yes, I want to install this. So now we need this URL. Use the ngrok URL plus Stripe webhook as your endpoint URL. So this Stripe webhook, select events to listen for. So we've done that. Click add endpoint, demo Stripe integration for Risify app. We'll do create destination. Copy the signing secret. So where is the signing secret? There it is. So we need to reveal this. We need to copy it. We'll need to head back over here to our .env file. And we need to add this as Stripe webhook secret, right? So Stripe webhook secret. We'll paste that here and replace this with your actual price ID. So for that, we'll need to head back over to our dashboard. So let's see, let's collapse the workbench. We need to go to product catalog and we need to grab the product ID and we need to paste that here. So let's save. So we've done this, create the configuration file. We're handling the payment flow in the mobile app using the Stripe React Native SDK. Next, we need to set up the Stripe provider in our mobile app, create the subscription UI components, implement the payment flow in our mobile app. So the server should be good to go. I mean, at least if we listen to Cursor, right? Okay, so I've set up everything that you told me to with ngrok, and I've added all of the environment variables and so on. Now, I need you to set up the Stripe provider in our mobile app and create the subscription UI components. and implement the payment flow in our mobile app. So please use, and we want to link the docs again. Now, apparently we still have to change the API version, right? Because we're not using 2023, we're using this one here. So let's do so, but I wonder why we're getting an error, because Stripe new Stripe, and this is using app.post. So let's just grab that one and head back over here and say, in addition to that, I found the following server.js file in the official Expo doc. And the question I have is, why does it differ so much from your implementation? Because if you have a look at this, we'll actually initializing Stripe differently. We are using different methods, so to speak. We're using a completely different API version, and this API version from the new server.js template is actually the up-to-date one, right? Because we're in 2024, actually almost in 2025, and I don't want to use the 2023 version as you've suggested. So before you go ahead and set up the front end, I want to make sure that we've actually set up the backend correctly. So could you please explain a bit why you've decided to go with your Stripe.ts implementation? I understand your concern. The main difference between my implementation and the example from Expo Docs is that I tried to create a more comprehensive solution for subscription handling, while the Expo example focuses on one-time payments using payment sheet. You're absolutely right about the API version. We should use the latest one. Let me explain the key differences. API version, blah, payment flow. Expo uses payment sheet, simpler UI, better for one-time payments. My implementation uses a custom UI with subscriptions. More complex but more flexible, ephemeral keys. The Expo example includes these for secure customer authentication. My implementation is more structured but perhaps overly complex. Let's update our server implementation to line better with Expo docs, maintaining subscription support. And let's scroll down. Now let's update our types to match the new implementation. The key difference is we're now using payment sheet and subscription sheet, which provides better mobile UX. We're using ephemeral keys for secure customer authentication, and we're using the latest version. So, but we still get an issue here because it says is not assignable to type 2023-1016. Of course, because here we using the, let me see, new Stripe. I wonder if we can delete this one, but we probably need the client somewhere, right? As I've said, we'll just go with this one. We're now using, please go ahead and set up the mobile integration. But for now, please create a detailed plan where you explain what we need to do step by step. And so that I can, well, at least get a good, overview of what was going to happen. And right now the code is a bit over my head, which is good because I have you to explain stuff, but I also need, well, since I'm a beginner, I need to know what we're actually doing. I've never integrated the Stripe implementation or Stripe connection, so just walk me through it, plan for now, and then wait for my confirmation. So in this, guys, this will probably not work, right? Because it's kind of similar to pancakes, right? The first one, you will always mess up the first one. This really is the first time that I'm implementing this without having any idea whatsoever about the documentations, about all of the moving parts in the Stripe setup process. I'm solely relying on Cursor, and I'm like you basically, because if you are new to coding and you've never really done anything, you try to rely on Cursor, but most of the time you are disappointed, unfortunately. I mean, at least when it comes to complex tasks like setting up payment processing. So first what we need to do is we need to initialize Stripe in the app. We need to add a Stripe provider to wrap our app, configure with publishable key, set up URL scheme for payment completion handling. So we have the subscription modal, the plan card, the payment sheet, and the subscription button. We need to add the subscription store, and let's see if we already have this. So this is a new state, right? So this will be inside of store, and we will create a new folder, really, which probably is called, I don't know, subscription And inside of here, we need to create the store.ts file. And let's quickly do this. So we'll, wait, what the fuck? So we'll copy that, put that inside of here. And apparently we get an error because right now we don't really have, we need to import that from types user. Also, what's happening here? So selected plan is either plan or null. Apparently this is not really correct, right? Because plan is either pro or free. But I guess we'll have to ask Cursor how to do this. So the second phase is the payment flow implementation. User selects a plan, create get Stripe customer, create subscription sheet, and so on. And the last phase is the subscription management. So here's a detailed implementation plan. We need to import Stripe provider. So we have to go to our layout.ts right here, and we have to import Stripe provider, right? Not Stripe service, import Stripe provider from @Stripe React Native. Is that correct? Let's see, Stripe React Native. Okay, so this works. And we have to wrap our application in it, like so. And we have to put that here. Now the publishable key, what does it say about the publishable key? Undefined, unable to resolve module Stripe React Native. Okay, we'll probably have to add this. So let me quickly do it like so. We'll do cd risify app bun install Stripe React Native. So we should probably do it like so. We should name this Stripe provider.tsx. We should then go here, delete the Stripe provider from here, and also delete the import statement. Then we need to import Stripe provider, do it like so. We need to do const publishable key. We want to do it like so. I have absolutely no idea what Cursor's auto-completing feature is doing here, because apparently this is not correct. So let's see how we're doing this inside of here. So we're importing Stripe provider. We have, okay. So let's do this. Let's head back over to Cursor. So I've created a component inside of, but apparently this is not correct. I will provide you with the actual code snippet from Stripe documentation so you can do this for me. So first of all, could you please go ahead and resolve the issues in Stripe provider and wrap our root layout with it. And then we can start by creating the subscription components in a new directory. The publishable key does not exist on type intrinsic attributes children. I wonder, next install some other necessary dependencies for iOS, navigate to the iOS directory and run pod install to ensure that you also install the required native dependencies. Please create the components for... So apparently there's an issue with the way Cursor set up the provider because, well, as you can see, we can't start Expo Go anymore. And I also, on the other screen, I get an error message which says Expo Go quit unexpectedly. So we'll definitely have to resolve this issue. I think I'm going to do this off camera and try to implement the Stripe provider directly inside of the layout file. I have no idea if this will resolve the issue, but I will get back to you as soon as I was able to make it work. Okay guys, so I have absolutely no idea how I was able to make it work, but as you can see here, I still get some errors, right? But now that I'm in one of the chat replies or one of the conversations, you can see that if I try to send something, the subscription model appears. Now apparently there's still an issue, right? I can't subscribe. But other than that, I was able to kind of connect everything to the backend. So I will do my best to walk you through it, but unfortunately I haven't understood much of the code. So We've talked about why we need a designated server to kind of handle our Stripe requests, so to speak. And as you can see, this is pretty much a very basic setup, right? So we have the index file, which really is the server.js or server.ts file for those of you who have created an Express server already. And what we do is we load the .env so that we have access to the environment variables inside of here. And we also import Express course so that we can make an API request to our server, so to speak. And we import the Stripe routes that we have defined here. Now, we need a get publishable key because, as you can see here, if we fetch the localhost 3000 Stripe get publishable key, this is actually the publishable key of our Stripe app, right? And the client is fetching this by making a request to our server on localhost 3000. And there we have a simple try statement where we just throw an error if no publishable key is set. And other than that, we respond with the publishable key in JSON format, as you can see here, right? This is a JSON object. Or we throw a 500 error if there's some kind of problem. Now, this is Stripe related code, and I don't really understand what it does. I mean, apparently it's kind of self-explanatory, right? But Cursor has written this all by itself. So I have no idea if this is correct. Apparently not, because it says no payment sheet has been initialized yet. You must call init payment sheet before present payment sheet. So apparently there is some kind of error still, and I guess I will do this live right now because I want to see if Cursor can make it work. But other than that, we have everything pretty much set up. Now, I'm sorry that I can't go into more detail of how the code actually works, because still, I kind of have a good understanding of how the conceptual process is working, right? But I have absolutely no idea about the code itself because, well, as you can see, it's quite a lot, right? But as you can see here, we create the subscription plans and the Stripe config that we need to kind of, I'm sorry, I need to change this. So as you can see here in stripe.ts, we have a config file, so to speak, where we set everything where we set up everything Stripe related. We don't have something in middleware, so I don't really know why Cursor has created this folder in the first place. But other than that, we have the interfaces for the payment sheet response. I still have to understand what it actually means, payment sheet and subscription sheet. I guess it has to do something with the, let's see, let's go here. So we first need to create a user inside of Stripe, right? And the payment sheet probably is, I don't know if it's something like a invoice. I really have no idea. As you can see, it kind of works, but this to get this working, just to the point where I show this banner without any functionality, it took me another, I'd say 90 minutes of debugging. Maybe not 90 minutes, but at least 70 minutes until I was able to make it work. And by the way, I did this without relying on Stripe's documentations, right, too much. The only thing that I've used really was this page, so the documentation for the React Native implementation. But other than that, Cursor did everything on its own, which is pretty neat. But as you can see here, I mean, we're not making any request to the API whatsoever, right? So kind of Stripe is blocking, if you can, or our application rather, is blocking the API request. And first we need to, well, create the subscription. So now if I, let me see, copy that. So we'll do subscribe now, and it says error initializing payment sheet. Okay, so we'll copy that. Okay, yeah, great. Now, when I try to make an API request inside of the chat reply or inside of one of the old conversations, the Stripe modal appears and says, choose your plan. However, when I click subscribe now, an error appears and it says no payment sheet has been initialized yet. you must call init payment sheet before present payment sheet. And I have absolutely no idea what that means. So could you please look into that and walk me through it step by step when you fix it? Apparently the styling looks shitty, right? Because it doesn't look like the rest of the app, but other than that, it looks pretty neat. So let me fix the payment sheet component. Let's have a look at the payment sheet component. Where is it? And by the way, it's all integrated with our current solution of Zustand and queries, right? As you can see here, we have created a new conversation. I'm sorry, conversations is not correct. We have created a new use subscriptions hook, which basically uses our auth store and basically everything that we've set up so far. And we handle everything through query, which is pretty nice. And we also created a use subscription hook with Zustand to handle it on the client side, so to speak. Now let's see. Here's what I changed and how the payment flow works now. Fix the API endpoint path by removing the API prefix. Edit better error handling and logging for debugging. Edit a ready state to track payment sheet initialization. Okay, so let's do accept. And it still says no such customer. Okay, so we're one step closer because apparently we first have to create the customer, right? Before we can add a subscription to him. So here's the customer, and if we paste that here, we probably have to check the docs again. Let's see, let's do add customer, an endpoint collect payment details. I think we should have already, let's see, I see the issue. Okay. We're trying to use the clerk ID as the Stripe customer ID, but we need to create a Stripe customer first. Yeah, okay. I thought we've already handled that with our server setup, but apparently not. Storing the Stripe customer ID in our database using the correct ID for the payment sheet. First, let's modify this Stripe service. And apparently there's something like a test route or something. Testing. I think you should use okay. When testing interactively, use a card number such as 424242 and so on. Use a valid future date such as 1234. Use any 3 digits for American Express cards. So we'll try this. Now let's update the subscription endpoint to use the new customer creation flow. And I mean, again, guys, this is not really a one-shot solution, really. It's more like you solve this issue iterative, right? So connection failed, which this is too bad. But I mean, if you guide the agent well enough, it is possible to create subscription with cursor agent. Now you still have to tell it to not delete things and everything, but if you do this, it can work. So let's see. Well, what has cursor done? Edit, get, or create customer function to handle customer creation and retrieval. So let's do this. Let's refresh the app. Configuration error. Stripe publishable key is not available. Okay. Now for some reason I get the error failed to fetch Stripe publishable key. Network request failed. I think this is something to do with the server. Let me see. Yeah, okay. So we're getting an error here because cursor made so many changes. So let me see. We'll copy that because we're getting quite a bunch of server errors again. So I will paste them here and I need you to resolve them. So we'll head back over to the Stripe docs, and I really don't know if get started with payments. Yeah, okay. So I really have no idea. Is it check Stripe docs to adhere to best practices? And we want to add new docs, paste that here. Stripe, confirm. Have I already added the Stripe docs? Let's see. Stripe official. Okay, yeah, let's use this one then. I'll help you fix the server errors. Let's address them one by one. First, let's install the correct clerk package for Express. Let's see. If we have a look at package.json, why do we need to install the clerk package? Probably because we're accessing some stuff from clerk, because we have to grab Apologize for the path issue. Let's update the Stripe service and routes to fix the Typescript errors. Okay, so let's go here and let's start a new terminal. Let's go to server. Let's do npm I. Let's do this. And again, guys, keep in mind, I have absolutely no idea what is happening, right? The only thing I do is basically debugging, or for you to be able to debug, you have to know what is going on, right? And I have absolutely no idea what is going on. The only thing that I'm doing really is, okay, yeah, I've already done this. The only thing that I'm doing really is, so let's do accept all. Make sure your service.env file has these variables. Update your service index.ts file. Okay, so we need to add the clerk secret key to our .env file here. And we have to take it from the other .env file. So where is it? .env clerk secret key. So we have to go to clerk.com to our dashboard, and we have to grab the secret key there. I have no idea where can I access it. I think here, settings. Here's the secret key. We have to grab that one and head back over to .env, and we'll need to paste that here, and we want to save it. And okay, so apparently this is still not working, but clerk module has no exported member clerk, and this is inside of index.ts. So dash clerk.js. Use the Express SDK. Okay, so apparently Cursor has mixed up the two libraries. It's clerk client from clerk express. Okay, so clerk express, and we want to import clerk client, but this means that we also have to install npm I add clerk express. Is that correct? Okay, but it's still not callable. And I hope you see the issue now. I have absolutely no idea what the code is doing, so I also have absolutely no idea to, fix the issue, right? And this is also why this won't work. So if let's say we'll go with this solution that Cursor provided. Let's do clerk from clerk, I think it was clerk node SDK, something like this, right? And we'll do clerk here, and we'll do save. Now, apparently this won't work. Run dev, and we will get an error because this thing doesn't exist, right? Now, if I take this and I go over here, and I probably have to click on Express, and I have to pass this documentation to Cursor, clerk express docs, and I need to paste the console error. Okay, so what not only felt like, because it actually was a debugging marathon of like 6 hours, I was finally able to connect Stripe to the front end, so to speak, to the client, to the mobile version, to the app, but unfortunately it still not work. It still doesn't work completely. So as you can see here, if I click on the past conversations, right now you can see I don't have a customer inside of Stripe, and I click on this one. You can see that it says chat input render is loading, show subscription model false. And if I try to write something, I still get the check if the user has any problems, or if the user has a subscription. Now, if I click on send, you can see that the modal appears and it says loading subscription status. And if I head back over here and I refresh the dashboard, you can see that I get the subscriber. I will quickly stop the process here, because unfortunately, if I click on it, you can see that multiple subscriptions are created, right? So for some reason, there is a mismatch between how we handle the state with query and Zustand. And the result of that is that the mobile application is creating new payment intents inside of Stripe, as you can see here, multiple times. So if you have a look at the payment intent ID, you can see that it's different every time, right? It ends on HGI, this one ends on 2Z3, and essentially what we have is an endless loop where we try to create, or where we're creating new payment intents every time, and we don't get out of this loading loop that you can see here. So I was able to make it work, but only because the first time Cursor didn't connect the Zustand store to this whole process of creating a customer inside of Stripe and fetching the subscription status. Now that resulted in me being able to enter the Stripe demo data. So for those of you who know, you can enter a fake credit card information, which is basically 4242 and so on for the credit card number. But this resulted in me still not being able to make a request to OpenAI after I have created a subscription, if that makes sense. Okay, so the app essentially is still useless. I can get I can create customer inside of Stripe and I can bill them. After that, the customers are not able to use the app, which is essentially not good, right? And unfortunately, I've ran into my, I've hit my usage, I've hit my rate limit inside of Cursor. And as you can see here, Cursor immediately became unusable because it says slow pool too large. So I'm trying to add all of the context that my app currently has to the composer, but it won't let me. Okay, and I won't pay another $20 per month to get another 500 fast requests, and I also don't want to pay any more money for a manual request, right? As you can see, it says long context shared with Claude 3.5 Sonnet, 200K, 10 requests per day included in Pro Business, and 20 cents per request after that. I really don't want to do this. This is why I decided to, well, leave it at that. I will still try to walk you through the, with the help of Cursor. Hopefully this will work. I will still try to walk you through the code. Okay, so I will try to let Cursor explain what it actually did, but I probably won't be able to finish the app. Right now I'm already like 7 hours into the development and the YouTube video is getting quite long. Many of you probably won't even watch the video to fully, and this is why I decided to just call it a day. I mean, probably my current skills are not enough yet to create an app like this with the help of Cursor, or it's really not possible without any more coding experience. But, well, I just wanted to tell you that. And now let me see if I can get Cursor to explain all of the moving parts with a slow pool. We'll see, and I will get back to you in a bit. Okay, guys, so what do we have so far? We're using Zustand for local state management. We're using RegQuery for service state management. So whenever we need to fetch something from the database, whenever we need two servers basically to communicate with each other, for example, Stripe and our database, we use RegQuery. We use Clerk for authentication, Stripe for payments, and inside of the backend, we are using, and inside of the backend, we have the database connection with PostgreSQL. We have the Stripe API integration, and we are using authentication. We are handling the authentication with the middleware file. Now, I mean, I've already explained this throughout the video, but basically Zustand handles the local UI state, the loading states, the modals and everything. RegQuery manages the server state, subscription status, user data, and we have basically 3 different stores. We have the subscription store where we handle the, as you can see here in the simulator, where we handle the subscription modal for Stripe. We have the authentication store that handles our user authentication state. So whenever a user signing up for the app and a new user is created inside of Clerk, this is handled by the auth store, and we have the use chat store, which is handling the chat related state, so that you can see in the background here, where we kind of can send messages to OpenAI. Now, React Query handles server state, as I've already said, and if we have a look at how this works, so let me quickly grab that, and I will go to my PRD, and I will go to the bottom. So here you can kind of see how the payment flow architecture works. So we have the app, and we make a request payment sheet to the server or through React Query, right? And we create the customer and the subscription inside of Stripe. And Stripe is returning, after this was successful, the payment intent. And React Query is passing this to our application, and we return the payment sheet config. Okay, so the thing that you usually see as a bottom drawer, because if this would have been successful, from the bottom there would be the Stripe payment sheet where you can enter the your credit card details, and you hit pay, and then basically what you can see inside of Stripe is that you have a active subscription, right? That you can see here. So we present the payment sheet, the application, and then Stripe is showing the payment result and also is answering our webhook. And then what this basically does, React Query takes this signal, so to speak, and writes it to the database so that our user inside of the database is updated. Now this probably didn't work. So if we have a look at the user, let me see. So users, so we have the Stripe customer ID, this worked too. We have, but we still have the free subscription tier. So for some reason, the connection between Stripe and the database didn't work, but as I've said, I wasn't able to make it work. Now, if we head back over here and we scroll up a bit, I will just walk you through the code, right? Because I asked Cursor to show me the specific code. So as you can see here, at some point, Cursor also had to create a new config file inside of, or a new config file for Stripe. Let me see, where is it? It's here. And what this basically does is handle Stripe API interaction, webhook handler, processes Stripe events. And what this basically does, the config stripe.ts file and both client and server define constant and types. They ensure environment variables are properly loaded, because at some point I had the issue that I wasn't able to use the correct environment variables for some reason. So as you can see here, inside of the server, we have the .env file, and inside of the front-end code, so to speak, we also have the .env file, and for some reason there was a mismatch in the backend or behind the scenes. This is why Cursor decided to create this stripe.ts file, where you basically have a JavaScript object which is called stripe config, where we define the publishable key and all of the things that we need to properly communicate with all of our APIs in Stripe and so on. And we also have the subscription plans with the ID premium and the price and everything. Now, we kind of defined this already, so I haven't really fully understood why Cursor needed to create a new file. Because if we have a look at let me see, if we have a look at the store, I think, no, not the store, but the user type. No, let's see. Okay, yeah, so this is why Cursor created the stripe.ts config file again. And now if we have a look at the other parts, so we used, I mean, you know this, right? I've walked you through this, drizzle ORM and everything, the error handling. Now, as for the front end, we have created multiple components for the subscription. So we have the payment sheet, we have the subscription model, which is basically what you currently see here. in the simulator. The payment sheet you can't see really because it would have been popped up from the bottom, but it looked nice. I can tell you so much. I can tell you this much. It looked nice. It integrated nicely with our application, and stripe.ts is handling the routes basically. So let me see. Now let's open stripe.ts, not this one, but the one in the server. So here we have stripe.ts. As you can see, this basically is our server file, right? So we throw an error if the Stripe secret doesn't exist, because apparently we need it so we can communicate with the Stripe API. This was the whole spiel, because why we needed to create a server component in the first place, because we didn't want to get our Stripe secret key exposed to the public, so to speak. Now, as you can see, we're creating a router, and here are basically the different routes, right? So get publishable key is for our front end or app, so that we can fetch this server route, and we basically get access to our publishable key, to our publishable API key, same as with Clerk, right? Now, then we have the get or create customer function, and this logic basically is checking whether or not we already have this customer that is trying to create a subscription inside of our database. If not, we create it, as you can see here, if DB user Stripe customer ID. So if the user already exists, we retrieve the customer from Stripe, and then we update customer details if they've changed, or we create a new customer if we don't have a customer already. So if this is false, basically the code jumps out of this if statement, so to speak, and it creates a new customer with customer await Stripe customers create, and we basically add the primary email and the name that we get from the clerk user object here at the that we get from the clerk user object. So as you can see, first name, last name was null, because for this specific account that I've used inside of here, there was no last name, right? This is why it says null. And we also write this to the database, as you can see here. And this worked quite well. If you have a look at Neon Console, I already showed you that we have the Stripe customer ID inside of here. But for some reason, as I said, we weren't able to change the subscription tier to paid or a premium or whatever it was. Now, this creates a payment sheet. So there's another route in the Stripe API which we need to create the payment sheet, basically the thing that's popping up from the bottom if everything would have worked correctly. And here we also need to create a subscription inside of the payment sheet, right? So first we fetch the customer, and then we create a subscription with the customer ID, the items. So in our case, this was the, if we click on the customer, you can see it's called premium subscription. We set the payment behavior. Default it's incomplete, so we haven't fully finished the subscription payment, so to speak, and the payment settings is on subscription, so we want a recurring payment. And then we also create the invoice and the payment intent. And this, I haven't really fully understood what this does, but I guess essentially this is to kind of make sure that we can identify the customer inside of Stripe, or we can uniquely identify the customer inside of Stripe, but really don't quote me on that. This code really is way over my head, and I will probably spend the next few days to work through it and to understand what it's actually doing. Now, this is our webhook. So if we have a look at the developers console and we go to webhooks, you can see that, as I've said, I've set up a webhook with ngrok. So we kind of need a way to let Stripe, or let the application access the Stripe API through a server, right? Right now, everything is running on localhost, and really what ngrok does, it puts our local host, so to speak, on the internet via this URL, right? And then we can access this URL with Stripe webhook, and inside of here, again, we check if the webhook secret is available. If not, we throw an error. And here is how we handle the event, so to speak. So what this basically does, this makes us access the events that we have created earlier. So if we have a look at the events here, as you can see, we have the event customer subscription created and customer subscription updated and so on. So this was basically what we've defined earlier during the setup process. And this code part basically is how we access this programmatically within our app. As you can see here, update user subscription. We update the user from free to premium, and also what isn't working, right? Because this part should have updated the subscription tier column inside of Neon, but it didn't work. And really, I'm not good enough at programming yet to fix this manually, and Cursor wasn't able to do it because it's just, I guess it was just too many moving parts, or maybe my prompting abilities weren't enough, right? So we also need this part updates the subscription record. I think this is the subscription record, or let me see, subscriptions. As you can see inside of this subscription table, nothing is really happening, right? So we haven't added a user. So this part is completely not working. So if we have a look at this webhook handler, blah, 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 state management. Yeah, I mean, I can walk you through everything, but the question is how much value will bring this to you, because all I can do is like read the comments that Cursor gave me, right? So maybe we can have a look at the query subscription. So as you can see here, this is basically what we're using to handle the subscription update on the server side, right? So first we have a query to fetch the current subscription status. So basically this is what's running in the background if we're checking if the user does already have a subscription with the query function. So if there is no user ID, we throw an error, and if not, we basically fetch the subscription status route of our server with the user ID, and then this makes an API request to Stripe in the backend, and we basically search for, so let me show you. We basically search for the customer ID. Is this customer there? And then we check for this customer, do we already have a subscription? And the same is true for the create subscription. So we check whether or not the user, this is also true for the create subscription. So we have a mutation, which basically is the way of query handling or updating server state. We make a request to the subscription sheet that we've already looked at inside of this stripe.ts file. So let me show you, where was it? Create payment sheet. I think it's down below, right? So subscription. And this is where we basically make a post request to subscription sheet to, well, create a subscription, so to speak. And as for the payment sheet component, yeah, well, as I've said, I don't really know if it makes a lot of sense to walk you through it, because all I can do is like read the comments, right? So as I've said, I will provide you with the code base. I will upload it to GitHub. You can access it. You can play around with it. You can improve it, whatever you want. Just keep in mind that it has a lot of bugs, right? So okay, so I know this video is maybe a bit disappointing because I wasn't able to make it work, but I guess I still learned a lot, and the next video will be a lot better and more structured, and hopefully I can show you how to create a full mobile application with Cursor the next time. But for now, as I've said, I will just call it a day. See you in the next video, and have a great time.